It could bring 1 billion people out of energy poverty.
It's really important to continue to develop the electricity in Africa, and the Bitcoin mining gives money to the new plants.
Akuti akamapanga zinthu zawozo akamapanga kuphiri zinthu zimagwira ntchito kunja.
Ineyo sinamvepo za Bitcoin.
Ine sinamvepo za Bitcoin.
Hello and welcome to day 2. It's a little bit more subdued, obviously. We've got the floor open. This is the first time that we've been in Texas, so welcome here to Texas. If this is your home state, this is obviously a massive hub for mining, so it makes a lot of sense for us to be here. We are going to be back in Miami next year, July 21st through the 23rd. We're going to get things kicked off right on time here. Yesterday, we're a little bit behind, but we were trying to accommodate. It was a juggling process of people getting breakfast, people sitting down. Today, we're just going to get right into it. And we've got Tony Peng of BitFuFu giving the first presentation. Tony Peng.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Did you enjoy the first day of the conference? My name is Tony, and I'm from BitFuFu. It's also my first Mining Disrupt and also my first keynote, so it's a real pleasure to be here at Mining Disrupt. So we, BitFuFu, believe that powering the Bitcoin network isn't just about electricity, it's about infrastructure, innovation, and trust. So today, I'd like to share how we are scaling over the past 5 years through vertical integration and horizontal expansion, and why we are seeking global partners to build the next chapter of infrastructure together. So who are we? BitFuFu is a world-leading Bitcoin miner and mining services innovator, publicly listed on NASDAQ under the ticker FuFu. So in simple terms, we mine Bitcoin and we enable others to mine Bitcoin efficiently at scale. Our mission is to make Bitcoin mining accessible to everyone. So we are the world's #1 cloud mining platform and trusted by over 641,000 users. As of September 30, 2025, we manage 36 exahash per second of the hash rate, about 4% of the global compute, 624 megawatts of hosting capacity, and held 1,962 Bitcoins. So our foundation is the Bitcoin mining data center infrastructure, and we build, operate, and optimize the full mining stack from mining firmware to site management to mining pools. And on top of that infrastructure sits our one-stop mining platform, including cloud mining, self-mining, miner sales, miner hosting, and other services. So of the 624 megawatts of the hosting capacity, we own 164 megawatts, including the 80 megawatts hydropower site in Ethiopia and 51 megawatt site in Oklahoma. Our electricity cost is as low as 3.8 cents per kilowatt hours. Our target is to reach 1 gigawatt by 2026, and we are actively evaluating new sites. So if you have power or facility resources, please connect with me after this session. So on top of the Bitcoin mining farms, we have integrated infrastructure stack. In January 2025, we launched the BitFuFu OS, which is our proprietary firmware to support overclocking and underclocking of the ASIC miners, depending on temperatures, cooling conditions, and electricity costs. It enhances profitability of the mining, customized for every different site, and we provide dedicated support. So for the site management, we have BitFuFu Sentry, which is a real-time miner monitoring system that can provide data insights, real-time alerts, and unified control in one single hub. And BitFuFu Pool is our mining pool to aggregate the hash rate, offering commission rates as low as 0% and automatic daily payouts. It provides a seamless experience through transparent earnings, stable service, and convenient management. So on top of this infrastructure, cloud mining has been the core engine of our mining platform since day one. The benefit of cloud mining is you can lock in the hash rate cost by just paying the 30% down payment for the installment plans. You can mine Bitcoin anywhere, anytime, no need to worry about buying or selling the Bitcoin miners. And we guarantee an average of 95% of the hash rate uptime during our service. And we are also expanding the partnership with our hash rate suppliers. And let me explain why the cloud mining benefits our suppliers. So if you sell the hash rate contracts to us, you get immediate liquidity and you can reinvest fast into next generation mining rigs as well as the hosting facilities. So the bigger scale means lower capex and opex and more hash rate contracts in the future, which builds a self-reinforcing growth flywheel. So in addition to cloud mining, we also provide the miner sales, including on-rack units and pre-owned Bitcoin miners with flexible financing options. And we also do end-to-end miner hosting solutions from deployment, monitoring, maintenance, power supply, and infrastructure supply. So to wrap up, we've been doing Bitcoin mining over the past 5 years, and Bitcoin mining is the infrastructure of digital freedom. And building that infrastructure needs a collaboration. So we would love to work with hash rate suppliers, data center operators, and energy partners to build the infrastructure together. So our booth is at 68, and thank you so much.
Moving right along, we've got Shirley Sagal of Chain Reaction giving a talk on a miner's guide to hunting. I'm sorry, that's the panel. That's the fireside. Designed for miners from silicon to system. There we go.
So good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining me this early with your breakfast. My name is Shirley. I head the marketing at Chain Reaction. We are a semiconductor company. We design our own Bitcoin mining hardware solutions, AI ASICs for AI encrypted computing. And some of you already know our Electrum series. That's for Bitcoin mining. We designed it from the ground up, from chips going on to hashboards and air, liquid, and immersion systems. Sorry about that. But yeah, got it right. So the main challenge for Bitcoin mining hardware today is scale. It's about uptime, it's about power, control, and we are at Chain Reaction are specifically apt to handle this challenge. We have our founding team came from Mellanox, later sold to NVIDIA, and we have people coming from TSMC. Overall, 700 years of experience coming from these companies. The chips and systems that our team designed is still running in the world's largest data centers, and this is why we are now addressing Bitcoin mining. So with Bitcoin mining, we have mentioned that the challenge is scale, but you have to start with the smallest building block, which is the chip. And we have designed our own 3 nanometer ASIC, specifically for Bitcoin mining. We're doing today the 2 nanometer chip. And this is the most powerful building block. And based upon that, we've also addressed scale for uptime, for instance. For that, I already mentioned that we have people coming from TSMC. They're working with the world's largest manufacturers and assemblers. They're making sure that every component on our systems meets industrial scale standards. We've also introduced the option to have individual settings, like miners can choose whether they're optimizing for frequency, voltage. You can disable or enable specific hash boards to maintain the hash rate without rebooting. And finally, we've also have automatic temperature-based performance control for the varying conditions. So apart from uptime, we were also talking about power and power optimization. We have custom hashing modes, so every operator can pick and choose whether he's optimizing for performance, for efficiency. We have custom modes for people to configure their own optimization. They can also pre-schedule their timing for performance. And even if our system detects that the network is down, it automatically goes into idle mode because every watt counts. Now today, when there are thousands and hundreds of thousands of miner, control is key, control and visibility. We have auto-discovery and configuration for pool setup. We have 50 API endpoints for integration. And we also have, of course, remote software and firmware updates, so for updates and recalls. We know today that the miners, they know best the equation of power in, Bitcoin out, or power in, token out. And we have built our products in a way that would best serve miners. So we have ASICs, chips available for miners who want to build their system from the ground up. We have hash boards for seamless upgrades. And finally, we have air, hydro, and immersion systems for every type of rack and every type of every configuration of data centers. In short, I can tell you that every circuit, every transistor, every line of code, every cable were designed thinking about the question, how does this best support miners in achieving performance and scale? This is what it means for us to be designing for miners. I invite everybody to talk to our sales team. They're right over here. Give us a wave. We'll be happy to answer any questions about our products, financing. Enjoy your day in Mining Disrupt. Thank you.
This couch over here, and then we're going to be talking to Nacho about hunting sites, the best mining sites in the world, which is going to be interesting because he's from Ocean, which is a pool. So you might be wondering, what in the world does hunting sites have to do with Ocean, and why is he looking for mining sites if he's the guy at Ocean, which is a pool? But it's going to be interesting. Go into Delio, so that was quite the change. Let's start, Nacho, with who you are. How did you get into Ocean? What's your interest in Bitcoin? Let's start with, I'm gonna steal a fella's question that I got the other day, and this will be interesting. When did you first ignore Bitcoin, and then when did you first pay attention to it?
Oh yeah, we all have that story. If you didn't go through it, you're not from the industry. So 2018, I was an entrepreneur, crazy guy. I was running 3 companies, and my partner and I got interested into Bitcoin. I was obsessed with it. So back then it was easier. So we bought a meatpacking factory that was going out of business through everything we can put on, like anything that was resembled something that would mine, we put it in there. We were paying, industrial rates, so it's pretty cheap energy, and we were mining. We were making a killing, we were piling up Bitcoin, and then 2018 happened. What happened? My partner, who wasn't a believer like I was, freaked out. We sold everything, even the Bitcoin. I'm still crying about it. This conversation would have been happening in my plane if it wasn't that, because that. So that's when I got in, and then I had to get out. I kept a little bit of what I had, thank God. And then I went like dark for a couple of years, went into software, worked on my companies, whatever. And then I came back as a miner. I was working with Penguin, the South American miner in Paraguay, building a substation from the ground up, high voltage, 160 megawatts in record time. That was 10 months. The CEO of Penguin is a really, really smart and intense guy, so we made that happen. And then we ran 100 megawatts, 105 megawatts of immersion, air-cooled, hydro. So we went through everything you can think of and more. And that's how I got into the industry back after my heartbreak in 2018.
So you said that it's 2018, a couple years later, so that's mid-pandemic. Did that, you said you did this in 10 months, was that?
In the middle of the pandemic.
Yeah, that seems extremely impressive. Was that difficult to navigate doing that?
Impossible. You couldn't know when things are going to be shipped. It was crazy. So it was end of the pandemic, so it was easier, but everything was still like falling into place. And having access to anything that you want to procure was a miracle.
So did you have previous work experience that enabled you to get that done? Did you have some connections in place? Like how did you do that?
Pick up the phone, show up, and keep grinding, and asking and being intense about it and going after it. That's how everybody in the industry is making it today. Like if you're not wired like that, you're in the wrong place.
Yeah, absolutely. So why is the pool boy talking about hunting sites around the world?
Yeah, it's fun. Like I did it for Penguin for so long, and the approach that we have at Ocean, I've been with Ocean for 6 months. I'm extremely happy. It's a beautiful company. But the good thing is all of us have different skills, and all those skills come with us working with you. So if you're mining with Ocean and you need to find a new site or procure equipment, since I know everybody in the industry because I've been here for a long time, you get the whole thing. So you're mining with us, I can help you get sites. I can help you procure equipment. I can introduce you to everybody in the industry. It's like an extra, thing that we give to our clients. We have, Luke Dasher, of course, and Jason, and Mechanic. So when you work with us, you get the whole thing, the whole toolbox. So the pool boy still hunting after the fact that I left and stopped being a miner and transitioned to the software side. But the skills that I got are really interesting for clients. So our approach to sales is I show up to your site, I go talk to you, talk to your team, to the guys that are every day under the sun, scorching hot or freezing, fixing miners, working around it. So since I did the whole process for a long time, and I understand it from top to bottom, I go and talk to the guys and, hey, these cooling towers, if you put like grass around them and you wet it every 3 hours, you lower the temperature 10%. In the heat in Texas, that's amazing. That's an extra little thing that nobody pays attention, but can save winding down your machines for X amount of time, and can save machines from breaking because you're not overheating.
You're saying have a grass around the area because it cools?
Grass around the cooling tower.
Because it cools
so
the very environment.
The air that's going into the cooling tower lowers the temperature.
And where did you learn that little trick?
Being on site with Penguin for weeks and weeks and weeks, sitting with the microelectronic team. Like, again, the pool boy has a little bit of experience running around sites.
So is this a hint of what Ocean is going to, because when you think Ocean, you think pool, my mind, until I talked to you 5 minutes ago, I wasn't thinking that you guys were hunting sites. And when I saw the name of the title, I was thinking, okay, well, what are you hunting sites for? So is this an indication that you guys are going to, Ocean wants to expand to kind of offer a full suite of services to miners, and here's our expertise, here's yes, we are a pool, that's where we started, but we're going to help you with our knowledge about Bitcoin and give you tips on your green thumb, and here's some landscaping ideas for how to cool your site. Like, is this
yeah, the pool boy became a gardener, and now we're going to be a hunter. No, we're not doing it as a business. We're just giving our clients the extra mile, the extra hand. When you work with us, you expand your team. And the good thing is, you become bigger without actually having to pay for it or having to go and travel the world like I did for years to find these nooks and crannies around the world where energy is smart. And, well, we're going to talk later about it, but you know what's coming. After 28, if you're not doing it right, either you go broke, you get bought.
Oh, you're talking about the next halving?
Yeah.
Yeah. So on those hunting those sites, where are some of your prime hunting grounds these days? The Africa, Latin America, certain countries, jurisdictions. Which ones are you going to the most because they've been the most rewarding on your scavengings?
So let's start with Africa. Everybody's talking about Africa, but they don't know what it entails. Me coming from Argentina, that was where I was originally born. I understand very well governments. I understand lack of legal protection. I understand what's going on. You see what's going on in Ethiopia now. A year and a half ago, I was telling my friends that were running towards it because the price was extremely sexy and borderline impossible to withstand or sustain. They were running there, and I was like, hey guys, just be careful. You're dealing with governments that are unstable. There's no legal protection. There's nowhere to run. They can go into your site, take over, and you're done. And you'll be in litigation for years while they mine your equipment to the ground, and then you probably get it back with a debt, with energy, and a bunch of miners that are worth nothing. So there's places in Africa where there's very big opportunities, but you need to be very careful how to navigate it, who you partner up with, how you draft your contracts. Those PPAs need to be solid, but impossible to drive around or turn around. That's the secret of working in these complicated countries like Latin America, Brazil. Brazil is amazing. Brazil is generating more energy than they consume. They're massive, but the generation is growing and growing and growing. So for the next 5 years, the price of energy is going to go down. Now it's pricey, it's over 4 cents, so it's not sexy for miners. I wouldn't go there if you're going to pay premium price like today. The way to navigate around Brazil is you sign a 10-year PPA with a decreased price of energy in the future. You sign it with an energy broker and an energy company. They're private in Brazil, so it's easier to navigate. And then the caveat is you have import taxes. You know what the import tax in Brazil is? 80%. That's impossible. We will not make money. So there's ways to navigate around the new legislation, and with a good legal team and structure, you can get that down to between 5 and 14%, depending on what you need to import. And if you're buying locally, transformers and electrical infrastructure and a lot of stuff. But since it's an industrial country, that's hard to come by. So then again, you have to navigate times, deliveries. And it's like a massive tech game when you have to move all your pieces and try to defend while attacking, and nobody needs to realize what's your end goal, because if they realize, you're going to get in trouble because they're going to start overcharging you on a lot of stuff. So again, there's opportunities in these emerging countries, but if I were to start mining today, my focus would be Canada, Alberta. The premier there is super friendly to our industry. There's the Canadian Bitcoin Council that's helping miners go there. The Minister of Red Tape Reduction is there. He's a Bitcoiner. The Minister of Industry, it's also a Bitcoiner. So it's a perfect place with abundant gas that you can go mine. Don't die, please. We're on camera. So going back to the Canada thing, but if you go to Canada, you need to understand how to mine with gas. And gas has a whole different set of rules. You need to depressurize it, filter it, buy turbines or engines, have redundancy on those, because you need to build bigger, because those need maintenance. It's like any engine. If you run it 24/7 at full speed, the car will break down. So you need to replace parts, spark plugs, filters. And then if they break, you need a new one that you can change in a window of 2 hours, so you don't lose uptime. So there's plenty of opportunities in America, but it's either Canada, Texas, if you can find the room, because it's extremely competitive and everybody wants to be here, but it's the best state to do it in, by far. And then you're going to have to chase prices. And in order to make those prices, there's a lot of work to be done.
So returning to Africa, you mentioned Ethiopia. Are there other locations in Africa that are more favorable? It sounds like the main thing is jurisdiction, rule of law, and there's a lot of gray area, to put it mildly, in certain jurisdictions, whereas Canada, United States, it's clear cut. You know what you're getting into. Here it is, contracts are what they are. It's all above board, whereas in certain jurisdictions, locations around the world, it's a little questionable. Are there?
That's the perfect word.
I'm being delicate.
Great.
So there are there other places outside of Ethiopia, and are there, maybe more interestingly, places in Africa that are on a trajectory that make it a more appealing? You're like, okay, well, maybe not right now, but I like the way that this is going. I like what I see down the road, and pick a country, I don't know which one, that looks like maybe next year, 3 years, whatever down the road is going to be more favorable, and like a place that maybe now you might want to get your foot in because down the road it's going to be pretty good.
When it comes to Africa, it would be Kenya and the north, like Egypt and Morocco, and I'll explain why. Up north, they have a lot of solar and wind, and in combination with the grid, you can get to a price that's mineable, let's say. And then Kenya is an opportunity. The thing is, there's a lot of research to be done, and you need to be boots on the ground there, meeting the people, shaking hands with the politicians, understanding how they think, who's coming, how the structure of the government is built. So if I were to go there, I wouldn't go to Ethiopia right now. It's really volatile, and you can get a great deal and be there mining for 10 years, no problem, or you can get a deal, and in a year, you're going to be struggling to pay the bills. They're going to shut you off, curtail, because, again, there's not enough generation for the amount of power, of intensity of consumption that they're bringing in. So Kenya and the north would be the place I would research more if I were to mine in Africa. But there's no need to do it right now. The ideal thing is start to move towards generation if you want to survive the halving.
How big is this halving going to be in relation to previous halvings, do you think? I mean, I guess is each halving more impactful than the last one, and is it an exponential? It seems like that's the case.
This one is going to be a little bit heavier, in my opinion. The last one was, we took a hit. It took a minute. If you're not prepared and you didn't buy properly, some companies didn't make it. This is going to be hard. Like, this is going to be if you're anything over 4 cents energy-wise, I don't mind where you're mining, you're not going to be able to keep mining. So that's why you see the big players like Mora moving into generation, Bitfarms moving away and going to HPC and starting generation and building, transmission and a lot of the way to get to that price anywhere in the world is either you go to Canada up north, you get, 1.5 cent gas, an MCF, and then you build your power plants and you're in control of the power, or you're not going to be able to do it. There's no place, only Texas, but Texas is, Texas, Ohio. There's a couple of states in the U.S. that will allow you to do that and will give you the room to keep growing. The problem is if you're not there, you're going to either, again, be bought and by a bigger player, not make it, and whatever you have mining will, wither and die because you're not going to be able to pay the bills with the amount of Bitcoin you're going to get on the other end. So you have to be creative with a lot of stuff. Which type of ASICs you're running, changing your fleet at the right moment. If you're mining here, there's the tariffs. If you're mining abroad, is which equipment is going to get you through that at the price of energy, because the price we have here is amazing, but the price you have in Europe, for instance, it's insane. It's 5 cents plus the ASICs, plus the performance. But again, we are getting all these new waves of 10 joules a T ASICs. That's amazing. Well, I want to see them running. I want to see that performance that the big companies, the big ASIC manufacturers are claiming, actually running on a site and performing for a year. And then I can start doing the math and saying, hey, okay, I can risk it and go to a country that's a little bit more expensive because with that performance, I might make it. But it's going to be very creative after 28.
So this might be a little bit of a low-level question, but I'm curious. As there are more miners, and we were talking on one of the panels yesterday about hash rate, and I asked the guys to give an estimation, a guess of what they think hash rate will be like in 5 years from now, 2030. And they all said, they agreed that 3 zeta hash is very possible. Well, that's a 3x with where we're at now. That's a lot more sites. That's a ton more energy that's needed. Does that increase in sites drive energy prices down? Like you're talking about 5 cents is, maybe you can make it work now, maybe, but that's tough. 1.5 in Canada, real appealing. Are we going to see sub-cent prices with the hash rate going up? Where's all that hash rate going? Where are they What energy are they using?
It's 1.5 an MCF, so it's the price of gas, not the price of energy.
Oh,
that will give you 2.93 cents power all in if you do it right and you buy it right. But again, that's why everybody's or the big players are moving into generation, because you have to partner up or either generate yourself or partner up with generators that are going to split the risk with you in order to make it. That's I think we can get to that level of volume, and I think we're going to get there. But these new ways of making business are going to be the only way to make it. There's again, we're competing with HPC. So that race now is very hot, and everybody wants, it's the new kid in school, super cool, skater, drives a nice car. Yeah, that's great. Let's see what happens. Like when they start to build, we build for $1.5 million a megawatt. They build for $15 million a megawatt. So that's a lot of money to have, standing still for 4 years, because building a tier 4 data center is not the same thing as building a data center for Bitcoin mining. If you're good and smart and you have the procurement teams dialed down, you can build much faster. You can build it in 10 months. If you have the infrastructure and the substation there, you can do it even faster. So it's going to come down to how the race behaves. Those sites and that competition is not great for our industry, because there's an HPC guy that will come and say, yeah, I'll pay 5 cents. I don't care. I'm making a killing on the other end. I don't mind paying 5 cent power. That's not great for us, because our biggest competitor is saying, hey, we're willing to pay more and we will sign that PPA for 20 years because they know they're going to do it. We cannot do that. We cannot sign a 20-year PPA for mining because we don't know the performance, where it's going, if that infrastructure is going to be great in 10 years or not. Like, I wouldn't sign anything over 5 right now because I don't know what's going to happen. It's too much in the air.
So with as much money as being thrown around on the HPC side, and I live in the Pacific Northwest, so I've seen startups come and go, and it's just, oh, we've got this idea, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. Do you think there's going to be opportunity in the coming years where some startup comes up, they build out, they throw all this money, they've got all this venture cap, they've got all this investment, oh, we've got the next big whiz-bang thing, and then 2 years later, they don't exist, their site's empty. Hey, miner location.
Then we can come in, but we're not there yet. I think there's a lot of money in the HPC environment. It's extremely interesting for all these massive funds and big companies to jump in. They know it's the future, and they're right. That's why Bitfarms is coming out of mining and going into HPC 100%. That's why every big player in the industry is doubling down. That balance is great. We are means to an end. If they want to do a tier 4 data center, while they're building, there's 2 years that we can come in, lay the gravel, lay everything. We can mine, and then I can say, hey, we're energizing the AI thing, but we're building another side. Let's move our equipment from this side to the next side. Again, you're gonna have to be creative, but I think there's an opportunity of balancing both worlds. We are the means to an end. While they build, we mine. Then we move to the next side, and so on and so on. If you partner up with, for instance, a big HPC company or a massive energy company, you can do it that way.
Do you have any stories you can share out of the Latin America area? Because it seems like there is a huge focus. Hive was talking about Paraguay. Paraguay seems like, in Brazil, 2 of the major players down in Southern America. Partly why is that? I think you touched on it a little bit earlier when you were talking about Africa. It's a lot of appealing reasons, low energy costs, rule of law, et cetera. Do you have any interesting stories you can share out of there?
Oh, yeah. I actually live in Paraguay. I lived for 5 years there, and then I'm moving now to Austin. So Paraguay is great. It's one of the biggest dams in the world where you get the energy from. It's super friendly. There's a lot of capable people working. Labor is extremely cheap compared to the US, so overhead's not an issue. There's a lot of knowledgeable people from the industry. There's almost a gigawatt worth of mining in Paraguay today. So that's a lot for a small country, inland. And I think there's room for half a gig more or even more if it's well managed and the government keeps, pushing the industry. What Hive is doing is great. They're breaking ground on a massive scale. Penguin was there, Bitfarms was there. There's a lot of small miners, but what they are doing now is consolidating an industry under a big umbrella, under the leadership of Frank, Aidan, and Luke, who are making Paraguay well known. And that's bringing the government to understand that mining is amazing. Everybody wants HPC in Latin America, but there's no clientele for now. We, again, are the means to an end. We can mine in Paraguay for the next 5 years, and when the demand in Latin America is big enough, you can transition into HPC. And that's a smart move.
Are you seeing more of that demand even in Latin America? I imagine so.
Yeah, you can see Argentina. The problem with Argentina is the price of energy is really high, but for HPC it's ideal. You can actually go there, there's a lot of gas, the whole country is connected, so transmission is not an issue. And that's the problem too. You're competing against, house consumption. They're paying 80, 90, or 8 or 9 cents, and you need it to be between 4, 5, 6 if you're going to do HPC and you're going to do it right. Again, now Argentina is sexier because they have a new government that's favorable for us, favorable for the industry, is supported by the U.S. administration. So Argentina might be an opportunity. Again, you have to deal, being one, I'll tell you, we have to deal with the Argentinians, the legal landscape, the lack of protection, the volatility, the price of the actual peso. It goes up and down. We had 250% inflation in 6 months. That's the number you have to have in your head. So that's how I grew up, not knowing what my income was going to be worth. And every 3 months, you have to, redo your finances to understand if you're either making it to the end of the year, or, when I had 140 employees, I was raising their salaries every 3 months just to make them, good on their actual value to their money. You have to be a wizard to work there, but it's doable.
Sounds challenging in the extreme. So why, from the people that you've talked to across the U.S., in Latin America, why do you have a place that is so favorable to mining, like Paraguay, Texas, and then the neighbors are, we don't want anything to do with that? Like, what is the deal there? Is it the incumbent, the politicians, they haven't got the right education, they just...
Greed.
Okay.
I would say that greed. They want to charge you more, they think we print money, they don't understand our industry. The concept that, first, they think that we are working with shady players in the world, and that's a lie. That's what Netflix and all the platforms make people believe. So that's not the case. And then after you go over that fear, is greed. They want more money, they think we print money, so no, you're mining 100 megawatts, so you're making a killing. No. Our equipment is expensive, building a site is expensive, building a 100 megawatt substation is between $12 and $20 million just for the substation, and you're even started. Then you have to buy the equipment, that's 1.5 million, a megawatt. So when you do the math, you have to return all that. Yes, we made Bitcoin in the end, and if you're smart enough and you hold and don't sell, and you are good with finance and you can lend against your own Bitcoin and you will make good money, but not the kind of money they think. So lack of knowledge, I think, is the first thing, and lack of exposure to our industry, to those players. But now it's better. Like the work that Lee Bratcher is doing here in Texas, Colea Carrington is doing in Canada, sitting with the politicians, explaining our industry, make them understand that we're not printing money, that it's not an easy deed. We're handling insane amount of energy constantly, every day of the year, non-stop. And our uptime needs to be over 98%. That's insane.
Yeah, it's the same kind of lack of education that people have when you hear about people complaining about inflation. Like, oh, look, the restaurants and the grocery stores are raising the prices because they're so greedy. It's like, no, you don't understand about margin. Margin is the thing. I learned about margin back when I played World of Warcraft, selling things on the auction house. I have to do something. You spend time and energy, buy this thing for $5, and then if I'm turning around and selling it for $7, I didn't make $7. And people are like, well, you have $7 now.
You're killing it.
Oh, my goodness. No. Oh, my goodness. Let's talk about the future. What is your plans with Ocean and hunting new sites and what you're doing there? And then further down the road, how are you helping these sites with, you said, like this big influential halving that's coming up here in, just over 2 years now?
So what we do from my part is I talk to everybody. I'm so obsessed with this industry that I go and talk to everybody in the industry to understand Africa, Canada. There's other places in the U.S. that are going to be emerging right now that are really interesting for mining. So that intent, that's completely on purpose to give the benefit to our clients to improve their operations. So again, I'm the pool boy. I'm going to still be the pool boy for a long time. We're not mining ourselves, But having all this knowledge to our clients is extremely interesting and important, and give us the edge. Not only that we'll make you more money and you're going to pay less fees, because that's what Ocean is built on. Not only that, you'll brand your blogs, you'll do whatever we have on our toolbox that will improve your everyday income and company. But on top of that, you get me, you get Mechanic, you get Luke, you get Ian, you get Mark, you get the whole team backing you up. So your company gets more tentacles to expand and grow and go after whatever you need, whenever you need it.
What is it that keeps you so interested? You mentioned it a few times throughout our chat, interested in Bitcoin. You said you love this industry, you like it. Is it because of what you experienced with that inflation that you mentioned a little bit ago? What is it that about this? Is it the economic revolution? Is it, whoa, I'm out here printing money? I don't think it's that.
You hit the nail on the inflation thing. The first time I got interested into Bitcoin because I was going through it in Argentina. I'm 43, I was broke twice in Argentina. And everything happened because of the government, the lack of protection. And that's a story for a couple of years, and I'll tell you later. But Bitcoin is the future. Bitcoin is the only thing that will make the world economics solid enough that we can actually, if you put in the work, and if you're doing it right, and you're committed, you can have control over your own money. There's no way to print more. There's no way to change it. There's no way to destroy it right now, thank God. So we're at the verge of the next revolution. This is going to be bigger than the internet. This is going to be bigger. Now it is already, but when adoption becomes massive, like it's happening right now, Bitcoin is going to be the future. So my obsession is, and I'll tell it on the personal level now, not on the financial level, if you see people here, we're a bunch of misfits that would have never met, have nothing to do with each other, but we put us under the same roof and we become family. And we're really protective of this industry because we all believe in the most valuable and sacred asset, that's Bitcoin, blindly, because we know what's going to happen. People are not seeing it fast enough. We're at 100 and we went 120, we're at 100, it's going to go up, going down. We are not going to sell any of our Bitcoin, you and me. And we know why. And that's what I need. And everywhere I go, I orange pill friends and companies. But again, going back to this industry, we're building an industry that's extremely solid, built on great relationships. We don't do scammers, we don't do people. So if anybody mess with you, he's blackballed, he's out of the industry. And we're so connected and so protective about Bitcoin that I feel happy. I travel the world. I'm 60% of my year on a plane. And I'm happy doing that because I get to see all these people over and over again and build on something that's going to be the future and the legacy for my kids, the future and the legacy for the kids of my kids, and so on and so forth.
Can you remember, I'll tell you my moment, can you remember a moment, if there was one, where you went kind of light bulb, oh, this is a big deal? For me, it was, I was early days of getting into Bitcoin, trying to figure it out, doing all the various things. And as a test, I took, I think it was like $5, and it was less than 10, and moved it to a paper wallet. So I got the number on the wallet, and I put it on, and I sat there and looked and checked and asked my wife, okay, am I reading the numbers? I mean, it was $5, but I was still acting like it was my life savings. Moved it onto there, and I literally had tears in my eyes, like, this is mine. This is my time and energy, and I have it. It's not in a bank account. It's nowhere else. It's right here on this paper. I can do whatever I want with it. It's not on the government's greenbacks. This is mine, 100% mine. And I'd never felt something like that before with time and money. I don't know that you have quite that example, but do you have something similar where you went, oh, light bulb moment?
100%. 2019, we got a little money with the wife. She wanted to invest in a coffee shop. And I said, no. We're putting it all on Bitcoin. She went ballistic. You're crazy. We're going to lose everything. Are you insane? Like, I'll tell you, this is real money. Nobody can touch it. Nobody will mess with it. And we're going to put it in a cold wallet. Same thing. It was a paper. We didn't have cold wallets in Argentina. It was impossible to get one. I did the same thing. We still had the paper. Now it's in a cold wallet, for real. But that was the moment that, for me, was I'm all in. And this was not a lot of money, but it was a lot of Bitcoin. And she was giving me, I'll say it, sorry for the language, she was giving me shit for a year. For a year. Until she got it. Now she's orange pilling people. She's one of us. She has her own wallet.
Does she have the coffee shop now?
No, she took she took half of the Bitcoin, but
Okay.
we're still together, so we're good. So yeah, that's the moment. I have the exact moment where we're gonna do it. Like we went to the coffee shop, saw it, decoration, the thing.
How did you convince her? Did you say? Did you just?
I went rogue.
Okay.
I'm gonna be honest.
Okay.
She's gonna kill me, but I went rogue.
Thank you, Nacho. This has been a pleasure.
Thank you, brother.
Ladies and gentlemen, next up we have Ali Kwan, sales manager at Lead. Clicker, the green button's for next slide. You've got your time right there on the deck.
Good morning, everyone. This is Ali from Lead Miner Limited. It's a great honor here today. I will explain how mining services helps beginners to start crypto mining. I will cover the main benefits, risks, how to choose a provider, and the first step to get started. What is mining hosting? Mining hosting means placing your mining equipment at a professional facility, and the host will manage the environment and the operations. So you do not need to run a set for yourself. And what's the benefits? The first benefit will be usually the beginners lack our experience with high power electricity systems and cooling. The host will remove those hurdles and let the new miners focus on the machine selection and monitoring. For the second, for hosting, the main costs will be the mining equipment and the hosting phase. This predictability will help beginners plan budgets and start mining sooner. The third one will be professional facilities are designed for continuous operation, as this can increase mining uptime and reduce unexpected losses compared with home setups. Although the hosting will reduce many risks, and for miners should verify security measures and insurance operations, and insurance options, and legal compliance before committing. How to choose a hosting provider? Compare multi-providers using these criteria, like transparent pricing, measured power costs, facility reliability, and reputation. Ask for references and cite statistics to make an informed choice. For beginners, start with a small, manageable setup. Use hosting to learn operations and scale later if desired. Okay, let's make a conclusion. For beginners, hosting is an efficient way to enter mining with lower risks. If you would like, I can prepare a short checklist for the checklist or a template email to contact the hosting providers. Our booth is number 1. If you want to know more about the hosting services and the mining equipment, please contact us directly. Thank you. That's all I will share today.
Thank you, Ali. Next up, we've got Dan Kohler, CEO of FarmGod. Dan. Excellent. Here you go. And there's your clicker right here.
Excellent, thank you. Morning, guys. Thanks for coming out to see us here. So, as mentioned, I'm Dan Kaler, CEO of FarmGod, as well as CEO and founder of ASICplug.com. So, many of you guys know me in the industry, probably the first time seeing me in a suit, not all done up in something tropical and vibrant, catching attention. But in addition to the companies that I own and operate, I'm also Chief Mining Officer of Kratos Digital Mining and Chief Operations Officer of PowerLink Digital Partners. So come check us out during the waste to energy panel in a little bit. Really cool stuff we're doing there. Anyway, what I want to talk about here is FarmGod primarily. We launched FarmGod to assist our customers, assist miners, assist anyone worldwide, mitigate and manage their power costs, as well as tighten the belt and get your mining operation the most profitable it can be. We focus on optimization and data-driven decision, and in order to do that, we have FarmGod that can give you so much more visibility into how your fleet is managed and operating than any other competitor on the market. We can track your fourth pool through the developer pool. We can let you audit your partnerships with your developer firmware, such as third-party entities that you have in place. We can help you see exactly what your miners are pulling power-wise, not just estimate based on what their sticker is. And with our open source APIs and developer, we can connect into additional tools such as your VFD fan controllers, your air intake shutters, your lighting systems. If you want anything that you can have to optimize your environment that has an API, we can work to build it into your custom panel to give you a single pane of glass operation. When operating your fleet, the hidden waste that you're seeing, particularly if you're a hosting company, is you're selling your services based on your kilowatt hour usage or assumed power consumption, not what's actually happening. With systems like FarmGod, we can track your power consumption for your switches, your fans, any other peripheral line of business systems that have to be in place to deploy your services that you're selling, or so that you can properly track your OpEx for your self-mining operation. We also have a FarmGod firmware that we have come out with on the WhatsMiner side that is available for production to optimize and manage your power infrastructure. You've probably seen our article in the Mining Disrupt magazine that was handed out, and we were able to achieve with FarmGod firmware a 19.7% profitability increase on a fleet of M30S++. Here's an example of the FarmGod dashboard that shows all of the different customization options, the layout ability. We support SHA-256 and Script and Caspa mining natively, and we can customize just about anything that our customers are going to need, and automate reports so that whether you're the miner tech who needs to get the technical dashboard, or you're the accountant or the executive or whatever role you have in the company, you can get in and see the data that pertains to you immediately and make data-driven decisions. As mentioned a moment ago, we've had our FarmGod firmware trial that went through, and we're happy to talk more in depth about that. We've got the article out there, and very impressive results, and we're in development of additional software suites as well. In addition to our FarmGod suite, we also operate ASIC Plug and ASIC Wholesale. So I launched ASIC Plug last summer out of the passion project of lowering the barrier for entry to miners. Since then, we've moved tens of millions of dollars of equipment for clients and saved clients multiple millions of dollars on their alternative procurement sources by bringing them the wholesale rates, by setting up direct supplier and manufacturer deals, and mitigating some of the red tape and the overhead waste that you get with a lot of the competitor supplier entities. So as I said before, many of you guys know me, have seen me around. Happy to do conversations with you at our booth. And as a promotion for Mining Disrupt participants, I'm offering free 30-minute consultations for profitability overviews for any of you interested. So come by the booth, we'll get that in place and scheduled and do a free talk with you.
Very much, Dan. Thank you very much. That was Dan Kohler of FarmGod. Up next is Michael Jurla, CEO of EMCD.
Hello, everybody. Green button. So, I don't want to sell you anything, just I want to give you some food for thoughts. Few words about myself. 7 years ago, I began EMCD mining pool, and now it's at 3% of world hashing power on Bitcoin network. What's happened? No, what's happened with this? Okay, so everybody knows how mining works. You just connect in your machines and begin to get some coins, right? If be honest, no. Network is harder, and mining pool collect transactions from mempool and give it through Stratum protocols to machines, and then pool receive shares from machines, and then accrual coins to miners, to workers. But what's wrong in this? It's a stupid job. It's a brute force. This is a SHA 256 hash. It's quite long, and this is numbers of how many hashes works per second. Each second, your machines, our machines, sends a lot of hashes to mining pools. And it's about 17 gigawatts per year. I need some coffee. So, it's a kettle, and it's about 8.5 million kettles around the world, or 30% of Netherlands electricity. And what's wrong? It's important job, because otherwise Bitcoin network couldn't work. It couldn't accept your transactions. You can send it without Bitcoin network, without Bitcoin mining. But if be honest, we should to remember how it began. It begins in Berkeley University with a SETI at home. Anybody knows what is SETI at home? A few guys, yeah. So SETI is, if we honest, SETI is a Russian word which means networks. And networks at home, it's a network, non-profitable network, where you can connect your machines, PC, GPU, to network for help Berkeley University to find some another life from another planets. And then it was in beginning, and then they made Boeing. It's Berkeley Open Infrastructure for network computing. What's really happening now? AI working with a high performance computing and HPC. And in one day, someone made decision to make same network, the centralized private infrastructure network, with a profitability, with a payment system, and connect it, and then they made Bitcoin, which we know now. And it was, so red buttons work now, guys? Red button works or not? No. Okay. 10 years. It's about 10 or 12 years between them, between Bitcoin and Boeing. And nothing different, but works which we do in Bitcoin network is a little bit more stupid than works which Boeing give to machines. And now hash rates is we need hash rate to secure infrastructure, to provide infrastructure for transactions for Bitcoin, but every second's worth changing, and next step is AI computing, and we already know the Marathon Digital company, and a few days ago, maybe yesterday, their CEO told us in the news media that Bitcoin mining margin less than before, and all that company which have a low electricity cost will move to HPC. We already know Cypher Mining, BitFuFu, SPAC, and we already know about Marathon Digital. I didn't see that in this conference. I don't know why. It's interesting. But I think it's next step of mining. I cannot say Bitcoin is a previous step. We anyway will work with this, but miners will move to another kind of payouts, I think, in the next future, in the next few years. And I can say only one thing about EMCD have partnership with a TON, Telegram Open Network, and soon all GPU owners could mine Telegram token through GPUs. So what else? That's it, I think.
Talk a little bit and then I'll bring you up there. Thank you, Michael. Just want to remind everyone that you can get the mining magazine in your goodie bag, or if you want it sent to you at your house or post office box, you can go to the website, sign up, and get it old-fashioned style, snail mail. We are going to be having the Bitcoin Mining Expo in Miami again later next year, actually, not this year. We're almost done with this year already. July 21st through the 23rd. There's also going to be the screening of Dirty Coin at 3:45. There's going to be popcorn, there's going to be some candy. Stick around, enjoy that. It's going to be, I believe, one of the first times it's shown publicly. That'll be fun. And up next, we have Timo, and then we've got a couple more panels. We got one more chat after Timo here, and then a couple panels. Thank you again for coming out here, enjoying yourselves. Check out the Mining Museum if you haven't already. Timo.
Hello, hello. Okay, but this is not my presentation, so I don't think I can talk anything about the other company, but I will start anyways. Hello, everybody. My name is Timo Steipe. I'm the founder of Mining and HPC Mining, and we are specialized in mining in countries that are developing, right? Countries with a real, where there's a lot of things going on, a lot of development, and not fully developed countries, so you can do a lot. So in this presentation, I talk a little bit about the advantages that the US can't beat. That's how it's called, because everybody knows that the US is for mining like very, very good. So I will just focus on the things that are different and why there is a big chance and a lot of mining actually happening not in the US. So one of the first things is that if you go into a country, right? And you invest, like, let's say, $30 million in a developing country, is really welcoming. So the governments, they will support you, the local communities, they will support you, and they're happy that you bring actually money to the table. If I go here in the US, say I want to invest 30 million, you know, I'm one of like 1,000 people that do that. And then I'm like still a very, very small guy doing that. Well, this is one of the very good things that we have. For example, here, this is our farm that we run in Ethiopia. They created a framework about Bitcoin mining. So in that case, they gave us the opportunity to import all the miners without tariffs. So they created tax-free zones, especially for investors. So you get the miners in without tariffs. You are tax exempt for like 2 to 3 years, depends a little bit on your revenue. So you have like a good head start. Then another thing that's also very important, you have a very, very, very good OPEX. You know, Bitcoin mining, it's all about the OPEX, the electricity price that you have, the local workers that you hire. And this is like such a big difference because in the Bitcoin network, it doesn't matter where you mine the Bitcoin and where the block is found, right? It doesn't matter at all. You can do it even on the moon if you want to and if you have the opportunity. So this is the thing where all the US companies have at some point in time compete with, because difficulty goes up and up and up, and the margins and the profits get smaller, smaller, smaller. So you do have to be on the right side of things. So one of the things is the OPEX, but it's not only the electricity price. Think about like the local labor. For example, in Ethiopia, the average salary a month, it's really, really, really low. Yeah, it's only like around $250 a month. It's really like nothing. Of course, we pay like much more, but still, if you compare this to developed countries like the US, Finland, you can hire like 10 people instead of one person. So you have really an advantage there. And as well, for them, it's a big opportunity, right? So they really love to work and they really give the whole heart into it. And this is like such a good feeling if you have people that really appreciate the things and the communities that appreciate it, because there's really money getting put in the places. They can spend more money, develop their own communities. And this is such a rewarding thing because it really makes an impact. And as you know, I would say this is like real foreign aid, right? You go to places, build businesses, and help the people to grow, and eventually they do a lot of things around it. They start building repair centers and all the services that comes with Bitcoin mining. So that's like a very good thing to have. And the next thing is, of course, the CapEx. As Bitcoin miners, we always fight against the upfront capital that we have to put up. It's always the same game. You have to put in money upfront for miners, for the infrastructure. And in some countries, like for example, in one of our farms in Finland, we're looking at close to 300K. In the US, I think you know similar numbers. And here, for example, in that farm, that's a 50 megawatt farm of ours, we have like roughly 80K a megawatt. That's it. That's the price we pay to get everything up and running. And then, of course, excluding the miners, But yeah, it's very affordable, and they have like very fast timelines. When you get your approvals, it's like 2 months, 1 month to redeploy everything and really build everything up. And yeah, and why we all do this in the end is so everybody can have like a great electricity price. So we do self-mining, we do hosting. I won't go into the numbers, but if you want to have any information about mining in these countries, great prices, great electricity prices, you can shoot us an email with hello@info@mim.farm. We will send you the like our numbers and how you can work with us, or you can visit our booth back there. And yeah, let's talk about mining in these countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Timo. So yesterday on the panel titled The Great Re-Decentralization, I was asking the guys what they think we're going to see miners in the future, toasters, heaters, etc. One thing that I did not mention is something that Pizandy's going to be talking about here. I never thought of this idea ever, probably never would have, because it's so not my wheelhouse whatsoever. But it's one of these things that once you hear it, you go, oh, that makes a lot of sense. So it is my pleasure to introduce both Ronald of Reckless Apotheosis and Pizandy of Proof of Print.
Awesome. Good morning, everyone. This is Andy, and I'm Ronald, and we're here to share how open mining hardware can push the Bitcoin beyond its current box. We call this building beyond the bread box. So this is a hash board. It's made up of about 4,000 parts: capacitors, resistors, MOSFETs, diodes, etc. Each one contributing to the operation of the miner, and each has a data sheet. Some are hundreds of pages long, except for the most important part, the ASIC, the heart of the board, the reason it even exists, and its data sheet, 0 pages. Manufacturers couldn't even build this without that documentation from their peers. This is the state of our industry today. The most powerful chips in Bitcoin mining are essentially black boxes. Through the 256 Foundation ASIC grant, Andy and I and 2 other teams were given over 200,000 ASICs. And the unique opportunity to build open source hardware around them. And what we realized is this. Sorry. If Bitcoin mining is ever going to grow beyond hyper-specialized warehouses and containers, we have to separate ASIC manufacturing from system design. Let the chip designers focus on the best SHA-256 accelerators on Earth, and let system designers, companies like Rheem, GE, Bosch, and Kenmore, build smart water heaters, dryers, even HVAC systems powered by these chips, because right now they can't. The only way to get an ASIC is to desolder one from a used hash board or know a guy in a Chinese factory, and even then they can't use it. No documentation, no specs, no freedom. We've been here before. In the early days of computing, IBM, Cray, DEC, they all built their own CPUs, their own systems, their own operating systems, closed vertical stacks. Some even came with heated couches. Then came the 1960s and 70s, and everything changed. The IBM System 360 unified the instruction set. Intel's 4004 and 8080 processors provided general-purpose compute, and Unix made the software portable. By the 1980s, hardware and software had completely split apart. Intel made CPUs, Microsoft made DOS, everyone could build IBM-compatible PCs. And that separation, it unleashed decades of innovation. Laptops, phones, smart TVs, smart watches, smart everything. Linux and open source revolutionized our world. No single company had to do it all. So where's Bitcoin's System 360 moment? Where is our IBM-compatible revolution? Why can't we buy heated hashing toasters, water heaters, 3D printers, or clothes dryers? If you ask an ASIC manufacturer for a custom design today, they'll smile politely and say, you can have any form factor you want as long as it's a shoebox. Henry Ford would be proud. That's what we're trying to change. It's time for a pivot. For example, Andy here is building a Bitcoin-powered 3D printer around our chips. If you would like to partner with him in supporting this awesome work, you can follow his project here. Oh, sorry, you're in for the QR code. Follow this project here and get one when it's available. Thanks to Intel, the chips necessary to achieve these goals exist. Thanks to Proto and the 256 Foundation, they became available to makers. And thanks to Blockscale Solutions, we now have the missing piece, documentation. Finally, we have an open, unencumbered spec for a Bitcoin ASIC, the Intel Bonanza Mine 2. These may not be the newest or the most efficient chips on the market today, but they're ours to experiment with. And if we can innovate with these, imagine what's possible with the next generation of ASICs. So here's our challenge to the new generation of ASIC designers. Proto, Auradine, Chain Reaction, and others quietly building the future in stealth mode. Think beyond the breadbox. Ship chips on reels, not just in miners. Publish your data sheets. Empower independent engineering. Partner with appliance makers. Decentralize hash rate. Let's bring Bitcoin out of the data center and into daily life, into heaters, into homes, into the world. because Bitcoin is more than network difficulty and number go up technology. It's about building systems that heat, power, and connect our planet. If we can do that together, we won't just hit the next zettahash sooner, we'll 10x the total available market. This is about mass proliferation of hash rate. And if you would like to partner with us, you can get back the Geyser campaign for our Satoshi Starter educational miner today. It's the first of its kind, available as a kit that students can assemble. Designed by Gecko Science's own inimitable side hack, who has been building miners for longer than anyone. It's a give one, get one campaign in partnership with My First Bitcoin, where every miner purchase gets one into the hands of students in classrooms. And there are limited edition art piece miners made in partnership with Modeo Tech, which will look handsome on your desk or your wall. Together, let's push the envelope, accelerate, and build beyond the breadbox. Thank you.
And Ronald, we've got a couple more couches coming up here, and we've got a relatively large panel. Nico is going to be moderating this one. It is called The Grid Eats Bitcoin and Likes It, How Miners Are Becoming the First Scalable Buyers of Last Resort Power, Stabilizing Grids and Monetizing Excess Energy. Boy, that is a mouthful. I'm glad I have something to read because there's no way I would have memorized that. Nico Moran of Simply Bitcoin has been doing this kind of thing for a hot minute. I have been doing it for about 30 seconds. And so, you know, if I feel a little bit, you know what, whatever. I'm having fun up here. We're having a good time. You're having a good time. I'm telling you. I'm not asking. I'm telling you. You are having a good time. That's why you're here. If you weren't having a good time, why would you be here? You can continue to have your good time later on this evening when, well, later afternoon when we put on the showing of Dirty Coin, which is a provocative title for a good documentary. I think there's a point of diminishing returns when it comes to Bitcoin education, but sometimes there's little nuggets that you encounter, like the story that I shared with Nacho and encountering Bitcoin in a very real, tangible way when I transferred that. Like I told him, I think it was about $5 worth, but having $5 that was truly mine in my hand, I mean, you could say, oh, well, don't you have a $5 bill? It's different. That's the government's money. I'm just kind of a custodian of it, whereas my money, my time was in my hands, and that is I think the biggest thing about Bitcoin. Nacho said that Bitcoin is the best asset that we have. I agree, but I think time is the most important thing that we have. And money is just a tradable, commodified version of time. All right, I've waxed poetic long enough. Here's Nico and your panel.
Yo, how you guys doing? Literally, no one said anything when I said that. How's everybody doing? There we go, much better. Well, welcome to the second day of Mining Disrupt Summit in the beautiful state of Texas. And we have a fantastic panel for you guys. The Grid Eats Bitcoin. That sounds... I can't even say it because it would be inappropriate, and we're streaming on YouTube. We have some fantastic panelists joining us today, and we're going to have a great conversation. I'm thinking, should I be all the way on the side? Can I switch seats with you, bro? So I could be in the middle.
So now you remember me.
I remember you.
Half an hour ago.
I gotta say something about Nacho. Okay, so this is what happened. I was supposed to have a fireside chat with Nacho this morning, but then I saw his name on the thing, and I said, nah, I can't do that.
It's too many fireballs. That's the problem. Last night.
There we go. There we go. Anyways, I'm super excited about this panel, and because I think there's like a very big misconception for people that are not in Bitcoin or in Bitcoin mining that, you know, Bitcoin mining, you know, boils the oceans, it uses too much energy, et cetera, et cetera. I would say that Bitcoin mining improves the grid, or you could say in a very hyperbolic way, which is it eats the grid. But I would say that that's a good thing, and not a bad thing. And I'm going to pass it to my best friend Nacho first to answer that question. Nacho, what do you think?
Oh, yeah, you're right. We're not the devil. We're not working with shady players. Like what you see in Netflix is not true. I already talked about it. Well, you were supposed to be there, but I'm telling you now. So, yeah, we help balance the grid. I spent 5 years in Paraguay, where everything is running by the biggest hydro dam the second biggest hydro dam in the world. And what we bring to the network everywhere there is the infrastructure. So we bring investment so they can improve infrastructure. We balance the grid. We improve everybody's life. Like every average Joe gets a better service, a better infrastructure and everything, because we moved in with massive investments, and we are making it in a way that helps with labor. And again, in a country like Paraguay, dropping 150 million, 500 million like Hive will be doing in the future changes the country. Because again, it's emerging countries with a lot of energy and not that many people living in them.
Absolutely, and I want to go back to Paraguay. So I was lucky enough to actually get to film a documentary for Hive at the Itapu Dam, and I saw it's one of the wonders of the world, ladies and gentlemen. You don't understand how massive this thing is. And one of the things that blew my mind was the fact that they aren't using the majority of the turbines. They're only using a fraction of the hydroelectric energy potential from that dam. Could you talk a little bit about that? Because for Bitcoin miners, that's like a dream made in heaven,
12 gigawatts of energy there, and they have an agreement with Brazil, so it's 50-50. So Paraguay gets 6 point something gigawatts. And the average consumption is 2.5 gigawatts for the whole country. And then at the peak, they can be at 3.5 on a worst day, maybe more if they keep growing. There's plenty of room for us. So the thing again, you go to Latin America and you have to deal with governments and lack of legal framework and lack of infrastructure. So again, Bitcoin is means to an end, and it's the way we can improve those countries, improve the infrastructure, and improve or bring a new industry that brings massive investment and a lot of exposure to a country that nobody even knows. Like, I'll raise hands, who knows where Paraguay is? Like, it's going to be, you see, not even half of the people. So I think that's amazing, and that's insane of having so much power going to waste.
Of course, and then the opportunity that creates for the local community, right, where they normally wouldn't have employment, or just, as you were saying, the infrastructure that's being built, and that infrastructure is being used to power local communities as well, not just Bitcoin miners. So again, it's what I would say synergistic and an alignment of incentives, and I think that's what I don't even call it mainstream media anymore. I call it legacy media. But that's what the legacy media fails to see. It's like they demonize the use of energy. And there's this very famous, I'm going to pass it on to the gentleman on the right. There's this like very famous chart. I don't know if you guys see it, but basically energy usage and a civilization or a society's prosperity, it's literally directly correlated.
It's GDP. It's a direct correlation between GDP per capita and energy consumption in a country.
So why do you think it's demonized? Either of you guys.
You want to go ahead? Why is it demonized? Well, basically because Bitcoin is in my opinion, a threat to some of the established powers, especially economic powers, banks, financial institutions, transnational financial institutions, Bank of International Settlements, etc. And of course, they have a lot of power, and they will definitely use that to demonize Bitcoin as if it would be the devil, because for them it is. But to your point before, with regards to communities, not just the local communities, it's basically the whole country. If you are increasing the baseload consumption in a place like Paraguay, you're going to make, not only in Paraguay, that can happen here in ERCOT, that can happen in the US, in regulated and deregulated markets. As you increase the baseload, you're making the grid more resilient to blackouts. We could elaborate on why, but let's keep it at that. For simplicity, you are basically making the grid more resilient the more baseload you have.
Of course, because it creates like a buyer of last resort, right? Which makes it much more easier for, the grid operator rather than this guessing game. They always know that there's some miners that could just, turn back on and, provide that steady, they'll consume that electricity. Now, all this being said, and I'm thinking about, like the legacy media is attacking Bitcoin. What I just came to the realization that the literal name of the panel is the grid eats Bitcoin and likes it. I don't think that helps anything. But anyways, we'll just double into it. My friend, how are you? How are you doing today?
Good. How are you?
Do you know Nacho?
First time, but I was having a lot of nachos last night.
So yeah, man. Let's continue the conversation in terms of what Bitcoin does for the grid, the stability that it provides, and perhaps the misconception why, because it seems like it's like counterintuitive. It's almost as if we've been programmed that using energy is bad.
Okay, so just like our topic, the grid is Bitcoin. It's not the Bitcoin, it's the grid. So I think on the macro and economic level, so Bitcoin, usually for all the Bitcoin mining sites, it's a new way for monetizing the energy resource that in an inequality region. Like, let's say most of the sites in Texas are in the isolated area, either in the desert of West Texas or in the central Texas where there's in the very rural side of the world, the city. So for Bitcoin mining, it's basically not competing the energy resource against residential or any commercial central locations, but it's more like consuming the power, utilizing the power that has not been fully distributed in the cities or in the region in a way to better balance the grid, also better balance the energy resource, and also on the micro level. Bitcoin mining actually, brings in jobs, brings in opportunities. Let's say in the U.S., for Bitcoin mining jobs, it brings in, contractors for engineering, for the civil work, the electrical work, and also it brings in tax, benefits or tax addition to the city or to the region, to the local administration in terms of, sales tax or any other employment task. And back in China as well, when the Bitcoin mining sites are mostly happening in the rural area of the region, you have seen that local restaurants, the local grocery shop for alcohol or cigarettes has been booming a lot. So I think both on the micro level or the micro level, the Bitcoin mining is not like contradict to any economic initiative.
I like you a lot. You're very cool. That was a really good answer. I'm going to pass it on to my friend right here on the right. Let's talk about a thing that I think is misunderstood as well, right? Which is this idea of stranded energy. And you would think, okay, well, Nico, there's a stranded energy source, 200 miles outside of this city. But I think people have a misconception about the fact that there's not really a very efficient way of storing electricity or transporting electricity over large distances.
Yeah, certainly. Thanks for the question. We're looking at a really interesting time in the grid. We are looking at a transformational technology like AI touching the grid, which is sucking up mass amounts of resources. We're looking at a situation where companies are looking at their localized cost of energy on the aspect of making these projects make sense. You have resources that don't match the consumption layer. Not all sites are going to be a great fit for AI due to connectivity and various other economic factors. And yet, we have this mismatch. So it comes down to the calculation. If you have an organization that is going to deploy energy infrastructure on the grid, you have a model. And I like to say I don't get to make decisions or have opinions, the model wins. And that's just the market. So in a circumstance where we're sitting here looking at the mismatch of where the market is finding energy and where it's capitalizing these energy opportunities, we have a scenario where AI is going to, your firm contracts are being negotiated by the hyperscalers right now. That's what it is. The days of Bitcoin miners coming in and finding that brand new substation that has all that power that is sitting there at a good rate, great connectivity, those days are gone. Like, these are situations where the Bitcoin layer will sit on the monetization of that stranded asset more and more due to the fact that is the greatest way. Why run? We had a large infrastructure project that in a jurisdiction that I live around. It was $3.5 billion for a bipole. So $3.5 billion in a bipole where you can't calculate what your ROI is going to be because you can't guarantee that export contract. You have situations where fracking has changed the game on the energy scenario, wind has changed the game on the energy scenario, solar, and all of these calculations are being done for these infrastructure builds. And everybody's looking at this saying, who's going to take this power? And if it's not that perfect site, and do I think hyperscalers will move more and more to the fringe? Yes, but what it's going to also do is move Bitcoin more and more to the fringe. And there's a cost-benefit analysis in a Goldilocks zone where Bitcoin's going to meet that supply-demand model, where it's going to be, okay, this project works if we have an off-taker of X at Y. And then if that off-taker is there and capable to pull in and consume that power, we can capitalize this project due to the fact it has 100% throughput. And 100% throughput, gone are the days where people are like, oh, we're going to build a nuke plant and not know what the downstream energy situation looks like. So in the situation of stranded hydrocarbons and infrastructure projects, let's be honest. For compliance, for interconnectivity on the grid, is incredible lead times. One can build a 500 megawatt wind farm on the idea that you're going to be connected into the layer of transmission that's going to distribute that, and you're going to have the capability to capture that market in the space. But unfortunately, with the timelines for connectivity, that is a big question mark, and that makes it uninvestable. So the question is, how are we going to, in the Western world, scale a lot of that power capacity on the other side of these energy questions when they don't know if they have an off-taker? And that off-taker is so important.
I love all the panelists on here, except for Dan. Dan, where's Dan? Oh, hi, Dan. Hey, how you doing?
Hey there, how you doing?
Good to see you. Good to
Yeah,
see
you too.
Dude, so now that, a lot of Bitcoin miners are pivoting or adapting to, this AI revolution, HPC, how is Foreman positioning itself?
So we've been focused on automating load control for a very, very long time. So a lot of the comments up here come down to availability of power. How does the load respond to the grid? How does the load become kind of a perfect symbiotic relationship, Bitcoin mining load and the grid? A lot of our customers are starting to pivot to AI and HPC, but the interesting part about Bitcoin is Bitcoin pushes a lot of innovation. So Bitcoin was very firm, flat load. Well, I won't say firm. It was very flat load. They could respond very quick to grid signals. It pushed a lot of innovation in some avenues where, as it turns off, it looks kind of like a battery. It's very, it can dial down very quick. It can dial up very quick. It can be very, very precise. As our customers are moving to AI, HPC, GPU workloads, depending on the type of workload that's going to actually run, whether it's training or if it's inference, the demand from the site could be very different. So if it's training, kind of view it as making ChatGPT. Inference, like using ChatGPT. If you're making ChatGPT, it's training something and it uses a lot of power and it's very flat. If you're inference, if somebody's not logging into the website and typing a question, it's not using any power. So Bitcoin miners have pushed for innovation and flexibility. So what we are starting to see is our customers are leveraging the power that they have now, bringing GPUs to the site, and they're trying to trade between, if it's an inference workload, I'm going to pause the mining or ramp down the mining, and I'm going to let the GPUs run. And then as soon as the GPUs are not being used, somebody's not running a query on ChatGPT, Bitcoin mining resumes. So it's how do we perfectly match that together? And it's getting pretty creative out there.
Do you think there's a synergy between Bitcoin mining and the AI revolution, the necessity of, all these AI computers? They require energy usage?
They have a very different type of footprint. It's just basically how's it all used. from the grid perspective, I like some of the conversations up here about capacity and how base load can be good for the grid to help stabilize it, but capacity takes a long time to make things, so it's hard for AI GPUs to get power right now. So it's actually interesting. This is one of the first times where grids are starting to move to not being capacity backed. So if you look at PJM, there's this effort moving forward, non-capacity backed load. So they're actually going to be letting loads connect to the grid that they might not have power for it sometimes. So it's kind of like baked into when you're taking power, you're obligated to also be flexible. So it's interesting. Bitcoin kind of set the precedent for flexible compute. GPUs are coming in with a similar mindset, but they get put into this data center category. When people think data center, they think firm, flat load, serving a website that can't curtail, can't ever turn off. But it's a lot of lessons learned from Bitcoin, and it's paving the way for flexible grids moving forward.
So Bitcoin miners pioneered, built out the infrastructure, and then the AI guys are tapping into it.
They're tapping into it.
And do they complement each other?
They do complement each other, that ability to fit the load together, to flatten it out with two different types of load. The interesting thing for me is there's been this effort in ERCOT. There's a type of resource you can be to the grid. It's called a controllable load resource. And there were a handful of reasons why some people didn't participate for a long time, but lately we've been successful at getting Bitcoin miners designated as controllable loads and through testing. What does that do? That makes them able to be dialed up and down very precisely in ERCOT. So historically, ERCOT, the Texas grid we'll call it, it was manipulated based on pricing. So if they need people to turn off, they elevate price. If they need people to turn on, they decrease the price. The cheaper it is, I'm going to run. If it gets too expensive, I'm going to turn off. CLR, or controllable loads, gives ERCOT another way to do it. So now they can elevate price, decrease price, and also they can dial the load down itself. And the lessons learned from Bitcoin are starting to lead to regulatory changes where there's bills getting passed that are saying if you're above a certain size, you're going to have to be flexible. What does flexible mean? Not defined yet. But there is this push where the lessons learned from Bitcoin are getting applied to data centers. So now data centers are having a hard time getting power, and now the big conversation topic on the data center side is speed to power. How quick can I get power if there's no capacity? And it all comes down to flexibility and the lessons learned from Bitcoin.
Love it, love it. Olga, how you doing?
Absolutely. Perhaps let me frame it from our own experience and also give a little bit more background on what we actually do. So, and also diving deep a little bit more into the topic on grid and what just Dan mentioned about curtailments and everything. So we are actually a vertically integrated Bitcoin miner and hash rate services platform, from self-mining, hosting, cloud, but with energy-facing architecture. So we don't just plug into the grid and hope the prices are good. We actually build the whole stack from data center to hardware procurement to the pool, firmware monitoring, and then we basically package all that hash rate into standardized products for our customers. So that's why we actually can operate across all of the power markets, ISOs, but still keep the delivery stable. And so metrics-wise, we are right now managing on the order of 36 exahash. We're 600 megs globally with very much US focused. So we're over 250 megs in US. And, we have over 600 of cloud users active on the platform. But now let's connect to your original point. So, and that's why we actually care, about the flexible load. So from the operator perspective, what actually matters is, achieving that curtailable economics to the highest extent possible while still, self-mining was the shortest break even possible, or basically as we do delivering the guaranteed stable hash rate to the customer. And so what actually, as a hash rate service provider, what we actually had great success in is combining our hash rate model, with highly curtailed facilities on the grid, such as ERCOT and PJM. So in volatile nodes, the hubs, for example, West Texas, if you have the right Dart strategy with firmware controls and the firmware, everything set up, your power economics can basically run as, sub 3 cents, even down to 2 cents, and that's what we've seen. So as a hash rate service provider, we basically help, the facilities to monetize their load, their hash rate, while, when their like uptime, say 95, 80, or even 70% isn't really optimal.
My friend, how are you? Are you doing good?
Doing good. Thanks for having me.
Well, question for you, dude. Do you see a bottleneck potentially coming up with, this huge demand of energy that is, on the verge of being required? I mean, you see this with the AI revolution, like the amount of energy that is being demanded. Where's the bottleneck?
No, I think that's hits the nail on the head. I think, and sort of to the theme of this panel, talking about the grid, I think what we offer as Bitcoin miners is not just ways to optimize existing power infrastructure, but really drive the build-out of societal power build-out full stop. So for context, my firm, US Data, is a vertically integrated oil and gas company in Canada that's also a Bitcoin miner. So what that means is we build municipal-sized power plants in remote regions of Canada, in effect, in northern Alberta. Right now, we're monetizing that excess, wasted, stranded energy through Bitcoin mining. But in the future, those power plants are going to be there for decades, right? So in a world of exponentially increasing demand for electricity, for compute generally, what does that mean? Like, obviously, we're not going to burden the existing North American electrical grid with 150 gigawatts of AI data center demand. So I think in addition to optimizing existing infrastructure, we as miners can and are paving the way for really societal energy and power build-out and optimization on a really grand scale.
Is it safe to say that miners are building out this infrastructure without the need of government subsidy?
Yeah, it's bang on. When I engage quite a bit with the Alberta government, never do I request subsidy. The only engagement is around red tape reduction so that we can build faster and harness our resources.
Is there any other industry that does that?
Not to my knowledge.
Booyakasha. The grid eats Bitcoin. So Nacho, my friend, who I know you don't see me as a friend, but I see you as a friend. And I owe you like a coffee, maybe a drink. There is a bar back there.
I can move if you guys want.
We'll kiss with you in the middle. Don't worry,
bro. We got like 30 minutes left. Like maybe in the last 5 minutes we'll spice it up. Nacho, what do you think is the most misunderstood part of demand response Bitcoin mining?
Basically, we're dealing with people that don't understand our industry and basically don't understand their own infrastructure. So if you go to countries like, again, let's use Paraguay as an example because we were talking about it, the lack of knowledge on their own grid is insane. So all these things that we just discussed that we're bringing to the table, we need to go there, sit with the infrastructure company, with the government in the case of Paraguay, and make them understand how it's structured, how we bring these assets, how what's happening in Canada that they know very well. It's going to bring a new industry in. It's going to not only bring labor, education. Like, do you think there was microelectronic experts in Paraguay before we moved in? No. Now we have these 20-year-old kids that were probably going to be in a supermarket bagging groceries, becoming engineers and training into microelectronics because we are there. And then going back to your question is, I think lack of knowledge is the worst thing we have, and we're fighting. They are doing a great job in Canada. Formans have been doing it for a long time, but BitFuFu is doing it around the world because they have 250 here, but they're mining everywhere. So all of us, as an industry, had to go through that hurdle of, bringing knowledge to their own infrastructure because they don't understand it. They don't need to map it. It's been there forever. We grow it, according to the mayor's feel or the governor's want, or they're not thinking about the future and they're not thinking about what industries like ours can bring. And as he just stated, there's no any other industry that is as fast, as big, as committed as we are, because we're racing against 21. There's 21 million, and we're not going to get any more. So we are eager, intense, and fast to deploy because it's a race. And we need to win.
Absolutely. And there's something that you said there that's I can't emphasize this enough, you know, as the host of literally the most watched Bitcoin only YouTube channel on planet Earth. I can't tell you enough. No one understands Bitcoin. No one truly appreciates Bitcoin, and the lack of education is one of the primary reasons as to why our industry is completely misunderstood. And to add to your point, my friend, we're not as close as me and Nacho, but
not yet.
Not yet, exactly. But what I was going to say is, like, this creates an opportunity for the enemies of Bitcoin to say, hey, look, if they don't know any better, we can just Bitcoin miners are just going to boil the ocean. So I'm going to pass it on to Dan and Olga in the topic of education. Olga, I'm going to start with you. What have you guys done in terms of education? Like, what have you guys done in terms of informing your customers, regulators about the truth of Bitcoin mining and how it actually helps society, not destroys it?
That's really a great question. Perhaps let me elaborate from the perspective of like current market, you know, interconnection queues and like how we actually educate, you know, developers perhaps getting into Bitcoin. So let's build some data at this point. So like last year, 2024, ERCOT has approved about 12 gigawatts of generation. And end of January this year, ERCOT was tracking up to 380 gigawatts of active interconnection requests. So, you know, over the last couple of years, like, you know, we've seen these, you know, transmission constraints, nodal volatility, congestion queues, and, you know, all of these basically pushed the miners and Bitcoiners to like BTM developments and renewables. So, you know, if you just look at West Texas, right, there's a lot of constraints, and, you know, like, for example, congestion revenues are being like up to 200 million on just one line, and like in total like 2 billion for the whole year. So there are a lot of these kind of, you know, renewable swings, and we're seeing many of those, you know, wind developers, solar developers, gas developers, you know, they're looking to monetize. So there's actually a lot of education to be on this. In this area as well, and, you know, and how we can help these developers to monetize their assets, even distressed assets. You know, there's a lot of ERCOT, of course, works on, you know, bringing the West generation to the load centers on the East, but, you know, that takes really time, and, you know, it's in terms of like congestion, and the cost is really very costly. So I think there's a lot of education to be done, and, like, you know, the off-grid part for like Bitcoiners.
Dan, how are you?
I'm good.
You have to make eye contact with me, bro.
I'm good.
Okay.
How are you?
I'm really good now.
I'm not going to break eye contact now.
Okay. Let's. All right. Let's do it. So, Dan, what is Foreman doing in terms of educating the masses?
He's looking into my soul.
About Bitcoin mining.
He knows too much now. So what do we do?
Dude, I think I got your seed phrase.
So what do we do to educate? I think we focus a lot on load flexibility. We focus a lot on demand response and how Bitcoin can be complementary to the grid. But a big problem is a lot of people just don't understand Bitcoin. They don't understand the fact that mining economics change effectively every 10 minutes, we'll say. The price is volatile. Things go up and down, and that means that people's businesses are literally changing all day. So when we talk to anybody that's coming from a grid perspective, like even somebody at ERCOT, there was a conversation we had, and it was a simple question. I think it was maybe a little over a year ago. Hey, this is ERCOT asking this question. Hey, we expected the Bitcoin miners to turn off on this day based on how we've historically seen them respond to price. They didn't turn off. Why? And to somebody that doesn't really understand Bitcoin, they're just looking at price and saying they're price responsive. I don't think they're profitable. They were turning off a week ago at this price. Why aren't they turning off now? Well, to a Bitcoiner, let me check into it. Well, there was an ordinals thing that was taken off, and transaction fees blew through the roof for a couple of days. And what does that mean? That means that Bitcoin miners for a couple of days became almost twice as profitable, just because people were paying a lot more for transactions to go over Bitcoin. So when things like that happen, it changes the way that the grid is expecting Bitcoin to respond. And without that kind of education, without talking to the ISOs, talking to demand response aggregators, talking to suppliers on how do we determine how this load profile is going to fit into our book, you really got to start to understand Bitcoin. And that's where I like how we're positioned, because we were Bitcoin miners back in the day, very, very small hobby miners. I imagine everybody you guys are all much bigger than I ever was. So we come from the Bitcoin space. We talk a lot to the power space because that's one of the big values that our software brings. It just helps drive revenue, economics, helps mining go. And by really focusing on educating the people that we work with on Bitcoin, it pushes a lot of innovation, helps people understand how the loads respond, and also more importantly, how the loads can respond. So when we look at how does Bitcoin mining fit in the market, the way that it fit before was very simple. Demand response is not a new thing. It's been around for a very long time. This building maybe participates. I see some of the lights are on, some of the lights are off. Maybe it's curtailed. That's like one of the simple strategies that happens. There's a pricing event on the grid, or there's too much demand, not enough supply. So Home Depot, you might see some lights turn off. Maybe the refrigerator lights don't light up. Targets, maybe the AC gets a little warmer. Demand response is not new. So when somebody approaches us and says, hey, so call it 2020, I want to put some Bitcoin mining load into the market, they come with that very simple mindset. How do I turn it off? How do I turn it on? But Bitcoin mining is flexible. It's dialable. It's like a dimmer switch back in I don't know when dimmer switches came into houses. I'll say the 80s. Before it was just a light switch. Now there's a dimmer switch. And that part isn't applicable everywhere. It's not used everywhere. Why isn't this building? Why don't the lights dial down? Why don't the lights dial up? Why does it have to be so simple and on-off? So the more we educate about Bitcoin, the more we just preach about load flexibility in general. It pushes a lot of innovation everywhere, and it really helps people understand that flexible load's one thing, but like really flexible, really dialable, really surgically precise load flexibility, that's becoming something very new. And it's all because I think Bitcoin really, just the economics of it all really helps drive that question. How do we do better?
Some beautiful, beautiful signal from Dan. I'm going to pass it on to you, my friend. Speaking of education, and we have a lot of people watching us online, like and subscribe, of course. And of course, we have a lot of people watching us in the crowd. What do you think you know about Bitcoin mining, the grid, anything related to this topic that you feel you have unique knowledge on that perhaps is misunderstood by most people, and perhaps you could provide a little bit of value by, telling the audience or telling, people watching of what that unique thought or, idea that you have regarding a specific misconception?
Okay, so from HashHouse, our company perspective, we are infrastructure provider for liquid cooling solutions like hydro or immersion. So for us, on our perspective, that we, even though we don't personally or straightforward operating any large-scale Bitcoin mining operations, but we have been involved in a lot of industrial-scale Bitcoin mining projects. So for us, what we're trying to pitch, or what we're trying to educate our clients is that how can we better align with the client's interests in terms of from the infrastructure perspective to provide more automations to our clients. For example, like say curtailment of strike price. For immersion or hydro, especially for hydro, if you curtail from strike price in a winter or hot summer situation, there will be a fluctuation of your pressure management. So without being automated process to help you to dynamically change your pressure, adjust your pressure settings, it could potentially damage your whole infrastructure or your whole system. That's how we provide synergies from the infrastructure perspective, where we helped our clients to better operate their assets and to better manage their power. And from a personal perspective, because I used to mine in Texas as well, what I will recommend to our clients is that given the nature of Bitcoin miners into deregulated markets for energy management, the first metric you will look at is your profitability. So whenever you're learning into a new program or you're trying to opt into a new program, the first question you will ask for your broker or your QZs is that how much am I going to be making money for the next quarter or how much money in average will I make for the year. But that could be a step one. But step two, I would really recommend everybody who are interested in mining in deregulated markets or who are already mining but wants to learn more about power and energy resource to dig into more, to understand each of the program, like their level of contingencies, in the order of dispatch in the ERCOT or in PGM systems. And also look into the program to see which one is prorated, which one is not, which one is better for you in terms of trading off yourself with losing a little bit of uptime comparing to the opportunity cost of mining revenues. So given all those factors, so weighing all those factors in will definitely help you to make a better decision instead of listening or following the market for any decisions for your demand response program choice.
Same question to you, my friend. And great answer, by the way. I like you a lot. Same question to you. What is a unique tidbit, a unique piece of knowledge that you think people have a misconception of?
It's a good question. I mean, I'm not sure if I have a unique knowledge that nobody else has.
I think everyone does. I think there's definitely a thought that you have, bro. That
yeah, I have. I mean, the thought that I was having currently listening to the other panelists and that I think is very interesting is the topic of education. I don't know if we should be educating miners so much. I think miners are pretty knowledgeable at this stage about energy markets and how to operate in those markets where they operate. And at Brains, we are definitely there to help. But the way I see it, the education work, and I have a very good example from my home country, Spain. If you guys remember, there was a massive blackout end of April this year. And that was caused, I mean, I have been in conversations with curtailment service providers, companies that provide energy management in Europe, like SimPower. They were confirming that they were operating in the Spanish market until 2021, but they saw so little demand for demand response programs that they left the country. So Red Eléctrica Española, which is like the ERCOT of Spain, was not valuing flexible load at all, and they were just putting, most likely because of ideological pressures from the central government in Spain, a lot of emphasis in renewables without taking into account you need the other side of the coin. You need batteries, you need Bitcoin mining, you need flexible load. And that is one of the things that, I think it's not so much the Bitcoin miners, but it's the grid operators that Bitcoin miners could actually, help understand that there are options there that they can use in certain places. ERCOT learned their lesson, like they had the 2021 blackout and they learned. Now there's another challenge that was also mentioned, and I think it's very important, which is the AI demand. If we want to increase the intelligence of AI models linearly, it's a curve problem, the computation needs to grow exponentially. And for that to happen, you need to have exponential growth of energy consumption as well. So the power demand that Olga was mentioning, that's right now in ERCOT, compared to the generation that's coming online, there's a disconnect there that I'm not sure the regulators are actually able to see, and that when you look at how load studies are done based on peak load instead of taking into account flexible load, I think there's a lot of work for Bitcoin miners and companies like the ones that are sitting here today to actually help them understand, guys, you need to, like, this demand is there. It is necessary for the progress of society. It is good for your pockets. It is good for everyone. And there are ways to actually achieve the supply that is necessary to cope with that demand with things that, as Dan said, Bitcoin miners have been doing for years already and have been battle tested.
You know, the irony of what you're saying in terms of the power situation in Spain is that there's, and a lot of Europe is like that, there's this very strong push for renewable energy sources. But the irony is that a lot of these quote-unquote renewable energy sources wouldn't be economically viable without Bitcoin mining in the first place.
I mean, let me just a second, Nacho, and then I'll let you go. That's precisely the problem. They don't understand that Bitcoin mining is a door opener. It's like you can, like Nick said, you can just co-locate with a renewable resource that is constrained in its transmission, and then monetize the excess whenever whenever there's no demand, because the rest of the grid, it's a very sunny day, you can still be monetizing that excess energy. That is poorly misunderstood in Europe. There's only, the Nordics that have always been, relatively more advanced in Europe have understood that. But as I said, the company I was referring to, SimPower, they were telling me that now Red Eléctrica Española is begging them to come back into the market and offer MFRR and AFRR to customers in Spain so they can actually stabilize the grid so this shit doesn't happen again.
I saw Nacho wanted to jump in.
Yeah,
This is where I'm going to ask you, bro.
And I'm going to throw the ball to him.
It's time to switch places.
So I'll go from the top and then to the bottom. Going back to what Javier said.
You want to sit between us?
We have to make eye contact.
You want me to hug you too?
You want to sit between us so we get closer to?
Hey, baby.
Tres latinos al lado.
That's too much.
Perfecto.
Too much hot blood. Yeah.
Too much.
So going back to the two things. At the high level, we need more of you out there to educate people outside of us. We are geeks. We love what we're talking about. We're obsessed with this. But everything we're saying for us is amazing and super intense and super interesting, and we can go deep and deeper like we just did. But for the politicians, the regular people, the people that need to adopt, we're talking very, very, very deep and very, very, very complicated topics, and they won't get it. They don't understand it. What we need to do is get more people like you. I'm throwing flowers because we love each other already. So,
of course.
But the real thing is we need to educate people outside of our industry. And then, adding to what Javier just said, you can see Chile. That's 20 gigawatts of solar stranded there, no transmission. The prices are insane. They're losing their contracts with the government because transmission wasn't able to keep up with that amount of demand at the highest radiation in the world, by the way. And there's no mining there because the politicians are being greedy and they want to squeeze the generators so they can keep the asset without building the transmission. And those generators are going to go bankrupt. Batteries are not there yet. They're still expensive. We know what we do while mining. 38% uptime with solar there. That's the biggest uptime you can get in solar in the world. Plus batteries will make it impossible to mine because it's going to be too expensive. So this government needs to understand what we do and be exposed to our industry and say, hey, look, let's support these generators. Let's bring the miners in. Let's get them a little bit of money to survive while we build the transmission that's going to be paid with our energy bills. And then this country can thrive and connect those 20 gigawatts of dead solar energy that's going nowhere. And this is one country. You can see Africa. You can see the north of Africa, Morocco, Egypt, massive wind farms, massive solar farms, no transmission, no Bitcoin mining because we're not going to mine at 32% uptime. It's not profitable. So again, our industry is very complex, but if we bring light, like expose people like Nick to the public and understand, hey, this is how Canada works, this is what we do, speak at a higher level, not so deep, that will bring light to these people, and that will make what they are doing in Canada, both of them, bringing ministers that are Bitcoiners now. The red tape minister in Alberta is a Bitcoiner, like a maxi. That's unheard of. That's what's happening in the US right now. It's happening in Canada, and if we do a good job and we push people like you out there, that will be easier for us in the future.
Absolutely, and I definitely think it's heading in that direction. Like what the industry went through under the previous administration was effing crazy. And my job is to cover the news every single day in Bitcoin. And what I called, what happened during the previous administration, what people call Operation Choke Point 2.0, is it was an attempted destruction of the mining industry through death of 1,000 cuts. That's death of a 1,000 regulatory cuts. That's really what they were trying to do. So, of course, you have a more pro-Bitcoin administration with Trump going into office earlier on this year. But this leads me to my next question for you, my friend, which I hope you don't resent me for switching places. I love sitting next to Nacho, so definitely a downgrade. But anyhow, where do you think right now in the world is the most pro-regulatory Bitcoin mining environment or jurisdiction?
Well, you know what? I'm gonna sidestep the politics by pulling the quintessential political move and speak to the point that I was going to speak about. All
right, see, I told you you're resentful. I get it. I forgive you. It's okay.
The big thing is ultimately, when it comes down to policy in all of these scenarios, at the end of the day, the only thing that matters is the ROI. At the end of the day, a well-connected, efficient market has unilateral price transparency along the entire side. What we don't have in international grids is stable pricing. Why? We have a capability to transmit, other than regulatory issues. We have an efficiency problem. The efficiency problem is based on the capability to capitalize on those assets that are in situ. They've already been connected, and they're stranded. Bitcoin is sitting there. We're looking at a circumstance where there's going to be a calculation that happens in the next 2 to 3 years that talks about, is human capital at an 8-hour time frame based on X amount of tokens? And how much does that X amount of tokens cost to generate in a GPU? There's your monetization layer of human capital. So now you have a circumstance where billions of dollars in revenue is going to be driven by the situation on how can we say, if there's anybody doing keyboard mouse operation tasks, how can that be, what is a company going to do? Are they going to go to a hyperscaler or a large AI firm, or are they going to go buy a human? Well, if I can say for 50 cents, I can get 3 million tokens that is going to be in a situation to replace 8 hours of human labor. That's a calculation on that alone that is going to completely change the energy market. That calculation of, say, 2-3 million tokens, what are we sitting at? 50 cents? $1? 8 hours of human labor equaling $1. Conceptualize that. So you're going to now have a situation where you're going to have an arbitrage opportunity all over the map on that 50-cent token layer.
And your case is basically that the free market is going to do what the free market does best and take care of the regulatory hurdles without actually having to confront them head on.
We're sitting at a precipice of technologies that are going to come on board that are going to supplant a substantial amount of intellectual horsepower within the within the labor market. Humans are going to then be sitting at this scenario of saying, okay, the value that I do between 9 to 5 or whatever hour is over X. Can that be replaced with a model? Now, in that circumstance, when you're dealing with this new electrification of intelligence, you're now dealing with a circumstance where that's going to have many load profiles. You're going to have a international intelligence duck curve. I know that's kind of weird to unpack, but think about that. The energy market has a duck curve. It comes to supply, demand, and when people are using power. Well, the question is, when are people using intelligence? When can I one-shot a market program that I can build a crypto exchange on Claude in 20 minutes, when that used to take years of developing time? So it's a circumstance now where you have those value propositions. That's going to be contrasted with the arbitrage opportunities of all of these energy situations. But the question is, like Dan was saying, it's variable. That inference load is variable in this intelligence duck curve. So the intelligence duck curve is going to have that time dimensionality that is international. So the question is, what do we do in the lows and troughs? Because you're going to bring all of this insane amount of power on, and then it's a circumstance where you're going to be like, okay, what is a cognitive compute layer that has to be executed at this time frame at this time? That's going to have a different value than, okay, I need some robot to watch my sheep in this field. Like all of these concepts of value propositions based against energy consumption is where the market's pushing. And we don't even conceptualize the layers of all of this thing that's going to add on in the next 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. This AIification of our world economy is directly going to run up against this stranded asset paradigm. So the question is, again, is it a circumstance where we have a variable inference load that can make sure, because the power uptakers are going to be like, well, I need to calculate ROI. Well, how can you calculate how many sheep herders want to watch sheep in the next 5 years? Like the capability to calculate those returns on your energy sources is directly proportionate to uptime. That uptime and the calculation of ROI is directly proportionate to the use parameters. And those are mismatches constantly. So the question is, with Bitcoin, it's not the grid eats Bitcoin or Bitcoin eats the grid. It's how do we bring energy assets up? And you were talking about, Javier and I were talking about the Kardashev scale over dinner. And come on, like, yeah.
Where are we right now?
We're
0.
0.
Yeah, pretty much.
-1.
Yeah, exactly.
I've heard all the way up to like 0.5. But
we could be, but we need a lot more power in the next 5 years if we want to power this revolution. Like talking a terawatt in the next 5 years.
Yeah. And Bitcoin miners, to add to your point, are the only industry that's really moving that forward without state intervention.
Well, and this is going to be the situation. If you're a large energy producer in the next 5 years trying to say, hey, where am I going to deploy assets to get energy use online and make sure I have an ROI of X?
It's much more efficient.
Correct.
Yes.
You're equalizing your energy consumption. So if you have, say, a solar grid operator or a wind grid, these are all variable loads. So it's a circumstance, and as battery, I agree, batteries aren't there right now, but look at the oversupply in lithium iron phosphate in China right now. It's 5x of current demand with EV and BESS storage. So this is going to crash these prices as well. It's going to be another arbitrage opportunity. And when you see an inefficient market, you see variability across the spectrum. We have variability all across the world right now, and utilizing a layer on putting a Bitcoin layer with intelligence is a way that you can make sure that you're utilizing that uptime. How many transformers in the world right now are running at 10%? So we have a situation, we are running into supply constraints all across the world right now. And yet we have, say, the average utilization rate of a transformer sitting around the world, what, 10, 15, 20%? I mean, how many people in the audience have ChatGPT on their phone? You could probably look it up pretty quickly. But again, intelligence on demand. That's the scenario what we're looking at, and maximizing those arbitrage opportunities and making sure you have full utilization rate of your assets. That's where smart money is going to go.
Ladies and gentlemen, give a round of applause. Wow. I didn't understand 20% of that, but that was smart as hell. Holy cow. So we are getting to, almost the end of the panel, and I do want to give an opportunity to everybody to speak, except for Nacho, of course. But I'm going to start with you, Olga. Do you have any final thoughts, about the grid eats Bitcoin and likes it?
Sure. So I think just now great insights were mentioned. To that point, I would say, just to wrap this up, that, I think that off-grid obviously adds a third important axis. And, for both we just discussed like the topics of like generation, comparing European, Texas market, US market, constraints, arbitrage opportunities. I think that right now is a very different like cycle where really miners, AI players, like everyone is turning BTM and renewables. So, for both developer, miner, owning or partnering on generation assets obviously improves cost, predictability, reduces the basis risk and provides optionality. And that's what's really great about like US markets, like compared to European markets, for example, that, as a generator versus like a miner, you can trade around the assets and you have that asset optionality. And so as it was mentioned that, you can arbitrage between like the grid expert, and BTC conversion, when the spreads dictate so. So I think just to kind of wrap this up, that we definitely expect BTM deployments to accelerate against given this the grid demand tightens and the power allocation becomes like more and more competitive than ever before. And, if you're like a generator, for example, you're actually also exposed to, various types of risk, like, counterparty, tolling default risk, basis risk. And, it's great that, US market, like Texas market, is so developed that, you have all the instruments to hedge those risks. But it's really good that like miners can now, build and develop that off-grid, which actually acts as a natural hedge against, grid spikes, grid geopolitical dependencies, transmission constraints, which is obviously a more resilient and viable model, but capital-intensive one.
Alberta, man. Alberta. I love Alberta. Murph, that's for you too.
We got an Alberta guy right here. Love it, man. I think Olga, put that very well, and to further expand on Nick's point there. I think Nick painted a really fascinating, maybe slightly scary, slightly utopian picture there, which was really cool to listen to. I think one thing that was clear though, in that picture of the world that we are headed towards, is energy consumption is going to continue to escalate. And I think recognizing that we as miners are on the cutting edge of increasing that total efficiency, but that total power creation, that taking the energy, whether it's renewables or hydrocarbons, energy which is not easily accessible, capitalizing it, monetizing it, that I think is a contribution to society that I'm very proud to be a part of.
Amazing. Dan, one last time looking into my eyes.
Do I have to move again?
No, it's okay. What are your final thoughts, my friend?
Yeah, final thoughts. So I think everybody needs to stop viewing, from a grid perspective, everybody needs to stop viewing Bitcoin as a problem. I would say view it more as a resource for the solution. There's a lot of energy market dynamics that change all the time. Programs change. New York did a program change where they effectively merged a whole bunch of things together into one kind of model. And it helps them because it gives them a lot of opportunities to control load and manipulate it. But who was the first to show up to this new innovative program? Bitcoin. So Bitcoin became a resource to their problem, offering it into the market first. ERCOT, another big change coming up in December, real-time ancillary markets. If there's a way to do it, who's going to be the first to do it? Bitcoin. So grids are innovating. They're coming up with new ways to call resources. Bitcoin is we as an industry are very innovative. We're very aggressive. We want to move forward fast. We want power fast, but we want to be a resource at the same time. So anytime there's an opportunity and a grid wants to innovate, view Bitcoin as the way to try it and see if it's going to work and see if it can be the solution. Take the innovation, take the shot at it, bring Bitcoin along.
Hell yeah. All right, my friend, I'm going to leave you on a high note because that last bit you absolutely crushed. Nacho, I'm going to pass it on to you, my friend.
The thing I'm taking away of this is, first, new friendship and maybe something more. And
oh, yeah.
Again.
We're going backstage after this.
Oh, yeah, for sure. So, again, we're means to an end. Nick put it in a way that's really eloquent and scary in a little bit, but I think there's a lot of opportunity to go into the philosophical side of things. We're, as a human race, are extremely creative. We as an industry are raging horses running after that goal line that we all need to reach. And we are, again, the means to an end to that expansion. That AI expansion needs us to be the frontier men that will lay the land for what's to come. We'll improve grids, we'll show how to do it faster, stronger, and again, it takes 2-4 years to build a tier 4. Give us the 4 years, baby. We'll mine the hell out of it, and then we'll move to the next side. That's the future.
Woo! All right.
For us, as HashHouse, as an infrastructure provider, from our point of view, we have been dedicated into precision engineering. So we've been working with the manufacturers or semiconductor providers in terms of better products or how can we better accommodate their products. And we have also worked with manufacturing software providers like firmware and third-party firmwares on how to better accommodate their system, their mechanism to work with our system. And also from ourselves, our product-wise, we're trying to make sure when there's a power curtailment, we're minimizing downtime. We're trying to use our pump to adjust the frequency or the fan, exhaust fans to adjust frequency to better utilize the power energy efficiency. And also, on the other hand, we're trying to work with our miners, to better, and also with the SaaS providers who are, into the controllable low resource or the non-CLRs, how can they better manage their power efficiency? How can they better manage their demand response programs? So hopefully, with our help, with our dedications, and also with our clients, the mining groups together, in a few years, like say 3-4 years, the topic will not be the grid is Bitcoin, will be the grid love Bitcoin, and everybody loves it.
Woo! I love that. España, last but not least.
Thank you. So I guess my final thoughts, very summarized, would be I'm an optimistic. I think the future is very bright, and I think that this emergent property that appeared from, it's kind of crazy that Bitcoin mining is this interruptible computation, and that has created a huge opportunity for our power grids to innovate, like Dan said, and to pave the path forward for the next revolution, like the next industrial revolution that is ahead of us, which is the AI revolution, as being the buyer of last resort that allows to build that infrastructure around all that stranded energy that we're going to be definitely needing, as I said before, in order to power this revolution. So I think, yeah, like Danny said, it's going to be the grid loves Bitcoin, and the people would love Bitcoin.
Love it.
And so let us Bitcoiners make the American grid better again. Build, build, and build.
Woo! Oh my God. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the grid eats Bitcoin and likes it. Mining Disrupt Summit, Texas, Day 2. Thank you guys so much.
Mining that pays twice, exploring the economics of waste to energy and heat recovery systems, powering Bitcoin's mining next frontier. This is another big panel So I'm going to leave it to the moderator to wrangle everyone.
What is up, everybody? Good crowd, love it. So we're gonna bring everybody out. Let's see, David, let's get you out here. This is David Kennedy from BTG Computing. We're gonna be talking about wood gasification and sawmills with waste to energy. We're gonna bring out Cade Peterson next. This is Cade Peterson. He's the CEO of Softwarm LLC. He's doing heat reuse, building all kinds of cool stuff, you know, concrete plants, car washes, integrated homes, really cool stuff. Next, we're going to bring out Dan Kaler. Dan is probably doing one of my favorite projects within the Bitcoin mining industry. He's actually taking rubber tires and plastic, and through the process of pyrolysis, he's turning it into gas components and using that gas in a genset to power Bitcoin miners. Next, we've got Andy, or Pazandy. Andy is, he's a heat punk just like myself, and he is actually taking ASIC mining chips and putting them in the 3D print beds for 3D printers. So, pretty cool stuff. Next, Dane. Dane Jodan. Dane is building immersion tanks for the heat punks and for small businesses who want to integrate heat into their processes. All right, now Rick, you can come up. This is Rick Margerison. Rick is a thermal fluid engineer. He works on immersion fluids, two-phase, and he's got some cool stuff that we might talk about at the end of the panel. All right. You guys ready to talk about some waste to energy heat reuse? Yeah. All right, let's do it. Okay, so I mentioned that one of my favorite projects is what Dan Kaler's doing over here at, one more time, remind me of your company.
PowerLink Digital Partners.
PowerLink Digital Partners. Okay, so what I want to do is we're all going to kind of highlight the things that we're working on and why we see waste to energy being so important in the Bitcoin mining industry as we move forward. So I want to start with your project specifically. So just give us a quick rundown, not too long, quick rundown of what your project is and what the process is of turning rubber tires into Bitcoin.
Yeah, absolutely. So I do want to mention that, I know you had said it's a pyrolysis base. We're actually a lot cooler than that. So what we're really doing is more of a molecular deconstruction. So we're taking your base elements, your tires and plastics, and through our process, through our reactor, we can molecularly deconstruct it and turn it into its base fuels. So what you end up with for your outputs is propane and diesel. And then your liquid rubber that can be repurposed for industrialized projects, roofing, some kind of road base, things along those lines. So we can take tires, take plastics, take water bottles, take ocean garbage, run it through a process to get fuel, liquid diesel and gas propane that you can then run through any generator off the shelf that's rated for that type of fuel, and you can do Bitcoin mining, you can do any kind of heating or pump or running villages. It's the coolest, most mind-boggling thing I have ever seen in environmental power.
So let's talk a little bit about the scalability of that project, because when we're thinking about America, we have a lot of waste, but if you go to third world nations, they have even more garbage because we're offshoring our garbage to them. So with the scalability of a pyrolysis-based mining operation, what do you think about the model for developing nations or regions facing both a management and energy shortage?
Yeah, absolutely. So we are working with a number of other countries and governments that we are looking to get involved with. If you look at someone like Jamaica, for example, it's a Caribbean island. They're paying over 40 cents a kilowatt hour for electricity because all of their power comes from generators where they have to bring tanker ships of diesel in from other countries to burn diesel to create power. Jamaica also has an excess of plastics from tourism that comes through, and single-use plastics that are piling up in their landfill or that they're having to send off. They have massive stores of tires and garbage on their island that is just on the side of the road that can be picked up and they have dirt roads. So you can take all of this plastic, take all of this rubber, put it through reactors to create fuels to reduce their dependency on importing diesel, create power, lower their energy costs, and then that liquid rubber you get from the tires, throw some gravel, throw some sulfur, do some magic, and you've got a road base to make paved roads. Mind-boggling. You know, we can make these in containerized solutions that you can bring into remote African villages, and we can monetize through blockchain and through Bitcoin and coins to pay people locally to collect the feedstock that then goes into a reactor that then creates fuels to power their village, power their schools, power their medical centers.
This is why this is my favorite project in the space, because it's almost completely circular. And so I'm curious, is there any product that is being created in this process that doesn't have an integration into the system? Is it completely circular, like from start to finish, or is there a waste product at the end that you can't do anything with?
There is no waste product. There's nothing at the end. Now you do get the rubber that you have to sell or store or repurpose for something else, that if you're doing, say, Bitcoin mining, say you're a landfill owner and you're setting up and you're like, I've got, you know, thousands of tons of tires I need to process through. You can do that. You don't have to transport your gas or fuels. You can burn it and mine right on site with it. But with no waste product offput, you don't have to deal with toxic regulations. The only, you know, quote unquote byproduct is whatever your generator puts out in exhaust.
Okay. Yeah, that's good to know. Less waste is better. We want to take all the waste out, and we want to turn it to energy as much as possible. David, I'm going to shift over to you because I want to talk about the project that you're piloting right now, which is a sawmill that will integrate 3 megawatts of power to turn to dry the wood chips and other processes. So where are you generating the power? Is it off-grid, on-grid, and what is your thoughts for how that kind of moves forward?
Well, right now, sawmills tend to have a lot of waste wood chip products that are high moisture content, and they waste a lot of, or spend a lot of energy to dry those wood chips before they can send them to valuable uses. And so the owner of this sawmill was actually looking to get into some Bitcoin mining, and we started talking about it where you could actually recover that waste heat from the Bitcoin mining to dry your wood chips and then save them on burning natural gas fuel that they'd otherwise need to spend. And so in this case here, this project would take grid power, use the 3 megawatts of grid power, mine Bitcoin, which they were wanting to do anyways, and then displace burning of natural gas fuel for drying the wood chips. We've further looked at other integrations with these wood chips for further processing in higher temperatures. Similar, but a little different than the process that Dan was talking about. This would actually be a pyrolysis process running more high temperature. We end up making advanced carbon materials, possibly a liquid biofuel, as well as then a syngas, which then you could optionally use for fuel to another generator to make power. So you sort of have a bit of a closed loop system as well, where you input in wood chips, output carbon products, and energy, which you can use to mine Bitcoin.
Mm-hmm. So backstage, Dane was talking a little bit about all the fires that happen in Oregon alone, and you know this material after these fires, it's not ideal for selling to communities for wood burning. But is this something where we could take those lower quality firewoods and use that in your process?
Yeah, so a lot of those pieces of wood stranded out in the places that are fire hazards, a lot of the cost is just the labor to collect it. And so different pyrolysis technologies can turn it into solid carbon, which could either be used to sell carbon credits to the Microsofts of the world, or make energy, stranded energy, which could then turn into Bitcoin out in the middle of nowhere. So that's one of the challenges, that you end up with a solid carbon that needs to be monetized, and energy often in remote locations. So that's kind of hand in hand with Bitcoin can monetize stranded energy, and then the wood in a stranded location, you want to avoid the logistics cost of moving it far. The carbon can then be distributed back to the forest to help the forest recover and reduce wildfire risk going forward.
Could we modularize this system, like say put it all on a truck and drive it to the sites where these fires have happened, set up a Starlink connection, and start the process there? Or is this something that we'd have to off-take that fuel source to the site?
So that's a good question. So there are some small-scale pyrolysis systems happening in the woods now. They're effectively fancy fire pits. But the ones where you actually recover the energy and make something useful out of them would be more like skid-mounted trailer-type scale ones. There's a company out of Canada that's actually developed a trailer-mounted version that's about the size of 2 shipping containers stacked on top of each other. You can pull it out into the woods, set it up, make a biofuel as oil as well as a syngas. But right now, unless you monetize that syngas to power into Bitcoin, the syngas in the middle of the woods isn't really useful. And so that's where we're like tie these pieces together.
So given your background in large-scale energy and entrepreneurial innovation, what do you think about how traditional energy companies view Bitcoin mining today? Is it competition, or is it kind of a potential integration partner?
So I think most large-scale companies don't think of it as much at all. They frankly don't really care about it. They're looking at data center. I know the majors like ExxonMobil are targeting data center and things like that. I think the more innovation-minded folks recognize that Bitcoin as a flexible demand source can help balance grids and things like that. So I think it's being overlooked as a synergy to the grid in those cases, and I don't think the big companies really are even playing in that space.
So if they're overlooking it, they're not really paying attention, do you think that Bitcoin miners start becoming the energy providers of the world, and the energy providers right now kind of start to fade away as they stand?
I think you'll end up with more distributed, smaller scale demand response Bitcoin type operations, monetizing smaller pockets of stranded energy, where when you have enough scale for data center scale, that tends to be higher revenue per unit of power. So that's going to probably be the large scale operations. So you're going to probably end up with more of the 2 to 5 or 10 megawatt sort of scale distributed Bitcoin mining around the world.
Okay. So when you're integrating mining into a process like chip drying or biochar production, how do you balance the operational priorities, like ensuring that the primary business still runs optimally while getting the value from mining?
So in the case when you're drying wood chips, you already have your natural gas fired dryer. And so if for whatever reason your power went down, you continue business as usual. So you usually have some form of redundancy. The CapEx on natural gas fired drying is pretty low. And so really it's just kind of an OpEx savings when you're able to integrate the pieces together. And so you usually don't want to have a single point of failure for the core business.
For sure. So I'm going to shift gears a little bit and go back down to the small side. Andy, you're making eyes over at me. I want to bring you into this conversation. So
you set the bar pretty high there right away with these two projects here.
I definitely. I probably should have started on the smaller side, but nonetheless, we're going to go over to you. So your work integrating Bitcoin mining chips into 3D printer beds is a really creative example of heat reuse in practice. So walk us through what inspired you to do this and what problem you were trying to solve.
Yeah, so I mean, like a lot of people, I'm just a pleb.
Plebs are going to rule the world, man.
We're going to rule the world. I'm a home miner. Where I live, it's cold. Long-time 3D printer. I've been in it for a decade plus. So I was heating my basement with these miners, and I had my 3D printers down there. I call it my future room. And I'm looking at the dashboard of Brains, shout out. I'm looking at the dashboard, and I got my printers over here and my dashboard here, and I'm looking at them, and I'm like, these are the same temperature. These are both electric heating. Why are these apart? That was 3 years ago. And what more do you want me to say about that, I guess?
Just keep going.
Yeah, okay. Well, so it was a thing I never thought would be much more than just like an article on Hackaday at best.
Hold that up.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, so I thought this would be an article on Hackaday at best. This is an S9 hash board with a custom heatsink. At the time, it was like 3D printers weren't good enough, and we had Bitmain, and that's what you had. So like, I never thought it could be a commercial venture, but now here we are a few years later where 3D printers are phenomenal. You press a button and they go and they just work. Kids these days will never know the joys of melting a part cooling fan with a lighter to get it to fit on your printer. Yeah, and now we're starting to see manufacturers take us heat punks a little bit more seriously, and they're starting to integrate things that are just beyond the industrial scale, just like me and Ronald were talking about earlier. We're building beyond the bread box.
Absolutely, 100%. So when you're embedding chips into the print bed, what temperature range do you try to maintain for both optimal chip performance and print quality, or is it something that you can't really...
This was one of the most serendipitous things about this, was that miners run at basically the same temperature as printers, the print beds do, for most materials. So printers will operate somewhere between 50 and 100 C typically, but generally it's in like the 60 to 80 C range, which is right in that sweet spot of where mining chips like to be. Mm-hmm. So majority of the printing, it's a no-brainer,
Yeah,
you need to set that temperature on your Brains.
You set the temperature in your firmware, and it holds that temperature.
Awesome. So this kind of integration touches multiple disciplines: additive manufacturing, thermal engineering, and computing. How do you approach protecting your intellectual property while still experimenting and integrating in a fast-paced, moving, open-source space?
That's a very good question. So IP is a thing I think about a lot, especially in this ecosystem we kind of have, because this has been a very closed-off ecosystem up until pretty recently. But I'm all about open source. We want to see the roads laid for the future, and you need to do that in a way that people can actually find the roads and they can see that it's a road. We need that infrastructure to have these applications that other people don't think about. It's not just 3D printing. It's any place you need this low-grade heat. We're doing these tires, we're doing wood chip. I would never thought of that. So we need the infrastructure that allows companies that it doesn't necessarily need to be open source. They just need to have the ability to license out this IP to get builders to build things so they can make more money, frankly. These are untapped revenue streams for these places. So I think we need to have that shift of opening up our IPs to different companies. So I manage it. I have to have a patent on this because I don't want to get sued. You could just get sued and somebody just be like, nope, you don't have enough money. You don't have enough money to defend this in court, so it's mine now.
I spent all my money developing a 3D print bed with ASIC miners.
Basically, yeah. Lawyers are bleeding me dry, I'll just say that.
Yeah, absolutely. So how do material choices for the heat bed impact the heat transfer efficiency, durability, and safety when integrating high-density chips into the bed?
They don't really affect the safety, but as far as materials can go, I can talk a little bit about that. Since so majority of 3D printing happens with material called PLA, polylactic acid. It's doesn't matter. The properties of that material don't suit us heat punks very well. So you got crypto cloaks out there making all sorts of ducts and stuff. Sometimes it works, but you need a higher temperature material. So PTG is the way to go with these ducts that a lot of people are doing. I'm going to do a little plug here for my local filament manufacturer, 3D Fuel. They make Bitcoin Orange PCTG, which has higher temperature properties than PETG, but it's perfect stuff. Nice little plug there.
Yeah, so if you're 3D printing and you want some orange Bitcoin print material, reach out to Andy.
Made in USA.
Made in USA, not Canada.
Let's keep it here. Let's keep it in the US.
Awesome. So as someone who's building in a niche within a niche within a niche, what advice do you have to other people in the audience and in the world for how to just start building in the heat reuse sector on something that you personally love?
Don't be afraid to do something just because it's cool. It doesn't necessarily have to be commercial. It doesn't necessarily need to make a profit. Don't discount the doing something just because it's really cool. Because 3 years ago, I never would have thought that I would be, this would be my job now. That's unheard of. I wouldn't thought of that, but here we are. Like I said, thought it was a Hackaday article at best, but there's commercial ventures now here.
Yeah. I will speak from experience. I met Andy about 2 years ago at a conference that we did in Brainerd, Missouri, and he had no idea what he was going to do. 6 months later, he's talking about 3D print beds, and I was like, that was
just a year ago, cool. Funny enough. That was just a year ago. It's funny how fast it happens.
It was quick. It was quick. So I love to see the movement and the progress that you and the other heat punks are doing. Moving on to one of the other heat punks, one of my favorite heat punks in the space, Cade. You're in a Goldilocks zone, so we can't really talk too much about the power. We can't talk about the fact that you live in a town of 1,500 people and you know everyone. But what we can talk about is when you're evaluating whether a heat recapture integration makes sense, whether it's in a business or in a home setting, what are the key metrics or factors you look at to decide if the project pencils out?
First thing you got to realize is that there's different types of use case for heat. You have people that need heat and they can't turn it off. You turn the heat off, your house is going to freeze, right? So that's a type 1 user, and it doesn't matter what their power rate is as long as electricity is the most cost-effective way to heat. So if you're in a skyscraper in New York and it's 30 cents a kilowatt hour and that's the only way you heat, it doesn't matter. And so a lot of people get confused and they think it's not profitable to mine or there's no benefit to it and they discard it, right? But then you also have areas where your power is cheap enough to keep it running all the time. And so when you look at how that person is going to use the electricity to heat, you can determine how to design the system, whether you want it to run continuously or you want it to shut on and off or downgrade based upon heat demand for cost savings. So I look at obviously energy costs. I look at other available sources of heat. I look at the owner's desire. Are they a Bitcoin maxi and they don't care how much it costs? They're just going to get some KYC-free sats. What's that worth to them, right? How do they want it to run? So I think it's important to take away that every use case is a little bit different and not to discount right away mining just because your power rate might be a little bit high, because there may be other benefits. Maybe you want a snow melt system, right? Like, what's that worth to you? Maybe you get enough cost offset even though you're paying 15 cents a kilowatt hour, you're only earning 12 cents a kilowatt hour with an S21 or something. It still might make sense because in net you're paying 3 cents. So, and you're getting KYC free sats. So it's different for everybody. But I think the biggest thing is just to talk to the person who's going to use the system and make sure that they're on board with and understand how it's going to be.
So when you're onboarding someone into a heat recapture system, are you looking for people who are already Bitcoiners, or are you actually trying to like orange pill people through the process?
Truthfully, I just go to the bar and talk to people, and it's the best way. Everybody's kind of relaxed, you know. We
Training for these events.
We train for these events, yes. And we get people to talk about Bitcoin and what they think about it. And then you show them a picture of like the car wash that we built that's heated with Bitcoin miners, right? Or the industrial water tank, or the snow melt system, or other buildings that we've done where we just have central core of heating, you know, with miners. And they've never seen it before, and it piques their interest. And then also, what really makes it tangible, I think, for some people who just aren't quite orange-pilled, is that they can like buy gold and silver, for example, with their Bitcoin. And I don't encourage that, right? Although I do like my gold and silver, but I'm just saying it needs to be tangible for people that don't quite get it yet. Mm-hmm. And once they can do that a couple times and they feel more comfortable, they're in and they love it.
Yeah, it's the best thing about heat reuse I've found is when you can put a product in front of somebody that has a secondary, or we call it the primary factor, but when it produces heat and you tell them, hey, by the way, this smart heater makes money, and you don't even tell them what that money is, like, their interest is piqued, and that makes it a lot easier to introduce the idea of Bitcoin.
It seems too good to be true, right? So you tell people that, and they're like, okay, buddy, you got all the Bitcoin. You know, like, they think it's a scam. But we're bringing people around. We've orange-pilled quite a few people, and I think in our town of about 1,000, 1,500 people or so, we've got about 2 to 3% of people using it. And you know, we compare that to like a mine in Texas. You might have a small town next to it, and there's a lot of ASICs per person. In our town, there's ASICs, like, I don't know, maybe every, I would say, like I said, 2 or 3% of the people are actually using the ASICs. They're actually using the ASIC miners to heat their homes. And so as far as adoption goes, I think we're kind of leading the country in adoption as far as the town goes.
Yeah, we definitely don't have metrics to prove that, but you know, it's all hearsay. Nonetheless, you're decentralizing Bitcoin mining throughout your town, which is pretty awesome.
We've got about 120 to 130 machines out in a town of about 1,500, and they're spread out.
Yeah. So what variables like heat density, maintenance requirements, environmental conditions, or desired heat output guide your decision between hydro and immersion systems?
I don't really like, I don't want to say that. I like hydro. The problem with the hydro system when you want to run continuously is you need to engineer a heat dump into the system. And so for that reason, I like to use immersion miners, because you have a constant loop and you can set the temperature on the loop, and it's a solid environment for the computer to run in. And then you can draw from that with a separate pump, like on your glycol loop, to pull that heat out from it. So it provides a more stable environment for the computer. And also, the problem with a lot of hydro miners is they're an incompatible three-phase for what a lot of domestic locations have, and a lot of even industrial locations have. Like, for example, we only have 277 480 power, and some of the hydro miners don't run on that. So I like a more versatile miner, like the S21's good because it'll run 277 or 240, but it won't run 208. And then we have the S19J that'll run 208 to 240, but it won't run 277. So if we have a miner that'll run all there, I can run it on three-phase single leg 277, or I can run it on single-phase residential. I don't know if I answered that whole question.
Not exactly, but you know, we know that you like immersion systems. Is there a case where you would use a hydro system over the immersion system?
Yeah, I would if I had some type of firmware and compatible voltage on a hydro system, because mainly what I like to do is just set it and forget it with, I upload some brains, turn on dynamic performance scaling, and then control the output of the miner with the temperature control on the heat dump. Whereas if you do hydro mining and you don't have a heat dump, you need that firmware and some tie to your thermostat to go on and off. And so if I'm buying mining hardware and I'm looking for an ROI, I don't want to downscale my miner. I want it to run full power all the time, right? So I can get my money back. So if I'm turning down the miner that I've purchased, I'm losing time. And that's not what I want.
Yeah, so as a follow-up to that question, I think this is really important. So in scenarios where heat recapture isn't desirable, like midsummer, you know, in Texas or something like that, how do you approach system design or integration differently to manage or redirect that thermal load efficiently?
Okay, so I build all my systems with a heat dump, essentially. So even in the summertime, I can keep it going. So I operate a basic oil loop, and then I put the heat dump outside, whether that is some of my systems are actual, I would call them geothermal. They're just use glycol loops and they're buried in the dirt, or they're in concrete, and I can dump about a kilowatt of heat for every 400 square feet. So every loop, I can get like 1.5 kilowatts of dump out of it in a snowmelt system in the summer. Even though the sun's on the concrete, it still will go in the ground. So yeah, I engineer all of my systems with a heat dump. With the intent that it can support, when the market supports it, full operation of all my miners.
That's actually a very good answer. I appreciate that. So moving on to like the client side, when you're looking for a client, like who is your ideal client and how do you go about onboarding them? Other than the bar.
I love working with people that can do things themselves and understand the like construction managers or general contractors, or people with a basic DIY skill. The reason why is because there is a certain level of work that needs to be done. And I'm not a licensed electrician, I'm not a licensed plumber, but I do consult with HVAC or other folks to get that kind of stuff done. And I don't have time to go and put someone, or you know, it's illegal for me to put their electrical in or put their plumbing in. And because we're so remote, it's really hard to get people to come in and do the work. So I try to partner with people that have some self-sufficiency and can listen to basic instructions and then build it themselves in some ways. And I'll come in and you know, tell them if they're doing it right or whatnot. But those are the best people to partner with. And they're also more understanding about how things work. I found that folks that don't have basic technical skill are kind of difficult to work with as customers, because they'll attribute problems of their own making, because they don't understand what's going on, to something else.
They also have higher expectations for what a system should do, and they don't understand how the system works.
Right, I'll give you one example. So let's say you have a customer, and they're like, well, so I get 10% of the hash rate. That's what I do, right? And I'll maintain their system and update the firmware and help them keep it running. And when it breaks down, I'll go help fix it, but they're really reliable. They don't really break down much. The problem is like folks that think you're there to go turn it on for them. Okay, it's like one button, boop, that's all you gotta do. You gotta press the button. And then they call you and they're like, hey, my system's off. Okay, go in there and press the button, you know? So there's some people that have an expectation that you're actually gonna operate it for them. So I think those clear lines, if you're gonna replicate my business model somewhere else, you need clear lines of contracts, what your responsibilities are, so that it's clear up front with people.
So I want you to talk to us a little bit about, you know, you've built a lot of projects. What was like your favorite project to build, and kind of explain how it worked?
Okay, so I really like the car wash. If you haven't seen the car wash, it's located in Challis, Idaho. It's called TC Car Wash. I think it's the first one ever done, but someone else, I'm not trying to claim that if it's not true. I just want to know if anybody has ever seen one, let me know. But that was a great start, but I think the building we built from the ground up to be heated with Immersion Bitcoin miners is probably my favorite project, because from the ground up we designed it, we laid all the PECs out, we used a fog hashing B6 and 6 S19J Pros running brains and it pumps out about 60,000 BTU. We can turn it up to, we can overclock it, but it makes that building very comfortable and warm. And then when it reaches target temperature, the Brains firmware scales down the miners, right? Turns them down a little bit. We just set the target chip temperature on there and let them run, and it runs itself. And then we can regulate the temperature of the building with actual exhaust fans hooked to a thermostat in the roof. And so it radiates up in the floor, and we get natural airflow just from the heat rising and running out. So we don't need forced air in there either.
That's really cool. So what advice do you have to somebody who is looking to build out systems for their community, similar to what you've done?
I would say start with your own. Build your own project in your own garage and see how it works and make sure you understand it. And then also realize that you don't need this PhD level of engineering in each project. You don't need to have a really complex plan because the computers will adjust themselves. Like you see a lot of engineers like, oh, well, it needs to be exactly 1.21 gigawatts, you know? And it doesn't need to be, we don't need to know exactly how much power we're gonna use. We need to have a general idea what our cap is. The machines will adjust themselves as long as you're in the general range. And if you're a little bit short, you can add another machine. But you gotta make sure you got enough power there, right, to meet the BTU requirements for your building. But you don't have to get it perfect with a perfect design. And a lot of people never get anything done because they try to make everything perfect from the beginning. Mm-hmm. And in reality, sometimes you just got to start building it.
Yeah, this is where, you know, something like a heat audit from our buddy Tyler Stevens over at Exergy, you know, really comes in handy. He helps you figure out whether or not it's even feasible. So thank you very much, Cade. Dane, we're going to move over to you. You've been kind of silent and you know, brooding over there. So you're specifically working on building Immersion and a new hydro system for heat integration into personal and small business applications. So I would like you to share your vision for how everyday miners can compete with industrial facilities using heat recapture.
Well, I think the compete's an interesting argument because as one of the air conferences, it's like we don't need the creative way of, you know, mining, right? We all need the heat anyways in certain applications. It's like if you're heating with electricity anyways, it doesn't matter really what your power price is. If you're getting no Bitcoin for the heat you're using, especially an electric resistance coil, any other system is better that's now getting you Bitcoin. And my focus at Hash Rate House has been around trying to make it as plug and play as possible. The major goal is so your mom could do it, right? Like send it to them and they could do it. I appreciate, just like Cade's saying, a lot of my clients currently, it's like kind of the DIY version of it's as plug and play as possible, integrated PDU control sorts of things, but it allows them to just, okay, here's the plug you need in your outlets, have your electrician put this in, and here's a cold in, and here's your supply hot coming out for a radiant loop, whatever it is. The hardest part is a lot of people wrapping their minds around how's the heat getting generated? That's not a problem. Like we're just leveraging systems that, you know, geothermal loops have done forever, wood-fired boilers have done forever. It's just we're using heat exchangers, just a different heated medium we're now exchanging. And the system design I work with is the idea of I know the radiant loop and the supply they need, so then I design my system around that and the heat exchanger around that. So I try and do a lot of the lift to help people make it as plug and play as possible. And in the Immersion, there's a lot of wiggle room between what you want to heat, the capacity you can use to heat it with various heat exchangers in line or in series, and being able to make that profitable for people. And once they like, oh, I'm heating my hot water, well, this is great, but now I'm still dumping heat outside, but my house is a little cool. How do I make this heat my house? Mm-hmm. And that's what's fun, is it's modular to the point you can start small and like get bigger as you get more into it. So that's nice with Immersion. The hydro system I'm building is really focused around the idea of domestic hot water retrofit, and it's based around a specific miner size, and it's just about the size of your hot water heater. You can place your hot water heater on top of it, a simple plumbing, and it's the same power as your current electric hot water heater, so just replacing it to a L630 plug, 30 amp circuit. It's nice for people who actually might be renting instead of actually owning their house, because it's a simple, the circuit's already there, it's already rewired. With a lot of my immersion stuff, you need a 50 amp plug coming in so you can run it at maximum power.
What I'm immediately thinking about is not, a year and a half ago, I installed an on-demand tankless water heater, and I wish I'd known about the M30 or the M64 system before that. Is yours different than the M64, or are you utilizing the M64?
Yeah, so that's kind of it's a hard part of the whole deal. Is right now it's the M64 because it's the only single phase miner out there that will take 240, 220, 240 volt that we have here. Every other hydro miner is 3-phase, and that's not viable in residential homes.
Yeah.
So absolutely would love if there was more companies out there who made other single phase hydro miners, because what's nice is hydro does have a specific use case on the outlet temps. For certain things, you have a higher delta between your heated medium and your heating medium, right? So the higher temperature difference between those, you can have smaller heat exchangers or a little more efficient, but they all have their place. What's really nice with immersion and specific to that is 5-6 years down the road, your whole system's paid off, but you're like, hey, I got these new miners I'd like to use. More than likely, you're going to be able to pull out your old one and put it in with an immersion tank. With the hydro, until they come out with another system, that's kind of baked into the same thing. But what I like about that hydro system is it's more this plug and play simplicity for people, where I can ship them the system and it's kind of, you plug it in and it's off to the races. You know?
So are you, in that hydro system, are you using a buffer tank that heats the water up, or is it something where you can just turn the hydro system on demand, it starts heating up the water, or is there a time delta between the water getting up to temperature?
So like your on-demand hot water heater is probably a gas? Propane?
No, it's electric.
It's electric?
Yes.
Oh my goodness, that's fascinating. But yeah, anyway, so to that same thing, definitely would want this system over that. But how I have it built is it heats it up over a slower period of time. Most of the time it's like it will heat your whole hot water tank, and you do it with a circulator pump. So instead of you getting stratification in your normal hot water tank, you have hot water up here, some lukewarm water, and then some cold water down here. If you have a 40-gallon tank, you maybe have 20 to 30 gallons of actually like appropriate shower temperature water. But when you hook in a circulator pump with my system, it's constantly circulating that water, so it actually makes your whole tank 40 gallons of 120, 30, 40 degree water, whatever you want to have it set at. And when that reaches that temperature, there's control in the system to then it will go to a heat dump. If there's nothing plugged into that heat dump, then the miner will just shut off until it's back to its temp it needs. So it's kind of, it comes with 2 ports, one focused on the water control, and the other one's kind of the heat dump, which could be your radiant loop, could be your forced air loop, or you could put in a dry cooler outside.
Awesome, thank you for that. So from a design perspective, what are the biggest challenges you've encountered when building systems meant for smaller scale and customized applications, like someone wanting to heat their home, shop, or pool?
Yeah, I think you get more into, it's interesting on the consumer side, like B2C versus to business, right? Like the consumer side, there's other things like a locking lid so the kid doesn't open it up. Maybe it's insulated so doesn't have 150 degree or 140 degree oil, and
you don't want your kid touching the stove, or if they're playing in the yard.
It's not so hot. Like you touch it, you'd be like, ooh, that's hot. It's not gonna instantly, because it's metal and all that, but it's still like some of those design considerations that, if it's in the area and you dump a bunch of water on it or whatever it is, there's certain things that design aspects that you want to have for a or a customer versus an actual business. And on that side, I'm trying to get away, towards the immersion side. Oil's fine. It's like really dealing with leaks and how to make it as contained as possible, because it's a lot of oil and you don't want that ending up on someone's floor. It's mostly biodegradable. It's not a caustic thing by any means, but it's still it's an oil, right? It's not really made to be
slippery.
In home. Yeah, it's slippery in home environments. So I really like actually a couple integrations where I just have it's installed outside, and it's waterproof and it can be outside. And then
like from a business perspective, if you're servicing that unit for somebody, you don't want to go in their house, 100%. Right? You want it outside, and I think that's a great design consideration for sure.
Yeah, so I think that hits the nail on the head. Is you don't want to have to put on your little rubber booties and go inside in someone's home, right? It's a different side of it, but I think people are used to that from a service industry, but it's also nice if you don't have to. You could just, and kind of going on that, where I appreciate hash rate heating is allowing the actual service model on, you get your hot water replaced, your furnace replaced, like, did they tell you to replace your anode or whatever in your hot water heater every couple years to stop rusting out your tank? Did they tell you to drain it every year to keep the scale down? No, because they're incentivized for that hot water heater to break, and then they'll come out and get paid for it. Where I think the golden goal of all this is you make a system simple enough that anyone could install, and then they're actually incentivized to, hey, we noticed your hash rate dropped, we'll send someone out to fix it. Now, Cade's incentivized for his computers to run at maximum efficiency, or whatever person, so then it's like, the end user doesn't see a change in their user experience, right? They turn on their hot water, they have hot water for their shower, but they're now getting that offset Bitcoin rebate, as you can call it, right? And they're also now having someone to make sure their system's running at peak efficiency. So your hot water heater hopefully will last a heck of a lot longer. And then if for some reason it's broken, something happens, the heater's very replaceable by someone else, and it's a smart heater, it's able to scale. I think there's a lot to be left, lot to be wanting for Bitcoin heating that I love. It's kind of, the sky's the limit. So
yeah, it really flips the incentives completely around on all sides, from the consumer to the actual developer of the product. And I think that's what kind of captured me on the heat reuse side of things. It's like, what does the world look like, 20, 30 years from now when all the heat systems for comfort heating are built off of a Bitcoin standard and not a, dumb model that kind of takes advantage of you as a customer.
And I think too, just with that, we've kind of alluded to it a couple of times, is currently the resistive coil heating, it's like teasing the bang on and off, right? Like it's on 4,000 watts and then shuts off. Like there's also a grid, what do you want to call it, like reliability or standpoint to that, is like if you actually can scale it up and down, it's a smart heater, you can actually remotely, I know Ardyne does it and some other firmware, some other firmware stuff, but like being able to actually then have your heater, if you want to opt into it, to allow the grid to control when I'm heating, when I'm max heating, maybe I just need the heat so it doesn't shut all the way off, but it's just to heat my house. But it's like, hey, it's actually cheap. I mean, obviously speaking in Texas, we don't have the variable rates that you all do here, but I'm kind of preaching to the choir, I'm sure, but that availability to be able to scale and adjust based on power price, based on grid demand and reliability is huge for a smart heater.
Absolutely. So can you walk us through an example of a successful integration that you've done? What did the setup look like, and how was the heat used efficiently?
Oh man, you can get as mild or as wild as you want with it, I like to say. I mean, successful ones I really like where right now is the best case is I have one heating a hot water tank with that circulation pump, so the hot water tank's fully scaled. It's also in a bigger house, so you do what they call a return loop, so it actually pulls hot water from the furthest faucet. So instead you turn on your hot spigot and wait. Okay, now here's my hot water, I can wash my hands. It's instantly hot there because it's always circulating hot water through that loop, and then when it comes back is when it goes through that heat exchanger of the miners back into the hot water tank and goes, and then off that, then it's also have a heat exchanger in the plenum of their in their furnace, and that's all fan controlled, so then it just turns on when their house is at 68 and they want it to be at 72. Now the fan kicks on and blows air past that heat exchanger, and then it also has a heat dump in that specific spot. But what's fun is 99% of the time it's not even operating outside because all the heat's being used. It's like, oh, just turn up the heat in the house and open a window if you want, And so I really like that, and that's everyone's home. Everyone likes hot showers, even if you're in Puerto Rico, right? Anywhere where you don't want the heat, you still want a warm shower, right? So I think really heating's anywhere. It's just the size of the system is really where I like to focus as a company, is helping people understand what style and size system best fits your need, and kind of like what Cade was getting to is there's a really nice, not even niche, but talking to your customers so they understand what's going on. I'd love to help build a system that makes it so they don't even have to know what's going on, but they now have hot water and a Bitcoin rebate, and we're all hash rate heating now. And I think that's kind of the start with the hydro side, because it's simpler to just send to them and they can plug it in and it goes. I like Immersion though, it just has a couple more steps. So it just depends on the client.
Absolutely. So last question for you, Dane. For someone in the audience who is thinking, this sounds great, but what's it really cost? What are the major economic factors to consider when deciding if a heat reuse system is worth building for you?
I think it's worth it for everyone, obviously.
But how do you convince them?
Yeah. I think not even convincing them, as we kind of alluded to it a little bit already. I think it depends on what's your focus. Is your focus, I want heat and it'd be fun to have some Bitcoin? Or is your focus, I want Bitcoin and I can heat my house? I think that's where the Immersion plays in, is you can pick a gambit of miners. You can pick a S19 for a couple $100, throw it in there. It's a 2-miner system would be 8,000 watts of heat, which is more than enough for most household applications. And you could turn it into your hot water in your home and you're doing great. If you're like, I actually really want Bitcoin and I'd like to use the heat, you can buy brand new, cutting edge miners and put them in there and they'll create the same amount of heat, but just more Bitcoin. So the ROI is about the same, but by the time that ROI comes in, let's just say 2 years for a random number right now, but they'll both be about a 2-year ROI, but you'll just get more Bitcoin after that with the newer miners. So it really just depends on the client and what they want. Some of the S19s are actually quicker depending on your power price and if you're using it in a heat or heat dump.
Yeah, and like once people get that micro infrastructure put in, they get the tank, they get the oil, they got the power upgraded, they got the conductors run, that's a one-time expense. And they can always upgrade and throw a new miner in there.
100%, and I think that's a great way of putting it. It's a lot easier pill for people to swallow when it's like, hey, here's my system, 2 miners, $1,000, you get heat. Oh, you like this in 2 years? Well, let's get you some nicer miners in there, and it's a simple swap.
Absolutely. So we're going to move on to you, Rick. We got a little bit of time left. You've got some fun things we want to talk about at the end of this. But what is the most overlooked engineering challenge in turning waste heat into usable BTUs for greenhouses or other industrial spaces, and how do you design around it?
Well, before I talk about that particular subject, I just want to say all the stuff that you guys are doing is awesome. It's passionate. I don't get to play in that space as much anymore. But, I want to add to what these guys were saying. If you're using heat in your home, you're paying a certain amount of kilowatt per hour every single day, whether you want to or not. It's just a mandatory option. If you don't want to do Bitcoin, install it anyway. It's going to pay back into that. So instead of paying your 8 cents, you can knock it down to 2 cents by immediately taking that profit and applying it directly into there. So, in my opinion, everybody on the planet should be looking at these guys and saying, they want this, because if you're looking at saving money, you don't want Bitcoin, it doesn't matter. Just follow what their suit is and you won't be sorry.
Okay, so thank you for that, because we also agree that it is very important and everybody should be mining Bitcoin and holding the Bitcoin for the future. But nonetheless, the question is, what is the most overlooked engineering challenge in turning waste heat into usable BTUs?
Mostly changing people's minds and the perspective of how they look at it and how they accept it. Everybody's scared of the unknown. And so making it simple, making it the simple push button, on and off type of thing, that's really key. Teaching people and the general public how simple it can be. That it's even easier than your current infrastructure that you have in your home that's doing the heating. I think that's really key. But the actual real challenge that I find in a lot of these spaces is the management, the telemetry for the APIs that you're trying to work with, and having that common place where you go from this miner to that miner to that miner, the liquid connections if you're doing liquid cooling. There's no real standardization that's in this space yet. You go from this company to that company to that company, and every single connector is different. OCP, of course. Some of my background, they use these quick disconnect units, and those are all standard now across the board whenever you're making an OCP certified unit. I would really like to see manufacturers all over the place adopt this sort of thing, so that instead of having that vendor lock-in, that you get that customer who has the choice. What we do here is all about choice. And so if you have that backplane that says, I want to run this manufacturer, but next year when you want to do an upgrade, I believe that you should have a choice.
We need standards and protocols.
Yes, exactly. And to be able to change that.
No government, though.
change that out in order to choose what you want, whenever you want, when you want it. I really think it should be the end user and not vendor lock-in. No offense to any vendors out there.
No, we agree with that. You know, a lot of us come from the open source side of it, where we want people to be able to choose and build based off of what they think is right, instead of being locked in based on what the vendors think. You know, we might like one tank from one company and the power cables from another company and the fluid from another company. We don't want to just be locked in to purchasing all of our equipment from one company. So
be flexible.
When you're working with immersion systems, what are the real-world efficiency trade-offs between liquid-to-air exchangers versus hydronic heat transfer loops?
Hydronic loops have something called turbulators built in from the factory. The one thing, if you're running a water glycol mix compared to a dielectric fluid that's running through the pipes, those coolers, they're not really designed for most of them, like the big ones, the small ones, they're not really designed for cooling the different types of PAO, synthetic hydrocarbon fluids. That is the dielectric fluid that's used in these systems. The problem is that the turbulators that are inside of that push that oil against the side, one of the biggest problems is that people don't have an understanding that these exist. And the reason that they actually work properly is because it pushes that fluid against the side. And because the most slippery thing against the oil is oil. So it passes through the middle doesn't cool down properly. It's all the outside that stays cool, but it never really leaves that cooler. So having that turbulator on the inside and using a properly designed hydronic system really helps a lot.
For sure. So what role do you see for modular tank systems in standardizing heat reuse deployments?
So I've done a number of different deployments since about 2017. Back in 2019, 2020 area, I created a CSA certified 20-foot unit that ended up using for a number of different provinces in Canada. Originally, that's where I'm from. So I have some stuff that's deployed in Manitoba, some stuff that's deployed in Quebec, some stuff that's deployed in Ontario. The big biomass heaters that are out there, 50 feet long, 3-4 stories tall. That's what I was replacing. I don't get a chance to do a lot of residential stuff anymore. A lot of my stuff is a little more commercialized, industrial sized. Replacing these types of things where no more wood chips, it doesn't mean that you just have the safety risk that's removed, but you also no longer have trucks that are running. You're not burning gas. You're not doing oil changes. You don't have the mechanics. It simplifies and reduces costs of running these types of businesses. And it's just dramatically different whether you're heating air in a greenhouse, whether you're preheating water in a refinery that's malting. You bring it to that location where it's 50 to 60 degrees Celsius. Usually everybody's using well water in these industrial types of scenarios, so you got that common 13 degree out of the water temperature, no matter if you're in Canada, USA, winter, summer, it's all about the same temperature coming out. So going from 13 degrees Celsius all the way up to that 6 degrees Celsius is a massive savings. So we have one brewery that was in Manitoba before they shut down that was doing that, and they were using 5 megawatts as an example to do that, and we brought it down to they were down to 1 megawatt for heating after that, and the rest of us were going to Bitcoin mining.
That's incredible. So we've got about 5 minutes left. You told me backstage you have something that you are really excited to talk about, so I want to give you a couple of minutes to talk about this. Tell us what's happening in Brazil.
Sure, yeah. So everybody's talking about stranded energy everywhere, and for those, just throw a blanket statement out there, it's when there's wasted energy and nobody's using it, it's just sitting there, it can be reused, and people are trying to snatch it up and consume it because it's really the only thing that's out there. Power is one of the hardest things to get on an industrial level for sure. But at the opposite end of the spectrum, there are countries out there, Brazil being one of these particular countries, we've coined a new term. We have curtailment in Texas, which is really popular, where you shut down and it goes back to the grid. But at the opposite end of the spectrum, it's 20 degrees outside, people have the windows open, they're not using heating, they're not using cooling, you have all this leftover power at the actual energy company. So as opposed to being stranded on sites, it's actually stranded at the manufacturer or the power provider. So the Brazil is actually taking on a new anti-curtailment, is a loose coin that we're actually throwing around these days. And I'm working with a group that I just got approval to release with clearance to be able to talk about it, where right at the power level, all across Brazil, many, many hundreds of megawatts where they're going to be able to say, okay, we're all floating it right next to our solar panels in the big water, which is waste heat water and stuff like that. We're going to be able to take all that stranded energy that's at the provider side, turn that into Bitcoin mining. It's going to actually help the people that are over there. And a lot of the heat that's coming off of the Bitcoin miners is not contaminating anything because it's all wastewater, number one. But number two, we can use that heat to help bolster and boost the capabilities of each one of the solar panels by running a little bit warmer water through it.
That's pretty incredible. So in the last 3 minutes, if any of you guys have any advice, any last words that you want to say to the audience, any words of wisdom, I'll give you a chance to do that. Then we'll wrap up and let the other panel come up.
Yeah, I got something. I've been saying this to a lot of people while I've been here. So the block subsidy halvings don't scare us.
No.
We're not concerned about block subsidies. We are concerned about heat. So I have a vision of the future where Bitcoin has a base load hash rate that is completely independent of the exchange rate of Bitcoin and completely independent of the electricity price used to mine it, because we need heat for industrial purposes all year round for productive uses.
Not even industrial, I mean residential. It's in Montana, Idaho. I mean, there's places, I grew up in Montana. Our heater, you know, your heater could be on 8, 9, 10 months a year. So I think it's everywhere. Amen. I think it's everywhere.
Base load hash rate.
Yep.
I love it.
One thing I love explaining to people when they ask me about Bitcoin and the dirty energy use and how it's ruining the world, I point to the fact that Bitcoin mining is the #1 driving factor for renewable, repurposed, for logical, modern processing of creation of energy, repurposing heat, and making use of what is there and reducing waste.
We're living in the frickin' future.
Yeah, and like the ROI, like putting on solar panels with a 30-year ROI or whatever, like, okay, you're putting it back in the grid. That's kind of the same thing you're talking with at the generation. If you can capture that heat at the generation, so it's now not going back into the grid, which is probably being grounded out because everyone else in California's solar panels are running right now or anywhere, right? So if you can actually use that at your location now, you're like, I have a brand new solar array. Like, oh, I should actually just use this power. And this is something I really enjoy on the control side. There's some APIs I've been playing around with on getting current transformers on your feedback. It's like if it's sending, 2, 3, 4,000 watts back to the grid, the miner upscaling to that to eat that power instead of sending it back. So yeah, I think it's kind of as wild as you want to get, but I love it.
For sure. All right, guys. Well, give it up for our amazing panelists. I really appreciate you guys showing up today. And give it up for the organizers of Mining Disrupt. This was an incredible conference. Thank you so much.
Don't stop building.
Don't stop building.
Don't dither, just build it.
And hash for heat.
Yeah.
Great job, guys.
Thank you, Trey.
Everyone. Next up, the panel is going to be interesting. It's the AI panel, and there's a lot about the whole AI thing. I'm still learning plenty about Bitcoin, and so this whole introduction to this merger of miners doing AI stuff, I didn't even know what HPC meant until like half an hour ago, so I had to ask somebody, Nacho actually, and yeah, high performance compute. And so I'm going to start this whole thing with more layman level questions because I can't be the only one here that is not fully knowledgeable about the AI thing, and then we'll move into some more deeper stuff. So I'm going to bring up here Luke Rossi of Hive. Luke. I think he's back there. We got Brian Snyder of Art Digital Holdings, Brian Hurwitz of Evertas, Ethan Ellenberg of Moonshot. Let's see what everyone's doing. Come on.
Let's go.
Oh.
Crank the music. Come on, like where's the Beastie Boys? All right.
Doesn't matter. Oh, okay.
Supposed to sit under ourselves? Nah. Right in front of the
I was
camera.
not put on this panel.
I like this one.
So I can hang out up here. Yeah, go ahead, sit down.
Spread out. We're good.
All right, fellas. So, like I was just mentioning, I just learned what I'm going to stand over here so I can keep an eye on everything and then look at my notes here. So, HPC, high performance compute. You were talking, Brian, some wild stories in the world of data centers, and it seems like to me, this is maybe a little bit esoteric here, but zooming out, that Bitcoin, it kind of has a Wild West vibe to it. There's a guy I follow on Twitter, his name is 100 Acre Ranch, and he's just out there doing stuff kind of on his own, figuring it out. He's got some helpers out there, but it's, you look at it and you don't see clean, sleek, cyberpunk, nice and tidy, and the image that I get in my head when I'm hearing people talk about AI is that. It's like an android's brain, and it's all perfectly precise. Is that accurate? And is it because of the nature of what AI is doing, it has to be clean? And why is Bitcoin so DIY and punk in comparison?
Well, yeah, I would say, look, Bitcoin mining is all about cost control. So the reason why you see these facilities for so cheap is it's to control the costs. You know, you're looking to get an ROI as quickly as possible. It's very competitive with everybody else on the field there. Where AI and, you know, the traditional legacy data center world all comes from redundancy and high availability. So when the systems you're looking at a Bitcoin mine, you know, we joke about it, we call it tier 0 or negative tier, as he was putting out earlier, because some of these things are literally put into chicken coops with electrical plugged in and Ethernet. Now that's evolved a little bit on our side. We've seen hydros come out and other units come out, so it's definitely kind of advancing a little bit, but the main difference is high availability on the data center side and the HPC space, where if we go down for a little bit with Bitcoin, we don't lose anything. As soon as it's back up, we start making money again. And that's, I think, the primary differentiator in the economics for those facilities.
Yeah, I would say, you know, from a cost standpoint, you know, to your point, Brian, you know, Bitcoin mining, you know, you're about $350K per megawatt from an infrastructure standpoint. And in AI, you're between 7 to 10 million. And so they're just a lot more money into the AI market. And for what Brian said, it's because of redundancy.
Yeah, and building off of that, and just that's just the infrastructure capex. But when you look at what you're actually plugging in, you know, once you factor in infrastructure and ASICs on the Bitcoin side, you're plugging in the newest generation. You could be looking at $1 million to $1.5 million per megawatt. On the HPC side, if you're plugging in, you know, if you're using, let's say, an $8 million capex per megawatt, just to get a cluster of H200s in there, you could be looking close to $40 million a megawatt. So when you have that much money invested, you're definitely going to build infrastructure and redundancy to protect that investment.
And on Evertas, on that side of things, how much are you seeing on the insurance side of things that talk about what they just mentioned?
Yeah, so there's definitely a really tight overlay in terms of excitement when we zoom from crypto mining, which is all about speed and cost minimization, to the AI space, where cost is a secondary concern because the margins are so much fatter. So they're much more readily insurable, and that's reflected in the price as well as the range of coverages that we're able to offer. Yeah.
Is there any indication, this is for anyone, any indication that that those margins you just mentioned, those fat margins, are going to continue? Is that what is driving some of this interest in the AI? Is that are they chasing this golden goose that is going to be butchered in the next couple of years, and they're trying to get it as soon as possible, or is that goose laying eggs that is going to beget more children?
It's a race. The reason why there's so much money is $1 trillion invested in AI. It's probably the only reason why our GDP is actually where it's at right now. If you take away the AI investments, our GDP is basically flat in terms of growth. But that $1 trillion, what that represents is people are in the race to building smarter, more capable models. And at the end of the day, those smarter, more capable models are the ability for companies to get rid of labor resources and replace them with basically these large language models. And in order to train these models, you have to use an incredible amount of energy and a incredible amount of basically chips and servers and infrastructure. So all this money is basically going into a giant arms race, which is occurring not only in the US, but globally. And I mean, you're sure you see that if you watch the news and politics and everything else. To better understand it is, you know, the US wants to be in a position where we have the smartest models, best models, and most capable, you know, AI inference, because it is the next arms race in a lot of ways.
And I think it's very interesting to see the situation, the dynamics in the AI space right now. What we're looking at is the model side being trained, and it's a circumstance where this is the booster being built. We're not even talking about the application layer we were putting on top of the rocket at this point. Like that layer of AI training, obviously we're pushing the highest and best GPU use, but let's be fair. When it comes down to the economic side, I put my first SP10 spawn dually in a data center. And I'm going to say to you, we're not putting Bitcoin in tier 4 data centers these days. And it all comes down to the economic side of it. We looked, geez, it seems a lifetime ago, but 2-3 years ago, we were talking about these massive AI, or these massive data center groups that had 5, 6, 7 year build times on these massive infrastructure projects. They're over-engineering every single aspect of the integration layer, and a majority of that capital is irrelevant right now because it doesn't fit the match of what we're building. And the issue is right now, like, had you told me 5 years ago Meta was going to put multiple billions of dollars of GPUs in a tent, I would have said you're smoking crack. Like, it's let's be fair, like nobody called that. But right now, we are in an arms race, and it's all about scale and efficiency, speed. And speed to market right now, it doesn't matter if you make ChatGPT 3.5 right now. If you're a company and you release that model right now, it's irrelevant. So we have a situation right now that everybody's fighting for this frontier, and nobody cares. Ultimately, at the end of the day, nobody, and I say this Midwest analogy to Bitcoin mining. At the end of the day, nobody cares about your cost of your tractor. They care about the cost of your bushel of corn. And the direct economic effects of AI will be completely based on that token parameter. And we haven't seen the hyper-commoditization of AI right now, but as we push into the situation where that trash can over there has a AI sensor into it, signaling the AI robot to come pick it up and dispense it, the functionality of our use of compute is directly proportionate to the cost basis. In the 60s, chips were in an Apollo module. Now I have chips in my vape in my pocket. Like this is the situation. We never go with less. We always build for more. So as we scale this, the direct economic viability of those use cases is directly proportionate to how we optimize that commoditization layer. And yes, right now, I will say it's a circumstance that we're talking about percentages of US GDP are being deployed on AI compute right now. It's phenomenal. Had you, again, said that to me 5 years ago, I, again, would have said you might have been on something. So right now we're looking at this massive input. On the supply-demand cycle, people are saying, oh, it looks like the internet earlier, or the fiber builds of very early iterations of the internet with dark fiber. And they're like, oh, it's an overbuild, it's an overbuild. If you told somebody that you were making a gigawatt electrical source when electricity came out, they would have thought you're insane. Now it's nothing. And we're trending towards that. As a circumstance, I've seen an absolutely mind-blowing concept recently about the tokenization of 8 hours of human intellectual work coming down to a couple million tokens. And that basis point's like 50 cents right now. So where are we going with this? When this comes to a level where it's integrated in all functions of society, we're not talking about the pie right now at the size it is. The percentage of the pie is going to grow exponentially. And with our linear compute paradigm to keep on the scaling trajectory, we have to grow the compute layer exponentially. So at the end of the day, it's all about strategic use of capital to deploy as quick as possible, because we're going to a spot. Other spaces in the world are scale pill. They're bringing on more compute or more power infrastructure in different jurisdictions than are brought on in North America in years, and they're doing it in weeks. So ultimately, it's going to come down to a scenario of delivering on time, understanding the supply constraints, bottlenecking those supply constraints to build the next generation.
Something you mentioned in there, obviously, is all this stuff that is going to have AI, your trash cans, your vape, all of this stuff. Something that all of those things are going to need is energy. Is all of that energy that's going to be built out, we've heard talk about, oh, hey, maybe nuclear, maybe we should change our tune on that. Maybe it's not this horrible thing that's going to nuke everyone and Chernobyl, everything. So it seems like that narrative, I hate using that word, but that narrative is changing as time goes on. People are waking up to the reality that, oh, actually, well, maybe some parts of Europe aren't, but some people are waking up to the realization that nuclear is a really good source of a lot of clean energy. Is all of that just going to get eaten up by AI? And is any of that going to trickle down to the people like my mother and father who have no clue about what we're talking about here on any level whatsoever, which is probably the mass majority of the world? Are any of the energy that's going to be built out, it has to, for all of this stuff that's coming that you're talking about, is any of that going to trickle down to the regular people when it comes to the energy, or is it just going to energy stay the same? Or even worse, there's not enough energy because the AI is eating up so much of it, so energy prices are going to go up.
I'll jump on that first. So I think universally people love the concept of clean energy, whether that's solar, wind, nuclear. There's a couple people on this panel that are pushing clean energy forward based on their builds, because those things don't just magically appear at the snap of a finger. You need defined revenue. So whether that's going to be produced via hash rate or in the case of long-term enterprise level contracts with recurring revenues, once you have that locked in, then you can spend the CapEx, which is demonstrably as in orders of magnitude larger for AI builds than it is for crypto builds. So if we want more clean energy, figuring out how to monetize that, and AI is a great way to do it, is going to help us produce more clean energy as a society.
And I'll chime in here as well to answer your question here as to what it's going to do for grandma at home. The advent of these AI data centers pushing forward is driving clean energy innovation. So not just necessarily building out more nuclear, but building out more solutions and other technologies in there. And as you have loads like AI data centers and large-scale mining operations pushing for more and more power, developing this new technology, the end result is essentially going to be a subsidized access to newer, cheaper, cleaner, better energy for everyone, even though AI is paying to get us there as we decommission old power generation because it's just obsolete. The net gain is grandma at home whose all new technology is consuming more power, but they can get it at a better, faster, easier, more trackable rate than they can nowadays.
Luke, have any of your customers already made extra money by switching over, swapping even a percentage to AI, and what is that looking like for them?
When you say our customers swapping over to AI,
well, so how much of your you got into Bitcoin, as far as I understand, is that correct? That's where things started?
Yeah, so we started as an Ethereum miner.
Oh, okay.
And basically our history is we started as an Ethereum miner. We ran about 130,000 GPUs, more than that actually. Close to 2021, obviously we knew that Ethereum eventually was going to switch to proof of stake. But the margins were so good that we still wanted to try to get as much revenue as we could. So we made a strategic bet. We bought 40,000 NVIDIA grade data center grade GPUs and initially got them cash flowing mining Ethereum. We were able to transition those GPUs into HPC compute after September 2022 when we could no longer mine Ethereum anymore. Obviously, it wasn't as simple as just changing, putting that compute up for sale. It's a completely different business. The technical requirements and specifications on the server are completely different. So we were able to reuse the GPUs, but literally every single part, other part of that is different. New servers, new RAM, new CPUs, new racks, even a different data center in most cases. Had to move them from our standard Bitcoin data center to a tier 3 facility that had full redundancy. So for us, this isn't something that we've just started doing. We've been generating revenue off of HPC and AI for years. And just this year, we hit 20 million ARR. We're projecting to grow 5 times that next year to 100 million ARR, deploying over 30,000 GPUs. So yeah, for us, AI and HPC is part of our strategy along with Bitcoin mining. We think them as complementary. It's a dual engine strategy. Bitcoin mining for us, we've been doing it for a long time. We could generate cash flows quickly. We find stranded and excess renewable energy. We could set up operations quickly, start cash flowing, and then when the time is right, when we're ready and the market dynamics align, we're able to transition those sites in phases into AI compute. And yeah, it's not as simple, like I said, it's a completely different shell from one biz to another, but we're basically able to leverage our cash flows from Bitcoin mining to then fund and quickly scale our AI compute. So it's a cycle where one builds on the other and both work together. And that's how we've been able to do this successfully at Hive.
That sounds like quite the operation. Ethan, are you able to talk on what that looks like from a ground level and why somebody would go? Obviously, margin, the money, but is that really the end of the day the only driving factor why somebody would go through all of that, move their equipment to one of these higher tier facilities? Is that it's just the money?
Yeah. It's definitely a money play. We have one of our clients. I was just looking at their share price when they went from Bitcoin mining to AI. They went from $4 to up to $15 per share overnight, and so it's pretty crazy watching that happen. But from an infrastructure standpoint, it's a major difference between Bitcoin mining to AI. You're talking about, obviously redundancy. Bitcoin mining, there's zero redundancy, right? That could get shut off, no big deal. AI, you need dual power feeds, you need dual fiber feeds, you need, UPSs. And so the equipment infrastructure just to handle that is, 4 to 5 times larger than Bitcoin mining. We have a switchboard back there that we built for HUD 8. It's a single section, 4,000 amp with a bunch of feeders in it. Basically, you go transformer, switchboard to a PDU, and then you're mining, and then to your miners. If you go look at an AI infrastructure, it's a 9-section lineup. You're going out to UPSs. You have dual feeds coming in, and so it's not just that. So you got a 9-section lineup. You got another almost the same size, 40-foot long by 90-inch tall UPS system. And so just the footprint to go build these sites is absolutely insane. We're seeing 3 to 4 times the size from Bitcoin to AI.
On that note, I can chime in a little. I do a lot of consulting with Bitcoin mining entities, deploying site planning and project operations. And as it's been referenced a couple times, tier 3 data center, tier 4 data center, 99% of your Bitcoin operations are not anywhere near that. We found cheap power, we're going to set up to mine Bitcoin, we're going to curtail, we're going to have demand response, we'll have 95% uptime, 92% uptime. That doesn't really cut it for AI. So I've had at least a dozen different companies that I support come to me and say, what can we do to add, a half a megawatt of AI compute, or how can we find a hyperscaler to come in? Well, you're 10 miles off the highway in the desert with no fiber, no infrastructure, no redundant power, no gas gen sets. You really can't. You have to have substantial infrastructure in place because AI companies aren't going to come in and accept 92% uptime. They're going to want 5 nines of availability of power. You're going to need redundant access. And the other aspect to consider is when you are a large-scale mining operation looking for a hyperscaler or someone to come in, you have your power purchase agreements, you have your power contracts. AI is a massive power draw, but it's not a consistent base load. Usually a lot of your AI is going to be running at peak times when there is operations from GPT or Copilot or Gemini or whoever's running requests, whoever is putting workload into the system. So when you're at 2, 3, 4 a.m. and your power provider is saying, hey, I need you to take all of this load, and you don't have it with AI, you've got to have some kind of supplemental there or as well, or you're going to have penalties that you maybe didn't factor into your contracts with your new hyperscaler friends.
Am I mistaken in thinking that location of these AI centers matters? Because in my experience, when I use Bitcoin, TikTok, next block, 10 minutes, I don't really, it's whatever. Like I send a transaction, I know it's going to be 10 minutes, maybe, oh, I got lucky, it's a minute. Sometimes I've waited 40 minutes. But if I go to Grok and I don't have my answer to question in a second, I'm getting pissed. How much of that is the location of the center? And if you've got this, oh, hey, we found cheap power, we found this place, this great facility, and all we had to do is these couple setups, but it's way over there. How much does that matter?
I actually think, going back to one of the earlier questions, I actually think the AI is going to propose a massive problem to the grid. Unlike everybody who was saying crypto is going to pose a massive problem to the grid, it really didn't, because we are what you call an elastic load. We can spool up, we can spool down. We actually benefit the grid when it comes to renewables. But these AI facilities, to the point we were just making, they're just utilizing load all the time. So in terms of impacting power prices to residents and everything else, yes, I actually do believe power prices are going to rise, the demand for it. And then to your current question, you know, most of these AI facilities cannot use the facilities that Bitcoin miners are currently at. And the reason why is because complex power contracts, you know, the expense of that system in that location for Bitcoin miners is relatively cheap. We might pay 3.5, 4, or 5 cents, but for an AI, in order to pay for those demand spikes that we curtail at, they might be at an 8 cents, 10 cents, 12 cents cost basis, which kind of puts them out of range. So there's definitely a major problem right now with power, and I do think it's a big concern. And the second factor is connectivity and fiber. When you're on your Grok, you need to get back to the data center to process your query. Well, those data centers need really large fiber pipes to connect them. So if you're in Midwest Texas and planning on building a massive HPC or an AI complex, you might be waiting years to get the infrastructure out there to handle the fiber, to handle that connectivity. So Bitcoin will be around because it does serve a utility purpose in terms of that elastic load, like we were talking about. And AI isn't going to want a lot of the sites that Bitcoin is currently on. So it's going to be a completely different class of things. And I'm not really worried about, you know, AI coming in and taking all the Bitcoin. But when you look at the big players and you look at the major sites, when you look at Core Scientific and what they've done with their 100 megawatt infrastructure because they're on baseline load plans, that's where you're going to see the AI companies come in and scoop up all those facilities because they're high demand facilities.
I have a quick follow-up question on that. I hope it's kind of short, but have you seen, any of you, seen people getting into Bitcoin with the sole intention of later on getting into AI? Their plan is to start there with the Bitcoin, kind of get their foot in the door, start that process. They go, okay, I see what's needed to do the AI thing, and I can't do that. That's too much. So I'm going to start with the Bitcoin with the hope of leading to the AI.
Yeah, and I think actually you pointed out earlier where you guys started GPU mining because you could generate revenue immediately. AI facilities take a long time to build, so it does make sense if you've got a big power contract, you secure the power contract, you set up Bitcoin mining, you mine up until the point that your data center facility is ready, and then you switch over to it. There's actually an economic value in that because you tie up that power contract, you secure that power. So yes, I think there are companies that are thinking like that.
Yeah, and I've actually seen the opposite. I've seen guys come, hey, I want to do AI, and they have no idea where to start. And so I always direct them, hey, start with Bitcoin, because AI is complicated, and we've seen companies, all the time, and they try to go and negotiate these deals with off-takers. These are sophisticated buyers, right? You're selling, if you want a big hyperscale contract, you want to sell to a Google or a Microsoft or all these companies, you need a team of people that know what they're actually doing to negotiate these contracts. And, I think that's probably a shortcoming of some of the Bitcoin miners, is they aren't equipped to take on those challenges yet. And so I think it's a good start is, with Bitcoin mining, you just plug it in and you're making Bitcoin. With AI, you have to actually go negotiate a contract with a multi-billion-dollar company.
Yeah, and I'm try to avoid repeating what was already said, of course. But yes, your original question about proximity, location, it definitely matters for AI for all the reasons previously mentioned. At Hive, we have our New Brunswick facility, 70 megawatts. That now we have redundant fiber coming in through different separate paths. Same thing with power. We have a site in Bowden, about 7 megawatts. Another one in Toronto, right next to the airport. So for us, having these sites that are in close proximity, that have access to what HPC needs, is important. Now, not every Bitcoin site could be an HPC site, definitely. But that being said, for the sites that have that possibility, it really does make sense. You could start paying off your big CapEx spends on real estate, on your substation if you need to build a substation, and other things right away, and monetizing that cash flow. And as one of the early points that I made, when you're looking at your cost per megawatt, going from $1 million to $1.5 million on a Bitcoin mine to anywhere from 30, 40 plus million for an AI data center per megawatt. Depending on what type of gear you're putting in there. Obviously, it's extremely important that you could generate cash flow to then fund future growth. Another important reason I think that I'm going to bring up now, it's sort of unrelated, but by the attractiveness of AI for a lot of Bitcoin miners. Why? Why would you do this? You already have cash flow. If you take a step back and you look at the hash rate economics, year over year, it's very clear that there's a trend and that it's going downwards. The average hash price year over year is going down. We could say that we're in the $50 range this year. I wouldn't be surprised if our average hash price next year is in the 40s and the 30s. And that obviously has a huge impact on ROI. So the ROI on that Bitcoin mine that's costing you $1 million to $1.5 million for your CapEx and for your ASICs, at a $50 hash price, you could maybe ROI in 1.5 years. At a 40, that could be 2.5 years. At a 30, that could be 5 years ROI. You look at the other side of this on HPC, you're saying $40 million per megawatt for the infrastructure and for your GPUs. If we're looking at H200s right now, spot could be in the $3 range. Let's just even if you bring that down to $2, because maybe you have a mix of long-term contracts and spot pricing, also accounting for price depreciation, you're still looking at around a 2.5 to 3.5 year ROI. So assuming you could get the financing, it makes a lot of sense to transition energy assets that meet the eligibility to be converted to a tier 3 or tier 4 data center, because you will ROI in a similar time frame. And we see the trajectory of Bitcoin mining profitability with hash price. The margins keep getting squeezed and squeezed year over year. And an additional benefit to that is once you show that you have contracts for AI and HPC, it's much easier to get financing. If you go to the bank and say, hey, I have a 1.5 year contract, 2 or 3 year contracts, guaranteed revenue coming through, the bank will actually give you financing to then further fuel your growth and expansion into more AI. So for us, both, it's a synergy where one feeds off the other, but where we have the possibility to convert, we're definitely taking those opportunities and looking at them very seriously.
I think it's very, sorry to step on you there. The circumstance for this tiered effect, what we're seeing through the market right now, you're getting the most ideal candidates being selected for hyperscaler situations right now. If anybody wants to think about the concept of deploying capital right now, we have to think about the scaling laws on AI. To grow linearly on the functionality of these models, they have to scale exponentially on the compute side. If people aren't familiar with exponential growth curves, they get really big really quickly. And it's a circumstance where Bitcoin is almost acting like the concept of a frontier species. The frontier species in a biome goes out and establishes the new edges of the area and builds that infrastructure to build those higher level species that also come in behind them to develop those ecosystems. Now, what you're seeing right now is a scenario where AI in North America wouldn't be where AI is today without the frontier species of Bitcoin going in and establishing the contracts that have been established. If we were trying to figure out all these pinch points in the supply chain and infrastructure side right off the bat, and the guys leading the charge were groups that were building 7-year data center builds and deploying millions and millions of dollars on engineering to get tens of megawatts up, we would have been shot. Like, Bitcoin is providing that parameter where it's going establishing the new lands of energy consumption. And as that energy comes in, or as that infrastructure comes in and backfills with higher level connectivity and different redundancies, it's making more availability for AI to come in. And as we scale exponentially, those sites are going to be needed. Like, one does not simply... I say this to quite a few people I talk to. Microsoft wouldn't go and try to bring online the site of the biggest nuclear disaster in North America if they had a better option. If they had gigawatts opportunities of stable power contracts sitting all around, they wouldn't be looking at the concept of taking 3 to 5 years to bring online a massive facility. They're understanding the exponentials. They're understanding where this growth trajectory is. And I said, there's groups around the world that are bringing on gigawatts compared to our megawatts. And a lot of people are thinking, oh, okay, yep, the Goldilocks zone of sites, that's what's going on today. But what's going on next year? What's going on the year afterwards? And that frontier is going to continually be pushed. And also, as I said, the circumstance of meta building in tents. It's a scenario where I think the structure of that infrastructure layer is going to come down to meet the economic opportunity, because the idea of how we built things 10 years ago is not going to work. It's not fast enough. We have to keep the exponential curve and compute going. We have to make sure that we're bringing online and stabilizing and bringing that infrastructure into points to bring that power to the grid, or to the compute layer.
So all of you have some experience with this whole AI, Bitcoin, the whole energy, all of it. Have you noticed people talking about the energy side, returning to something we mentioned a little bit earlier, and I didn't finish my thought on it. Have you noticed people changing their opinion about the energy? Because the whole story about Bitcoin and energy is, oh, it uses as much energy as pick a small country, and it doesn't do anything for me. It's just burning this energy, and oh, the whales and the seals, the dolphins are all going to die because of what the horrible things that Bitcoin's doing. I have not heard that. Maybe there's some people, but I haven't heard that when it comes to the AI and the energy side at all. Is that simply because of people going, well, yeah, I don't really care about the dolphins because that's all nonsense anyways, but because of what AI is doing for me, they can see there's a practical immediate use? Have you noticed a change in people's tone about the energy side? I mean, Microsoft is going to get into some hot water with somebody going, you're going to do what with nuclear? And they're like, it doesn't matter. Look at what AI is doing for you. So, deal with it.
I have definitely seen a change in the perception and shift at the consumer, the township, the neighbors level of where a lot of these centers are going in. Because, to your point, they see AI as useful, and they still see Bitcoin as the scary criminal internet money from 15 years ago. They don't understand that Bitcoin coming to Texas is the reason we haven't had another snowpocalypse. They don't understand that the reason in the heat of the day they don't lose power in the summer is because Bitcoin miners are shutting off so that they can run their air conditioners. It's not something that's ever been told to them. It's not something that politicians even really understand effectively enough to communicate out to their base. However, with AI, they can see, I can have my Grok or my GPT or whatever answer my questions. I can have this graphic created. I can do whatever I need to do faster, better, easier on me. It's convenient, and I'm willing to put up the power or to deal with them putting up a data center down the road. And the only thing on the consumer space or the citizen space that I've really seen pushback on is water consumption.
I was going to say, I think it's just a matter of time before that pushback is going to come, because if you look at the Bitcoin, and the reason why people aren't talking about it now is exactly your reason. It's saved Texas ratepayers, like the actual residents of the state of Texas, something to the tune of $10 billion, because the renewable platforms that are out there were flushing out a lot of the baseline loads. You have this entire problem with economics. When you have all these renewables come in, they flush out all your baseline load plants. And when you do that, then you have to rely on renewables and you have to rely on peaker plants, because you don't always have sun, you don't always have wind. And so Bitcoin miners really take a lot of unusable energy and they have the ability to flex load. When AI comes in and these large data centers come in, it's not going to be the same use case, and it will push rates up, and they will have to build it. That's why if you look at the policy from the government right now under the Trump administration, they're talking specifically about how these AI centers have to bring in their own power and build their own power. You see that with X, you see that with Elon Musk, natural gas and building these gen sets and everything else, because the power that they're looking for, we've annihilated, honestly, over the last 20, 30 years with the reduction of the coal plants, the reduction of nuclear plants. That's what you call baseline loads. And renewables are not a solution for solving that. Bitcoin plus renewables works. It solves a lot of problems, but AI plus renewables, there's an incompatibility there. And so, yeah, I think the vilification has gone away because people have actually realized in ERCOT, in the power grids and everything else, that Bitcoin is actually a very useful tool for these utilities to kind of support power plants in general. So.
Yeah, to your point on the power plant, we're working on a project. You may have heard of it, Project Matador, or Fermi Group, and so they're actually building an 11 gigawatt power plant that's all modular nuclear reactors, and so that's actually being built out in Abilene. Currently, our group's going out there, I think tomorrow, to go visit the site, but that site is all specifically for AI. And so that's all the off-takers. So they're building an 11 gigawatt nuclear power plant just to support the AI business.
When you say modular, do you mean like transportable? You can take a mini nuclear reactor?
Mini or yeah, Westinghouse makes them.
And it's portable, so you could drop it somewhere? Like you could ship it somewhere?
You could ship it somewhere, yeah.
Huh. Okay, that's really
interesting. It's not going to keep moving around the town. But,
no, I didn't mean that. But like if there was say Haiti just got hit by this massive hurricane, could you drop it there? Could you is that feasible?
I'm not the expert on them.
Okay. Let's move on here. Miners hate downtime. What's the simplest way that you've seen a farm keep earning Bitcoin while simultaneously renting spare GPUs for AI work? And how much of that, how many of these data centers are dual, like a hybrid? Because it seems like, like you've mentioned multiple times, multiple people have, the demands for the AI is so much higher. You can be kind of quick and dirty with the Bitcoin. You cannot be with the AI. So once you're up and going with the AI and you're all hunky-dory, you've been doing this for a few months, why keep on doing the Bitcoin?
It's an either or. I think it's a both. So it becomes a profit maximization problem. At certain points in time, you're going to be conducive to shifting the electrons towards hash. At certain points in time, you will be required to ensure that you're shifting the electrons towards AI compute. I think it's a great way to hedge your bet and come up with a unique differentiator that is difficult to compete with. So one of the things that we've talked a little bit about is crypto miners are great at opening doors quickly. So there's a great use case of a well-known crypto mining company in a well-known hyperscaler in Wyoming competing for the same power contract. The well-known crypto miner got that contract because they were able to deploy very quickly. They've also been very vocal that that is not their end game strategy. They're going to also spin up AI. So it's not either or. I think we're evolving to a place where it becomes both, and the winners long term are going to be able to optimize that balance and provide the biggest value added stack. So it's not just going to be inference, it might be a combination of inference and training and applying apps on that in terms of how it's used.
So we've heard a lot about getting the foot in the door with the Bitcoin, then moving on to the AI. You just mentioned an example of that. That's their goal. Do you think in the years to come that we're going to see a reverse of that for any reason? I mean, once you've got the AI, it's going, you've got the power for it. Is there any reason why somebody would go back to the Bitcoin? I mean, obviously, the future is going to be, who knows what the future holds, but can you think of any reasons currently why somebody would do that?
Hashtag massive bull run.
I'm sorry, what was that?
If there's a major bull run. So there's going to be a lot of people that do shift over to AI and miss a bull run. There's a non-zero chance that happens. So that's a huge opportunity cost, and that needs to be baked into your optimization model.
Also, as we look at new developing technologies and more countries, hyperscalers, people around the world coming to this AI compute space, there's going to be a market adoption kind of fit, product market fit for this AI space out there. And there's constantly new coins working, there's new blockchains, there's new smart contracts. We don't know what 10 or 15 years down the line is going to be the human microchip something or other system on blockchain, voting on blockchain that is going to need infrastructure that may be ideal to have ASIC style supercomputers running in a tier 4 data center. And if you've gone and built your gigawatt AI data center and in 10, 15 years, the market needs that kind of uptime and redundancy on an ASIC style infrastructure, you can phase some of that and integrate whatever your cooling mechanisms is and get everything in place there. So I think it's good to have the option to sustain that. AI can easily roll back to a variable load mining. Mining cannot easily roll forward to a constant, high redundancy, high nines AI.
Brian, go ahead.
I was just going to say, and also, we're not really sure where silicon and everything else is going, right? Efficiencies, there's been looks at, for example, creating AI chips not in a GPU factor, but more in an actual ASIC factor. Not the same as the SHA-256 protocol, but an ASIC for AI, and that's something that's under development. If that occurs, then the total amount of power utilized or needed at these facilities would decrease, which would give you extra available power. We saw that before the Bitcoin boom and kind of the AI boom, where data centers were actually reducing their total overall footprint. Generally, all these small shops and things were shutting down. And so you do see a reduction sometimes in power, in utilization, HPC and AI. We've seen that, historically. So it could be a reverse fact, and you need to figure out what to do with that power in the future on a microgrid you created for this complex.
And I'd like to speak to that too. I think on the dynamic sides, the demand sides of AI, one of the interesting magnifiers that a lot of people aren't really thinking about is the parameters, and I'll disagree with you a little bit on the optimization layer for the ASIC. On the GPU side, as we push forward and on just the overall compute layer of AI, very rarely has a powerful transformative technology had an efficiency gain, and then we're like, no, we're good, we've used enough of that, that's good enough. It's usually we end up creating a use model of it that drops down to another tier level of the economy, which then gets overutilized, and that slack in the system is elastic and it snaps right back to a different use case. So at the end of the day, again, I'll go to that gigawatt when electricity just came out. It wasn't a circumstance that all of a sudden we got a certain amount of power and we were like, okay, we're good with power. Now we've built 100 megawatts. That's good for the world now. No, we electrified everything. and we're going to AI everything. Like this integration layer on that demand paradigm is directly proportionate to the capability to do that workload on a different mechanism of economic value. And I will say on that like the concept of that 50 cents of 2 million token basis, and those numbers are all over the place. But if 50 cents is the parameter for 8 hours of intellectual work on a model, what is the cost basis right now of 8 hours of intellectual work? That cost basis is not 50 cents, so it would have incentivized the living hell out of every group that's doing intellectual work to use more tokens. So on that situation, it's going to come into some really interesting market dynamics where when grandma goes and puts a Keurig cup and uses 1.5 watts to make her coffee in the morning, well, is that worth 8 hours of human labor? What's the cost-benefit analysis in this? And this is as to your point on the parameters for the energy use. If all of a sudden regular activities in your life are being put in a market dynamic against 8 hours of amazing PhD level human intelligence, like we're going to create a very interesting market signal, which will then say, okay, well, maybe that energy is a higher value. And when we come to do that, that's going to create the magnifier effect as we're going exponential, that it will create all of that other power to come up in demand cost. So it's a circumstance where I might be a little bit scale-pilled more than the rest of everybody else. But as we look forward to it, in an open market scenario, when you're fighting against a PhD level, smartest scientist in the world level intelligence that can run for 50 cents, what is your cup of coffee worth?
So hang on, are you just throwing that out as a theoretical or just like an idea, or do you think that there's going to be a point in time in the not so distant future, or maybe further future, where grandmas are actually going to their Keurig and like, no, the robot's better than my coffee? Like, is that coming?
I don't think that grandma's going to have a choice in the matter. If it's a circumstance where the market is pricing that amount of power at X amount of compute, right now we are constrained on the chip level and infrastructure level, different supply constraints. But ultimately, as all these things debottleneck through the system and the capabilities of the models are going up linearly, it's a circumstance where that exponential need for more compute, bar crazy DeepSeek events or efficiency gains and all of these different parameters, are going to create market signals that we're not comprehending on this level. Like the amount of energy required, and even if we say, okay, the amount of energy might plateau on certain use cases, overall, like the genie's out of the bottle.
Well, I guess I'm just not really fully understanding what this is going to look like practically. Is grandma going to have an Optimus over there, and she's literally walking up to have her morning coffee, and she's going, well, no, Optimus, you won't get to live a few hours today because grandma needs her coffee. Or, no, I won't have my coffee so that you can help me do my laundry. Like, what does this look like practically? I don't fully understand.
That's a great question. If I had that crystal ball, we'd be having this from a yacht.
I think what he's getting at is that grandma won't be able to afford to run the Keurig coffee because the energy is going to be going into the AI and the compute. But if you look at economics, I don't think it's going to flow like that, right? I mean, you still have consumption in different areas and the way capital is called. I guess you're talking about more if Skynet evolves and everything else, and Skynet's judging the utility of human beings and our activities and is like, I only need certain humans to do certain tasks and the rest can go away. Like maybe that would be the scenario. But I generally don't think that the economics is going to be impacted all the way down to that level, that there's not this intrinsic interest in 8 hours of a professor and a PhD and a workload is going to impact that. It's more going to be utilization than an individual working with AI, in tune with AI is going to be able to accomplish a lot more. Your healthcare is going to be a lot better because your doctor who only gets 10 minutes with you can now study 40,000 hours and analyze all these different data points within you, and you'll be able to get a better medical exam. Like I think the overall offset, there's a lot of nihilism right now around AI, and there's definitely a threat vector, I would say, from a Skynet advice. But again, we've seen this when it comes to agriculture and farming, way back in the 1900s. It's like 50% of people were farmers. What are they going to do for jobs? We've seen that with mass production and cars. Now we're mass production. What are they going to do for jobs? I think human beings are good at evolving in the markets, and there will be destruction in certain job fields, obviously, but I don't think that spells doom and gloom. Like, human beings find ways to be creative and to do work.
I don't want to seem too apocalyptic or anything in this parameter. I'm just saying, speaking from a pure market economics parameter, if we're all talking about, when you're saying that optimization level on Medicare, what does that run on? It runs on GPUs. So to do that, we're going to have to run the GPUs.
Yeah, absolutely. But you still are going to have a human being in there drawing the blood and everything else. Maybe robots will do that eventually, but we're still a long ways off from robotics coming in. It's going to be more of a supplemental. And the economy and the market is going to change as we know it now. Absolutely. I'm not denying that. But I think it's very difficult to see exactly what that's going to be. We're just going to go through that change together. So
this all has to do with energy. You're talking about grandma. We're talking about energy here. But you mentioned, I think it was Brian, you said that these massive, is it all AI? If you're looking to implement AI, you have to provide your own energy?
Not necessarily, right? There's training for the models that takes a tremendous amount of energy, making the model smarter, ChatGPT 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, 20, whatever it is in the future. That takes a lot of energy. Once it's kind of evolved to a certain state, and like what they were saying earlier, then it turns into the application layer. You basically have agents and AI that knows you as a person or me and knows all my medical history and files and can interface with the doctor who can then help that other AI diagnose and figure out what's wrong and the best treatment plan and everything else. That'll be the realization. Yes, it does need power to run on, but the interesting fact is the machine learning aspect actually takes more energy generations than the inference. Once the neural network is actually created, so once you have a higher LLM, the actual energy used to interface with the LLM is actually substantially less. So the amount of tokenizations increases for even far less power consumption. The more sophisticated the model gets, and the more sophisticated, for example, the hardware gets, and NVIDIA's roadmap for making these kind of integrated GPUs, inference, compute that will eventually govern potentially what we would call, artificial general intelligence, AGI. So that's kind of the roadmap we're on.
Yeah, I agree. I do think those models will inherently get better and better, which will create more induced demand.
All right, in our final 6 odd minutes here, let's wrap up with some ideas for what the future might look like, and then specifically why a person, let's assume that they're interested in Bitcoin, and now they've heard about AI, because the whole AI merger with Bitcoin and that partnership, that relationship is relatively new in the grand scheme of things. I mean, AI is relatively new in the grand scheme of things. So let's start here, Dan. Why would somebody that's interested in Bitcoin, why should they take interest also, aside from obviously the ROI, any other reasons why they should take interest in the AI side of things and integrating that into their forecast and their plans?
Yeah, absolutely. So a lot of that's going to depend on their strategic plans for their mining operation, their business, their company as a whole. Are they looking to go into the pubco space where they want to have diversified revenue channels and respond to shareholders and continue to grow that way? Or are they Bitcoin maxis where they just want to set up their mine that they self-mine and run and maybe don't want to have to deal with multiple hardware sets, train operators on doing graphics cards and have infrastructure for that versus just your ASICs or off-the-shelf equipment you can get. So the why really depends on what that person's or entity's end goals are going to be. The how is going to be find what kind of redundancies you have, manage your power contracts, and I think there is a substantial use case for mixed load where you can curtail your Bitcoin miners while still maintaining a small amount of your AI fleet as needed at that higher source power cost and hedge your bets.
Moving on down the line. Anybody else?
Yeah, so, I mean, he said it very well there. I do think that it really depends on the company, the people, exactly what he was saying, what you're looking for. just because some companies are trying to go and become a full neo cloud or own the energy asset down to selling the compute doesn't mean that has to be for everyone. There will be some people that just want to mine Bitcoin. There'll be some people that they could just rent colo and offer managed services, and that's fine. They could compete on price, on service. Not everybody has to do everything. At Hive, we own our energy assets. We've come to we know that we could go from a brownfield transition to a tier 3 data center and shave off nearly a year on our deployment time. So for us, it makes sense, but every situation is completely different for every person, and really, there's going to be room. We're so early right now. Like the amount, they had a great conversation back and forth between Brian and Ethan, but like we're so early. It's just everyone's speculating what's going to happen. The amount of AI integrations right now are tiny. Like there's not many companies doing it. It's all the big tech companies now. How many governments have we heard saying that we need a sovereign AI strategy? These are not going to happen this year. These are going to take years to develop. So there's really we're just at the beginning right now, and people really need to focus on what works for them, what they're passionate about, and find their lane. For Hive, it's this transition, leveraging our existing portfolio so that we can transition where it makes sense. And for other people, it'll look different. And I think both of them make sense.
I love the back and forth between Brian and Ethan, and I think it highlights right now there's a lot of bottlenecks. We live in a finite world, but within our lifetimes, we could move to a post-abundant world. And obviously there's the economics, but if you're someone that's captivated by tackling and confronting one of the most complex problems humanity will ever face, perhaps the most, now's the time to jump in and roll up your sleeves because we need all the help we can get.
Certainly. I think that abundance aspect is, and I don't want to seem post-apocalyptic or anything in that aspect. Yeah. I very much agree with your point.
You just hate grandma's getting their coffee.
Yeah.
Where I'll disagree with you is I think we already live in a world of abundance, and the abundance is actually increasing. And I think actually we need to fundamentally go back and look at one aspect of this conversation, and as we move forward with government getting involved and everything else, is what gave us that abundance? The free market gave us that abundance. A cell phone from the 1980s was a luxury item. Now we all have it, right? Who did that? The government? Organization? No, the free market, right? So that's why I guess I've got a lot more faith in terms of humanity's ability and the free market capitalism without interference to figure these questions out and to go in time. We're going to see what utilization AI brings and where people want to use it, and the capital will go into those directions, right? So, and that's kind of the beauty of the United States and the country we live in and the free market. It's an incredibly powerful filter that has given us all this abundance, and if we can harness AI properly and take those same principles into it and not try to regulate it in some sovereign AI, I think I'd be more worried about sovereign AI turning into Skynet than Microsoft, Google, AWS, and all these other companies competing for, your dollar.
Yeah, I think we're walking into some pretty incredible times. The ability for a human to command unparalleled levels of intelligence will inherently lead to abundance. I think the abundance narrative that is coming through is the one that should shine through. We have the capabilities that we don't have, even a couple years ago. The capabilities to one-shot software, it's not going away. Software is going to be on demand in situ, and you're going to be able to modulate how you use it with a conversation. And going forward on that, I think it's an amazing time to be in the startup space, in the growth space. I think you're very right. We're incredibly early. And being so early gives so many opportunities. I think the situation is the market will adapt to the price signals. And I think we need to get serious about building our energy infrastructure and how we utilize that infrastructure. And because I think we're going to get to that very abundant state, we're going to need the power. At the end of the day, it all comes down to that Kardashev scale, and we're like point on the card of the scale right now. So it's all about the energy. It's all about the efficient use of the energy and the capability to push forward with an energy strategy that makes sense and gives a reasonable ROI.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, gentlemen. I think we can all agree that we are long humanity and humanity's desire for survival. And life finds a way, as old Jeff Goldblum said. Thank you. That was the AI miner. Up next is 5% and growing women in Bitcoin.
The moral is get grandma a French press.
Yeah, come on, my goodness.
Thank you.
Right, yeah.
Bitcoin is tied to the laws of physics, which as far as we know are the only laws that humanity has yet to break.
You've probably heard of Bitcoin, but you may not be entirely sure what it is or what it takes to make it.
Bitcoin is a young technology, but it has a lot of potential. It changes the way you think about the world once you start to understand it and use it.
The next wave of Bitcoin miners and really the next wave of Bitcoin adoption comes from the energy companies.
It's a multidimensional problem. It's not hyperbolic to say that Bitcoin and Bitcoin mining, it could bring 1 billion people out of energy poverty.
It's really important to continue to develop the electricity in Africa, and the Bitcoin mining gives money to the new plants.
Awudi agamabanga izinto zawozo agamabanga kuphiri izinto zimabwira nchiro kunja.
Ineo sina mvepo za Bitcoin.
Ine sina mvepo za Bitcoin.
That's a trailer for Dirty Coin. That's going to be playing in a little bit. We've got a panel up next, and that's going to be playing at 3:45, maybe a little bit after. Now, remember, we're going to turn this into a bit of a movie theater. We're going to dim the lights. We're going to have popcorn. We're going to have some candy. Seating is a little bit limited, so make sure that you don't go too far if you want to watch this. There is no recording allowed, so make sure you keep just like if you're at a movie theater. You can't record it. So sit down, enjoy. Yeah, Murphy, well, okay, Murphy gets a pass. But no cell phone recording. We've got a panel here. It is my pleasure to introduce Emma. She's going to be moderating this panel, 5% and Rising, Women Who Mine Their Business.
Hi, everybody. Nice to see y'all. And I'm going to be introducing some fantastic ladies. We've got Dan. Dan, come on up. We've got Shirley. We've got Iris, we've got Summer, and myself. Come on up, ladies. And somebody make sure that Iris can see. Excellent. So ladies, we've got some time here. We will start with Jill. Jill, could you do an introduction? And then we'll work our way down to Summer. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, my name is Jill Ford, and I'm the co-founder and CEO of BitFuFu Digital. And we help with all your ASIC procurement needs, anything from a Bitcoin miner to a container to cables, anything you need. We are your one-stop shop.
Hi, I'm Dan. Thanks for having me here today. I'm from Hessian. We focus on high-performance cooling solutions for both crypto mining and AI computing, helping operators achieve better efficiency and sustainability and scalability.
Hi, everybody. I'm Shirley. I head the marketing at Chain Reaction. We're a semiconductor company. We're developing our very own chips, hash boards, and systems for Bitcoin mining. And we also have our own AI ASIC for encrypted AI computing.
Hi, I'm Iris with Gecko Science. I'm the CEO, so I work with the owner. He does the technical and engineering side. I do the business side. So when someone wants a custom miner or things like that, I'm the person you're talking to, custom projects, things like that.
Hello, everyone. I'm Summer from BMAS. We are one of the largest miners hardware supplier from China. Since 2017, we are already in the space. So basically, we provide everything that you need for mining, from mining machines to logistics to cooling solutions. And we work with clients from all over the world.
Hey everybody, I am Emma Todd. I have been in the space, the mining space, since 2018. And my company, we do AI data centers, we find site selections for them, and we also do operations, and we also do that for Bitcoin mining, which is where everything originated. So I'm happy to be here. And with these lovely people beside me, the one question I have for you guys is, and you all know, crypto mining, it's like 95% men at this point. I'm curious, what drew you all to that? We'll start with you, Summer. What drew you to Bitcoin mining? And the fact, despite the fact that there weren't that many women in it.
So actually, I never really look at it as like men as a woman when I just enter into this industry. I joined this industry completely by accident. So yeah, because I got a friend who worked into this industry. So one day she asked me if I'm interested to have an interview. So I say, why not? Yeah, that's how I started. But what really got me into this industry is about people. I really love about the people I have met in this industry. So they're creative, full of energy, and everybody is wants to do something great together. So the energy is really fascinating. So every day I love my work. It's like having good conversations with good friends. So I really enjoy it. So for me, it's really always about people and people. So I stay for people.
I appreciate that. I actually found out about the Bitcoin world back in 2013 with the first ASIC boom, but I didn't get heavily into it until my friends got me into it about 5-6 years ago when I joined Gecko Science. It's like, oh, well, it'll all be friends working together. You can help them, they can help you. Awesome. And that's what it is. Even the road trip out here was just friends hanging out, the people that we've met, being able to get in and help each other. The amount of people we've talked to where the entire goal is we just want to help people. We want to help the community. We want to, help the next, generation of engineers, things like that. It's being able to see those communities grow over time has been so enticing for me to stay in this industry and to continue help building up Gecko Science and everyone around us, because I think that's the true legacy, yeah.
So I guess the common denominator here would be people, right? We're all about people. When I joined Chain Reaction, I didn't know anything about Bitcoin. The main cause of attraction for Bitcoin, for Chain Reaction was they still have an amazing team of people coming from NVIDIA, Mellanox, TSMC, an awesome team, and that was why I wanted to join them. And then I had some 2 weeks off before I joined them, and I started reading about Bitcoin. And it was like an aha moment for me. I said, wow, I didn't know that. That's super interesting. But I think that the first time I joined a Bitcoin conference, I'm not sure if it was Mining Disrupt or another one, it was then that I realized what a great community of people the Bitcoin community has, and what great challenges, amazing, unique challenges this community faces. So that was it for me. That was the point when I was orange-pilled.
You girls provide very amazing perspectives. For me, I came from finance background. I actually came into this industry last year, so I'm pretty new here. And because it's not because only because the technology of the cryptocurrency mining, and also I think of as like future of the internet infrastructure. Now is so the bottom line of the mining or the energy is actually it's the energy, right? So I can see how cryptocurrency mining and shifting to the AI computing. So I think this is the actually growing industry for me. So I would like to learn more from this industry.
Well, I found Bitcoin at one of the lowest times of my life. I was running a business and it went out of business, and I didn't really know what to do with my life. I knew that I was really good at growing businesses, but I just couldn't wear all hats. So I applied for a random job on LinkedIn. It ended up being a beauty product. She pivoted and ended up being like, hey, Jill, we are going to switch from selling this beauty product to Bitcoin mining machines. So I went from that to mining machines, and when I first started going to conferences, with everything that I had been through, I just resonated with the community and sound money and just everything that, you know, I just didn't feel alone anymore. I finally felt like I was at home, so.
Oh, that's really cool. Yeah, that's really nice, yeah. For me, what happened was I was in banking, and it was 2016, and my friend said, why don't you come to this Bitcoin conference that we're having? And I went, and everybody was so smart. And Andreas Antonopoulos was speaking, and I didn't know who he was, but I was like, I can really resonate with this guy. And back then, like everybody kind of gave you their numbers. They don't do that today, but I was like, you know, I have some questions, and he just gave me his number and said, you know, give me a call, and I did that, and then I walked away going, everyone is so smart. I really need to join this industry, and I did, and it wasn't until like 3 or 4 months later that I realized just how big all those names were that that I heard talk and that were like giving me advice and things like that. And it really is the community. Like, I love that they don't care who you are as long as you're smart and you come with ideas and you can really help. And that's what I really love about everything that I do, and it makes me very happy to be a part of the community. So my question for you ladies is, we're sitting here, as you can see, I named it like the 5% and rising. What do you think it's going to take to get more women in this profession? And anyone can start answering this one.
I'll answer it. I think honestly it just takes inviting more women. So as women, we should invite women. So one thing I did was at a previous Bitcoin conference, I invited my best friend. I started with family and friends and orange pilling them and bringing them into the industry. And they realized that they could resonate with the mindset and the atmosphere, and, you know, that's what brings women into Bitcoin mining, is community.
Yeah, so I think you can be what you can see, right? So I think women should be more visibility. So for going to the industry convention, Mining Disrupt with this women panel, so more and more women seeing us on the stage, on the spotlight. And if they see more and more people in the mining operations, or maybe raise a capital for a mining project, and there will be more, they will encourage them to walk into the room.
I highly resonate with what you just said. It's about us, actually. If we want to have more women in, it's on us. That challenge is on us. And when I was asked if I'd like to join the panel, my automatic answer went no. I'm not joining panels in English. No. And then I said, if I want to say no, then I should really say yes. And that's very important because, you know, we're promoting it on LinkedIn. My colleagues are seeing that. Suddenly questions are arising about Bitcoin mining. That's the way to go. It's just about being us, giving it, advertising it. That's the way to bring more women in our industry.
It's funny you say that. I felt the exact same way when they first asked me. I was like, no way. Oh my gosh, I'm not going back up there on a panel speaking in front of everybody? Crazy. And then I thought about it and I was like, how many times have I seen women come up here and speak? How many times have I been at a convention and I got assumed that I was just somebody's wife, just somebody's, extra they brought, and I wasn't a professional in this industry. It's like the assumption that I couldn't be a professional in this industry that really fueled my fire and made me want to, I want to show people, like, we know what we're doing, we care about what we're doing, and other women, I'm sure, care just as much. I think some of the language surrounding this industry is so, it becomes more male-centered. This is the tech guys, this is what they do, this is what they know, and I've seen so many women come in with their perspective and looking at the stability, looking at the community, We're the people who I feel like end up building up people the most, who end up talking between different communities of like, how can we collaborate? How can we help each other? And that made me feel like, yes, let's go show them what we do and how much we love what we do. So, yeah.
Yes, education, I think education is very important. So I can't really emphasize enough on education. I think we need more education in our industry, no matter from podcast or influencer. It's just we really need to have more education. And for the people who are interested in Bitcoin mining industry, I highly recommend one book from Brains, The Ultimate Bitcoin Mining Guide. So you can go to their Brains store to download it for free. That's what I really love Brains team also. They do a lot of free contribution to education in our industry. I really think that we need more people to do it together, to share the knowledge and to express the value. So education, education, education.
I agree. One of the challenges that I have is that at a previous conference, not this one, they had 1,000 women in a room, which was absolutely fantastic. But we're not seeing that at the same levels or anything even close to that in Bitcoin mining. I'd love to see that increase. The challenge is how. So one of the reasons I had this question is honestly because I've been in this industry for almost 10 years. I've told people about, mining for 8. I've told people about it, but I'm still not getting any real, yes, we want to join. And you guys all know, when crypto's up, everybody's interested, right? But the minute it goes down, they're like, what? Who are you? And so trying to show them that, yes, there is, a path here for you. If you want to have a business, if you want to be in the industry, you can. It's not all about the ups and downs. You can have constant, it can be constant too. And that's one of the reasons why I asked this question, so thank you, because really I do think about it quite a bit. And so one of the other things I wanted to ask, okay, we're going to touch on this super briefly. Iris, you just talked about misconceptions, and
yes.
Right? That one, that's not good. I've had some misconceptions myself. Jill, my friend, I know you had one last night.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, let's talk about some misconceptions that you guys have had about who people thought you were when they met you.
I'll just go ahead and go. So last night I was at the Nirvana after party, and I was talking to this really amazing guy, but he asked me if I got into Bitcoin mining because I was a booth babe, and I was like, huh? No, I got into Bitcoin mining on accident. I literally was helping market a beauty product and then helped create a whole Bitcoin mining website. And no, there's more to this, but I didn't get upset. But I was just like, oh, the misconceptions. I was never a booth babe, so that's not how I got in.
So we're just going to say, please don't ask that question ever. Ever. It's kind of like asking a woman if she's pregnant and she's not. Just don't do it, guys. It's not going to be good for you, okay?
Yeah, early on, I feel like when I got in, that was kind of the assumption. I mean, I've seen more women here today than I've ever seen, in conventions. I love seeing that, this community has grown. Because when I first went to conventions and I first joined in, everybody assumed that I, was a booth babe. I got asked if I was somebody's secretary. I got asked if I was somebody's wife. All the time, I got questions like that, and I'm not as nice. I got mad. I was like, why? Why would you assume that? Why do you think Why would you think that? And you watch them kind of fumble, and then here comes the engineer behind me saying, she's the boss, she's the reason we're talking to you about this custom project. And then you just see them, I'm so sorry. And it's like, just assume that who you're talking to is there because they're part of the industry. Assume that who you're talking to is competent in their own right and not somebody's extra, not somebody's side. You may be talking to the person who, you know, like in my case, I was the head of those projects, and now you made yourself look bad. Like, just don't do it. Just don't do it.
Right? Because you guys know we have all these Telegram groups and things like that, and I'm in them. I don't really talk as much, but sometimes when I'll message somebody, ask something, they think I'm a bot. And I remember I had that back in 2020. He's here. He thought I was a bot. He wasn't answering. And then literally his boss would be like, no, Emma's a real person. You should probably answer that. So, you know, yeah, we've all had those misconceptions. I remember when I first met Michael, he's like, I heard that you're very nice. I was nice then, Michael. Now I'm just jaded. Anyway, so my other question for everybody is, actually I'm going to focus on Shirley right here, because Shirley, like, I love what chain reaction is doing. So what innovations or inefficiencies are you most excited about right now in the mining world?
So the mining industry has went through such a change in the past, 6 years. People went from mining in their home, in their garage, into industrial scale data centers. So today, specifically for Bitcoin mining hardware, the challenge is not only about efficiency, it's also about bringing a lot of features that maintain scale, that maintain uptime, that maintain power efficiency. And the innovations in this field are amazing. And we really went from what people like to call shoebox into like the E31, like our Electrum E31, which is really custom made for miners based on what they told us that they need, based on their problems and their needs. We created the system. So I think we are seeing so much of it right now. And also for the AI industry, that's something that's, I always feel like they say that AI and data center found Bitcoin mining because they had the energy, but that's so much more than that. I kind of feel like Bitcoin mining is bringing the unique wins, the unique feeling that they have. These are people who embrace innovation. These are people who move fast, who actually walk the booths, walk around and find the right solution. And I love that the spirit of Bitcoin mining is going to come into the data center industry. That's also something that's amazing that's happening right now.
I think so. I think that's really good. But I'm just going to ask, who here has been to a data center convention recently? Anybody here? Put up your hands. Okay, so a handful, like less than like maybe 2%. I don't know about you guys, but what I'm seeing is when we get to those conventions, they're kind of like, who are you? And then they're kind of snooty. And then you kind of have to be like, I come with this money and this is my client. And then they're like, oh, but I think we have some work to do in that industry because, yeah, it's...
They need a shake.
They kind of do.
They need a good, honest shake.
Yeah, they kind of do. They kind of do. So Iris, my friend, I'm curious. I know that your company is doing some really good stuff in the industry when it comes to helping the community, and I'd love if you could sort of highlight that and tell us what's going on there.
Yes, thank you. So that's actually my most passionate side of the work I do. Since I've started working with them, we've implemented a program to help the next generation of engineers every single year. So at first we did a scholarship program. We've donated equipment to science labs before. This year I'm actually working with my first Bitcoin. You can go on geyser.fund and actually look up, it's called the Satoshi Starter. Everybody on our team has donated hours. We just want this to exist. It's a passion project of all of us. And the idea of it is it's not just an open source miner, as in like, oh, you can look it up. You could always take something apart and look it up. But this is something where kids in high school will actually be a part of a program where they can build it themselves. You need very little like soldering experience, very little, just turn some screws. And we want to help people learn to understand the miners that are actually performing these functions. We want them to know how to build it and why it matters and feel empowered so that they're coming into this industry too. Little kids, little girls, who want to be interested in this field, and maybe their parents aren't as supportive, maybe they're, but this program is supportive. And on geyser.fund, they actually have an option where you can get one kit for you and your family, and also donate a kit to someone in need that will be, benefiting from this program. So a big part of what I do and a big part of what I bring to Gecko Science is continuing to push these programs, continuing to try to help the community. That is my number one goal, and I want us to continue to invest in that year after year after year.
Excellent. That's really, really good. So one of the things I've noticed, and anyone feel free to chime in on this one, is that, I think disruption happens when people with different perspectives collaborate. How do you see diversity as an engine for innovation in mining and chip design? And you guys can expand on that as you see fit, but really want to highlight here, how can diversity help us? How can different viewpoints help?
So in chain reaction, and by the way, in chain reaction, I kind of counted before I came in, 20% women. Our US team is 50% women. So we're doing something good. And one thing that we did, and that's been part of our company from the very get-go, we have people coming from, I told you, Mellanox, which was sold to NVIDIA and TSMC. So people with 20, 30 years experience, engineers, old guys, very, very smart guys. But the company has always maintained that we are hiring students right off college or university, or even sometimes when they're in college. And the idea is to educate, as you said, educate the younger generation, attract them when they're young. But there is another thing happening because we have 20, 30 years difference between employees. This is where diversity is coming in. You'd think that young people will only learn. No, they're also taking charge, taking lead. And with this program, and it's part of really our culture, we try to get as many lady students as possible. And we feel that once we have more employees coming from women employees, there is more, the discussion is being more fruitful and changes, and really I can just say that it's also a company that's US, Taiwan, Israeli, so there are multiple discussions already, and we know how much that is hugely fruitful and really helps us get to our goals better.
So I have a question, because I think this, and then I'm going to target Jill on this one.
All right.
Uh-oh. Because this is actually a question I think you and I have talked about along with some other people. How do you see the intersection of AI, HPC, and Bitcoin mining evolving? And where do women fit into that future?
Well, I think, we fit in every single area. I've seen women work in warehouses and in Bitcoin mining. I've seen them do customer service. I've seen them at conferences. I've seen them in all roles. So there's no limit to what a woman can do. We see the world in a different color, and I think that's what brings life to anyone's business, is our perspectives. So that's why I think it's a great idea to hire women. We bring community. So.
And Summer, is there anything you want to add to that? No? She's like, I'm good. I love that. Does anybody else want to add to that? Or I'll move on to the next question if you want.
I think that different perspective, I think, what we were talking about, we belong in every role. We can do, anything that anybody else can do it, and we can do it just as good or maybe better. Maybe our different perspective coming in is what the team needs. I know that for us, again, I can only speak for Gecko Science. I've only worked with Gecko Science in this industry, but coming in and having more female perspective on what to do with the business has shifted the entire business. I've seen other women, come into, different spaces in more CEO work, more decision-making roles in this industry, and they're shifting everything from how they make their miners, how they're marketing to people, how they're even, the language that they use when we're talking to people at conventions, when we're talking to people in person. It's gone from, trust me, bro, oh, this is so great, to the moon, which is fine, but adding in that aspect of, but this is your children's security. I've talked to so many people who got into Bitcoin, women who got into Bitcoin because they cared about what it could offer their children and their children's children, and the growth that they could build off of it, the security that they could feel for their families, for their neighborhoods, and it gave them their glow back. It gave them their, okay, I feel safe, I feel good, and they could move forward and be successful in their own right, even if it wasn't in this industry. But coming in and having that invitation, having those different perspectives, I've only seen it make everything better.
So I agree with that, but I have a somewhat unique perspective. My team, I have more women than men, actually. I have 3 men and the rest are women. And we were negotiating. We had sent some, a client had sent some miners back because they were broken, and we were negotiating with the company to have them fixed. And we were just not getting through. And full disclosure, this was, it was a Chinese company, and we were dealing with them. And I just wasn't understanding why it wasn't getting through. Luckily, I have Angela on my team. Hi, Angela. And I'm like, Angela, she's like, I got this. And so then my chat was suddenly filled with Mandarin. And she's like, they understand what you're saying, but like they think differently. We think differently. And so this is really what they think you mean. And God bless her, because she took 3 days of, we are going to have to get on a plane and go to China. And in 1 hour, she had it resolved. So it's always good to have differing perspectives on a team, because she really saved us that day, including funds. So thank you, Angela. One question I have, and Dan, I think I'm going to give this one to you, my friend. Are women better positioned to drive sustainability and community engagement in mining projects?
Yeah, I'm not sure if you girls noticed that how many times we talk about the community, right? So so female tend to be more focused on how to contribute to the community, right? The education. How many times we talk about education, right? So once you enter into a room that mostly a male-dominated voice, sometimes we tend to realize some potential opportunities that they miss. So I won't see that women better than men or something, but we just have different perspective. So the diversity can make a team even more efficient, and each different perspective ends up like a perfect plan.
I agree. And I'm curious, anyone can answer this one. How can an organization's culture shape who feels welcome to join and lead and learn?
So I already told you about how we're very strong on getting students from the get-go. But I also, talking about education, what we did when we had, it's for our AI ASIC, one of the people came up to me and told me, look, we've been interviewing a lot of people, and there is a certain subject where nobody knows anything about. And it's a problem for us recruiting people, it's a problem for us bringing people on boarding, bringing them in. So we took up the challenge and we wrote a complete series. It's called the FHE series. It's on our website. It's really breaking down a super technical subject into very short, digestible, let's say, blogs. And this is something that we're very strong on doing, because we know that it would not only serve us as Change Reaction, it would serve the community, it would bring the knowledge that we have within the company. We want to bring it as much outside. So again, that's about how we're embracing diversification, how we're embracing new people in.
So I'm going to ask this question because I always wondered, and I always ask this when I meet people. What drives you? Let's face this is not the easiest of industries. I have gray hair that I cover every day now. I'm not happy about that. But yet I keep coming back because I love it. And I love the people, I love the community. And when we're having a good year, I love it too. So I'm curious, we'll start with you, Summer. What keeps you coming back to this industry?
People, like I mentioned, really it's always about people. So when I just joined this industry, I mean, like in China, I think probably you can imagine, we don't really know like much about Bitcoin mining. So it's something like, it's a very, very like niche market and very, very like small portion of people who are actually working in this industry. And in public, we don't really talk about it. I mean, we don't see like from news or newspaper that people are talking about like here, Bitcoin mining or Bitcoin, yeah. Most of the time, if we talk about it like with our friends, most of people at the very beginning, they will think like it's a scam. Yeah, so that's the impression that we have about like Bitcoin mining. So yeah, what got me really like into this is about like people. So when I just started, I talked to like people who have different background, they come from different countries, but they are all really like very helpful. So they are those like who guide me through this journey. So it's people, yeah.
What about you, Iris? What keeps you coming back?
I'm trying not to cry. I'm in it 100% for my family. It's really for my kid. He's back there at the booth with us. I homeschool, I'm a single mom, so I run this company. I'm trying really hard here, guys. I'm sorry.
Wait, hang on. I've got Kleenex. I got you.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. No, I've done it all for him. I've had, before we got into Bitcoin, with Gecko Science, I was actually in. You got it. Are you good? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Before I got into the company with Gecko Science, I was actually in a very difficult battle for my son's safety. And being able to work, I'm trying, I'm so sorry. Being able to work with Hercules, who is genuinely one of my best friends. And I'm sorry. And give my son a safe life and a stable future that I didn't know if I could give him. Has given me everything in this industry. And that's why I care about, thank you, I'm a mess. That's why I care about the education and the community, the integrity behind what we do, and helping people. Because I know what it's like to be at your lowest, not just in your lowest in work and everything. I've been in the business industry for 20 years, but this is not just a job to me. It's not just profit, and it's not for them either. We're in this, and the reason our company is so strong, our community is so strong, is because we genuinely care about every person we work with, every person we help, and at the end of the day, we are so driven to make it work for everyone because of who we're doing it for. I'm doing it for my kid, and I brought up the geyser fund, the Satoshi started. The reason I care so much about we need to give back and we need to do these things is because what if it was my kid, There's other children out there who don't get those opportunities, and maybe it's the mother in me, but I want to see them do just as well, because I think about that every night. If I do it for my kid, I need to do it for everybody's kids. Not everybody has those same opportunities. Not everyone has someone to fight for them.
I understand. Thank you. Thank you. Shirley, my friend, do you have?
So I'm just going to say exactly what you said. First, it's the smart people. I can't get enough of coming to work and talking to some of the smartest people I ever talked to. That's awesome. That's amazing. And second, it's a technological challenge that I think that's it's one of a kind. You keep getting the best challenges ever in Bitcoin mining, and I live for that. And I think the third thing, and I'm really gonna, being part of this industry is being part of a shift of power. and I love being within a shift of power. And we're talking about Bitcoin, but it's also about women. It's the same shift of power coming from 5%, which is, I guess, around 2 to 3% is Bitcoin out of the entire monetary system. But we all know it's a shift of power. It's going to become huge. Same thing for us. We're 5%, but trust us, we're part of the shift of power.
Yeah, you girls have many good stories and good perspectives. I was really touching as well, and so, like, I'm with FarmGod, so the container right there is our booth. So I'm gonna jump in some different perspective. So, like for me, join this industry, I really want to solve a real problem, the environmental issues. We don't want to see the waste of energy, such as we can reuse the heat and everything. That's why FarmGod is mainly focused on how we improve the data infrastructure, more sustainability, and more environmental friendly.
Awesome. So for me, because I am a mom and I definitely relate, and my son has autism, so one tool that really drives me every day is to not only teach my kids about sound money, but everyone, because it's a way that we can get our time back. So whether that's Bitcoin mining or it's dollar cost averaging into Bitcoin, like there's a fire lit in me because time is the only thing that we cannot purchase. But with Bitcoin, we can have more time. And that's so important for me because, especially with my children, like I'm not going to be there for the rest of their lives. Hopefully I am, but you know, one day I'm going to pass away and I'm able to give them a beautiful gift of Bitcoin and a different way of thinking and a community that supports them. When you take politics out of the money, you really see a beautiful, beautiful gift. And so just sharing that with as many people as possible is super important to me.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I'm sitting beside these ladies and I literally feel after they just all spoke that I need to be a better person. I'm not gonna lie, like I love what I do, but the main reason I come to work is because everybody is so smart. I'm learning something every day. And I'm not gonna kid you, if I'm bored, I'm falling asleep while people talk and it's not pretty, right? That's the number one reason. The number two reason is I left banking to get into this industry. And the amount of people I had back in 2016 that said, you're crazy. The number of big discussions, I'm sure you've all been part of it, that you've had at family dinners and Thanksgiving where they're like, what are you doing? And the ability to prove them wrong time and time again. I'm also living my best life because of this. I've got a great company. I've been able to speak at some amazing places that I wouldn't have been able to get into the room like at this age. I would have had to wait till I was like in my late 50s. Like I've been to Davos. I've spoken at the United Nations. Last month I spoke at the European Parliament. And I love that. And I really do. And I sit beside these ladies and I'm like, I could do better. I'm going to focus on that, do a little bit more community. I'm still a decent person though, but my God, guys, okay. But that being said, here's my question for you. And anybody can throw that. I'm going to ask all of you this, but what keeps you up at night? Because I know what keeps me up at night. What keeps you up at night? Regarding the industry.
Well, what keeps me up at night and really stresses me out is when I purchase something like a Bitcoin miner and it's not as described. It really bothers me. I can't go to sleep. So, honesty and transparency.
Buy with Gecko Science.
When you buy a brand new miner from Bitmain and it looks used?
Oh yeah, that's happened. Yeah.
Was that my outside voice? Oops, sorry. Anybody else?
For me, I think the centralization is a lot. I think it's more than people know, like Saylor. People talk about Saylor all the time. I think he owns like 3% or something of Bitcoin. Like, can you imagine if he just dumped it all tomorrow? Like, I want to see more.
His ego won't let him. His ego won't let him.
His ego wouldn't, no. But I'd love to see just more, normal families joining in, things like that. I'm constantly thinking about all the time, like, how can we keep this in real people's hands? How can we keep it as decentralized as possible? I do think that's incredibly important for Bitcoin. So the more I see, the suits come in, so to speak, that scares me personally.
I think for me, it's like what we can do more for the industries. That's what I'm thinking like every day, because I have a unique boyfriend and he's really like crazy about Bitcoin, about this industry. So every day our conversation is related to Bitcoin and this industry. So it's like that's what keep us like going on every day.
Anybody else? Okay, the latest thing that keeps me up at night, and this is just in the last 4 or 5 days, quantum computing. Yeah, we've been talking about this like forever, like since 2015, 2016. I never really cared. And then I read a few days ago that they're actually shipping out quantum computers now. People can actually buy them. I'm now officially worried. So that's, hopefully you guys aren't as worried as I am. And if you are now as worried as I am, I apologize. But that being said, does anybody have anything else that they want to discuss?
Well, I have something I want to say.
Sure.
They sure did save the best panel for last. So let's prioritize women.
Yes.
And I think, though, this is a good lesson to learn, because if we want to bring more women into the community, then we need to prioritize women, and we can do that by having us on the first day.
Hello, Michael. Having us on the first day. How's that?
Love it. Thank you.
He's the quietest guy. I just love mentioning him. He's like, oh my God, stop that. Anyway, everybody, that's all we have for today. Thank you very much. We will see you again. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Angela, can you take a picture of us on stage, please? Thank you. Oh, we'll stand up. That was a clap. Come on, guys. Give us a little bit more.
Bitcoin
Thank you.
tied to the laws of
Thank
physics,
you.
which, as far as we know, are the only laws that humanity has yet to break.
You've probably heard of Bitcoin, but you may not be entirely sure what it is or what it takes to make it.
Bitcoin is a young technology, but it has a lot of potential. It changes the way you think about the world once you start to understand it and use it.
The next wave of Bitcoin miners and really the next wave of Bitcoin adoption comes from the energy companies.
It's a multidimensional problem. It's not hyperbolic to say that Bitcoin and Bitcoin mining, it could bring 1 billion people out of energy poverty.
It's really important to continue to develop the electricity in Africa, and the Bitcoin mining gives money to the new plants.
akuti akamapanga zinthu zawozo akamapanga kuphiri zinthu zimagwira ntchito kunja.
Ineyo sinamvepo za Bitcoin.
Ine sinamvepo za Bitcoin.
That wraps up today's main stage content, the panels, the talks, the presentations, although we do have the movie in about just under 2 hours here at 3:45. Remember, we have limited seating. There's going to be popcorn. There's going to be candy. There is no filming of the movie. You're going to have to sit down and watch it. But don't go too far. Mingle, hang out, get your questions answered out there on the floor. And right at 3:45, we will be showing Dirty Coin. I think this might be one of the first times that it's been shown in public. Again, remember that we are going to be back in Miami, Florida in about 8-ish months, July 21st through the 23rd, and we will see you there.